rest of your time on Duke Donuts is reserved for
Holy
people who
crap,
want to
Dagger
make their
Joe.
voices heard in the professional leagues. And don't
20
forget, Duke
subs.
Donuts is a brand new game that requires the player.
I got a lot to catch up on here. We're going to have this hype train music on for a while.
At the puck game in order to be competitive. Duke Donuts is not
Hello,
necessarily
everyone.
to be played for the purposes of a tournament, but you can have every ounce of fun in it. Do you think Duke Donuts is a great fit for this team? If so, who does you think is your favorite from this team? Is there something you want to see? Top 10 3-do games. 1. Gex 2. Balls 3. Spectra Ball 4. Tecmo Bowl 5. Star Wars. Jedi Knight 2.
Welcome,
Jedi
everyone.
Outcast 6. Towerfall 7. Monopoly. King of the
Welcome.
Hill, Super Smash Brothers Brawl 9. Tetris Worlds 10. Zelda. The Wind Waker. The top 5 3-do games. 1. The Lord of the Rings. War in the North 2.
There's a lot going on right now.
Cerealia 4. Combat Soldier 64 5. Top Gun Top
Hello,
10
everyone.
3-do games. 1. Wipeout.
Hello.
2. Tetris Plus 3. Super Mario Galaxy 4. Donkey Kong 64 5.
Dana,
Secret
welcome.
Run at the top
Steely
3
Pat,
3-do
hello.
games.
Shadrock.
1. Animal Crossing.
Thank you for the
Happy
100
Designer
penis.
2. Wizardry 3.
I'm very
Tom and
proud.
Jerry. The Golden Voyage of
To have-
Sinbad 4.
to have such a
Fantasy
long
4 and 5.
partner-ness.
Top 5 3-do games. 1. W.
Team Kills, hello. Nico Jazz, welcome. Sneaker
Top 10
Nets.
discontinued fast food items.
Marmot. Dark Aziel, thank you for 4 months.
2. MCDLT.
Sneaker
3.
Nets.
Hell's Kitchen. 4.
Thank you for the
Boondock Saints. 5.
100
Halo.
bits.
6. Taco Bell. 7. Chick-fil-A.
Oh, wait, do I need a thing?
8.
I think I need a thing.
McDonald's.
Hold on a second.
9. KFC. 10. McDonald's. Despite some good PR and a couple poor
Gee, where did I
attempts
put
at hype over the past year, McNuggetland continues to suck. The Big Mac isn't the fabled fountain of youth you'd think it would be. Literally, the Chicken McNuggets have a certain cheesy
Fabled
taste.
fountain
French
of
fries
youth?
are only healthy on a cold
Of the
day.
Big Mac.
And McChicken's cream, sausage, and cheese lever. As of today,
Okay,
it's been a
let's
while
hear it.
since any of these items were ever actually on the menu. So did it really make sense to bring the infamous McNuggetland in to replace them? For me, it didn't make sense. Forget
Infamous.
the restaurant's other assets. This way I'm sure they'll
McNugget
never
line.
hurt anyone by letting off.
Oh, that was a different thing. No, it should be fine. It just hasn't updated yet.
Mr. Radon's top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales.
Refresh
2.
this session.
Grognardian Compendium of every type of hobnob. 3. Robespierre at War. The Private Lives of Charles James Fox.
It hasn't updated
Jacob
yet. We
O'Leary,
should have big
and the
subs,
anarchists
though.
Who hated him. 4. A short
where were
history
we?
of Western
Sneaker Nets,
civilization,
thank you for the
from Sybil
100
to the fall
bits.
of Rome. 5. The
Sam
Long
Hain,
War,
welcome.
the history
Esports are
of
for
Americans
losers,
in
hello.
World War II.
Kraid,
6. Red
welcome.
Plague, from the Russian mining and railways to the destruction of Europe. 7. The face of barbarism.
Sure
Age
Solar,
of the Great
Ryan Choid,
8. An inconvenient war. Is war weighing down the planet? 9. 10.
Baines,
Don't go to
hello.
war.
8-Bit
I
Tomato,
completely
thank you for
stumbled upon these
18
books earlier
months.
this month on an impulse. I am always
Red
looking
Squirrel
for more
Muncher.
information on the recent
Hello,
history
welcome.
Of the world. So when I see a story about people trying
Duke
to master
1102,
the scientific
hello,
method
welcome.
for social change, I almost always find some basis to it. When reading my book, the first reason I went in search of
Dr.
these books
Floor
was that the author
Pills.
himself goes on record that he.
Bevork, Dagger Joe, thank you so much for the 20
This
gift
is a
subs.
conversation between Delta
We're gonna be
Dog,
hearing
Human
neural
Man,
nonsense
Zombie,
for a
Del,
long time, and
Give
I
Me
love
a
it.
Dagger, Zombie, Odd
Uh,
Del,
Madruga.
Get a biggest glass of ancient jetting on your person. You doing good, zombie. You not believe me, zombie. I will put the glasses on your head, zombie.
22
Now,
subs.
Pleases very much you find the right toilet,
Yes!
zombie. And
Yes,
see if
it
the urine
works!
Comes out in the shape
Yes!
Of a penis gel. Sorry, it takes so long.
Yes!
Sorry. I went to sleep on it. Tongue zombie. Sheep. Pat Stell on the ass what? What is that? Zombie. Look, zombie.
Surprise,
It's
everybody.
a door. A door zombie. He's a zombie. Zombie. Get a plunger to get all the urine out of his rectum. Zombie. You wanna thrash? Ha 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 ha. You have my help. Del.
Folks,
This is a conversation between Del the Dark, human male, and a zombie.
check it out. It
Del.
works.
Give me a dagger. Zombie.
Enjoy
Shut
your
up.
insane
Del.
hype train
Zombie
emotes.
looks at the camera and begins to scream and cackling. Zombie. IT doesn't dice me. Go to hell. Anyhow. Anyway. He responds to
There
the
it is.
request.
There's the big
Zombie.
subs.
No, I do not. I guess it's difficult to reach. Del. Whether I was in that damn ARK, I was imminently killed.
I can hear
Zombie.
strange music.
But don't be shut up. Del.
It's
Go to hell.
really
That's what I thought. That wouldn't happen anymore.
I feel as if
Zombie.
I'm in a
Sure,
strange
Del.
world.
So
Now
let's
the
see
world
here.
should change. Zombie. Dude. Now the world will change.
Madruga
Del.
360.
The world is changing. Zombie. Okay, deal. Del. I will reveal the whereabouts
I see he's out shooting.
Battle Hamster, Sun Goku 79, 10 Elements, Dr. Floor Pills. Batsuit Bad, Callum, Alex All Over the Place, Jampolian, F Cloud, Morpheus, Heroes of Might and Magic Addicts, Don Ho, Strongest Nerd, Teen Kills, I'm Radioactive, Drusiform, Dat French Canadian, Two Kings, and Spider-Moi. Enjoy your gift subs from Dagger Joe. Shadrock, thank you for the 300 bits. Ragadom, thank you for the 100 happy penises.
I can hear strange music.
Welcome, everybody.
It's really eerie. I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Oh, I gotta turn everything back on.
Disquieting beard, devil teeth.
Forgot to turn everything back on from yesterday.
Glowing fish, glowing
I can hear
toadstool,
strange
golden
music.
Danish.
It's really eerie here.
Happiness, 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 happiness,
I can hear
happiness,
strange
happiness.
music. It's really eerie here.
Top 10 discontinued
I
fast food
feel as if I'm in a strange
1. The
world.
Bell Beefer. 2. MCDLT. 3. Buck's Barbecue. 4. Taco Tuesdays. Original title. Tomorrow's
I can
cider
hear
means the
strange
burgers are
music.
daily specials only but always show up.
Woo!
Some of the best fry. Burger King fries and
I
hot
feel
dog
as if I'm
buns
in a
was
strange
actually called
world.
Porky Roll because they literally had to just make one larger 6. The Veggie Delights. 7. Red Lobster. 8. McDonald's.
Billy Bob.
9. Pizza Hut. 10. Middie's Chicken. 9.5. A list of the top 10 discontinued fast food items.
Duco again.
1. Spicy wok. Wok with salt, pepper, MSG, soy sauce, and naan that's made like a mix between hot and spicy soup and with a pot of chili oil boiling. 2. 3 Scoops
Boiling
Diner.
chili
Hard to
oil.
say why this became the model for Burger King, but it was a popular item in China. 3. Hot and fresh coffee. No longer.
Oh, man. Hot and fresh coffee, no longer.
Mr. Radon's top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian Compendium of every type of hobnob.
Holy shit, we're
3. The
We're
Road to
so far
Flanders. 4. Frodo's Ring. 5. Eisegesis.
door
6.
zombie.
The Lords of Shadow. Drowning with Nathal 7. Stealing
Holy
Heroes.
shit, that's good.
8. On War and Peace. 9. Conan the Barbarian. 10. The Ring of Four Corners. Me.
What is this
It's been this
story?
long, Mr. Radon. Where do you think the fun of war
Yeah.
can be found? Eisegesis.
And
I
Sunday,
feel that the
November
more profound,
16th.
The less cutthroat, the better. For war is the fulfillment of the darkest thoughts and most
Holy shit,
desperate
I hope
undertakings
there's
of
an
man.
attendance of
Great
over
revolutions
600.
have always been bloodier than revolutions which looked almost identical from day to
College
day.
hockey.
And the old king was just a better king, a lot more consistent, disciplined. Moreover, their triumphs had already succeeded in another way. The terror gain was being used to remind the downtrodden masses, you did not even deserve the revolution that your misery.
Shadrock, did your neural network thing
Sierra
get my
Adventure
correct
Game
Twitch
walkthrough.
URL?
Enter forest, shoot monk, get slipper, blow horn, decide if you will be the last male or the first female, etc. Sierra on the range game overview. Choose another room and knock on the door. Either a man or woman will come to this door, ask where you are, and he will take off his belt and show you the pistol. Do not reveal you have the pistol. 2 armed men will enter the room and go
Pistol.
upstairs to a room you can't pass through. You will see a body and an assault rifle on the floor. Take the pistol and go upstairs to a room. Take the second weapon and go upstairs. 2 more men will enter the room with
70
more
bits.
pistols,
Oh,
assault
boy.
rifles, and knives. Just make your way back downstairs.
Space
and out of the
Alphacopter.
building. 2
Thank you
sets
for the
of men.
70 bits.
2 more men. How can this happen? Sierra on the range overview. Reassure this man the gun is safe. Look on your left. Examine the 2 guys in the passage. Most use spells in the spell book. Sticks to snakes, fireball, charm person, good berry, mirror image, repel poison, the bad bear one and Baldur's Gate 1, entangle. For a full list, see
bad
on
bear
spells.
one.
Paladin. Paladin is a class, and thus can be changed into War Priest, Bard, Cleric, or
War
Ninja,
Priest.
depending on the weapon setup. See equipment, character creation edit. First of all, there's no right way to make a paladin. It depends on your
Okay.
playstyle, your game's difficulty, and even what weapon you are going for. Depending on your playstyle and
For
not
those of
being
you
into the
asking,
hard
what's a
mode really too
paladin?
much, you will find that one way might be easier than another, both in difficulty and in difficulty requirements, but nothing should be expected or intended. When
Okay.
choosing your class, It's more important than ever to choose a personal preference and not the archetype stat block. It's much easier to add or replace options for your own preference and not what one wants them to be.
Imagine playing for your own
Sierra
preference
Adventure
in a
Game
computer
Walkthrough.
RPG
Enter forest,
instead of for
shoot
like
monk,
mechanical
get slipper,
advantage.
blow horn, quickly swim across river with slipper. F-16, chopper a missile launcher, to try to blow the wooden window off. No box work, then it became easy to shoot him. Oh yeah, next scene. Clear out fog to get to another cabin. Last scene, I decided to completely cut one scene, to get to another cabin. This is just a few seconds of camera pans to show the inside of cabin. Next scene, you are the scene of doom, which could be achieved without box work, but I have decided to remove all of that. By this point I don't think it would be that bad. And it looks like a good place to store/recharge all 4 missiles, including the slipper missile. And now for the part where I make up some stupid scene. Can't find a picture of a car. That's what Sierra's walkthrough says too. So go to memory device and...
I tweaked the neural nonsense a little bit.
Rope and hooks, brass lantern, tin rations, short sword, leather armor, and 2 long swords, 30% increase in weight souvenir guide. 5 sets of ropes.
Neural network,
enough
what's
for
a
over
paladin?
500 feet,
We might have to
crack
find
hook
out.
and 1 bottle of oil. Enough for 10 hours. This post is ongoing, updated once a week as more information becomes available. Frost Giants, Roxvarth, Fjord Elf. With regard
Fjord
to Frost
Elf.
Giants, we have known since
Oh,
ancient
man.
times
Hey,
that they
sentient
in this
program,
region are
thank
simply
you.
related, as more and more people
Thank
have
you.
reported
I'm very
sightings of
happy
these strange creatures, including reports from
be
human allies.
celebrating
It is
such a
clear
large
that frost
length of
giants of all
penis.
sizes occupy a unique and powerful place in the realms. Each frost giant is a formidable warrior, adept
Okay.
with the dagger weapon, an expert in a variety of fighting styles, and has an uncanny knack for throwing theme rope into the midst of a mass of players and NPCs at the same time, with their raven-like, humanoid form, fiery red skin.
Got it, I see.
Top 10 3D games. 1. Gex. 2. Balls. 3.
Sending program.
Three Brothers.
Thank you for the 6 months.
5. Tank
Oh, I need to turn on the
6.
big
Hot
subs.
7. Panzer Dragoon 8. Sonic 49. Spyro the Dragon 2. Last Master. Snake Eater.
I need to turn on.
SNPP Bandai vs. Bandai. 11. Neo Geo Dragon Quest. 12. Akuma. 13. Final Fight 13. PS2 Killer. PS3 Killer. X360. PS3. PC Killer. MS Xbox Killer.
What are you talking
PS2 Killer
about?
13. Neo Geo Soccer. The second annual game show is the perfect time to make new friends and introduce yourselves to the new 6-year-old in your life. The show is open all day and the entry fee is $5. Cash only. There are 3 tables of 100, and each table includes a snacks and beverages. 30.
How far back are we? Oh, PS3
Sierra
Killer X.
Adventure
Okay.
Game Walkthrough.
1,
Enter
2,
forest,
3,
shoot
4.
monk,
We got
get slipper, blow horn, go to town, reach
8
bookshop,
left?
get wind, take car, level up witch, climb tower, go to zoo, give doll to dad, get car, take class to bathe, make a hoe, water pond, use pot and pond, use pot and pond again, enter forest, pick up frog, go somewhere, get lass, enter ruins, take bear to cave, have bear go sleep, give bear spooky clothing, enter
Oh,
cave,
no.
make camp, talk to bear, talk to hag, head to cave, talk to bear, look for a hobgoblin, have giant go back in time, knock over window, get hatchet,
Have
talk
giant
to
go
frog,
back in
use
time.
flower to kill hippo, enter forest, go to zoo, get rope, blow horn, leave, have bear scare rangers, change story, have rangers kill hippo, go home, walk through and enter in, talk to frog, enter kitchen, talk to last.
Okay. We need to turn on big subs.
Most use spells in the spell book. Sticks to snakes, fireball, charm person, goodberry, dispel magic,
Big
suggestion,
subs.
and time stop. They cost only
There we
2
go.
spell points to activate, plus 1 point on the spell action move to cast the spell. Note that 1 level of spells, first level, 1 per day, casting time, 1 action 30% chance a target of your choice gets cast as a higher level. Half the caster level is applied to the current level, 18 hours to cast, second level, 1 per day, casting time, 1 action 30% chance the target of your choice gets cast as a higher level. Half the caster level is applied to the current level. The casting is instantaneous, 14 hours to cast, third level, 1 per
14
day,
hours to
casting
cast.
time, 1 action 30% chance the target of your choice gets cast as a higher level. Half the caster level is
Cute
applied to the
Mia.
current level.
Thank you for the
Casting is
brand new
action and is
Prime
also
sub.
removed for 1 minute from one round later.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Most used spells in the spell book.
I hope you are.
Sticks to snakes, fireball, charm person, goodberry, calm emotions, maze, protection from normal missiles, cure critical wounds, ward petrification, magic missile, and dispel magic.
The 2-year
Zombies,
birthday
6
of my
force undead
penis.
creatures, resist elements, darkness,
Folks.
shock, immunity, earthquake, etc. Greater evil. 6 lesser
Did it
evil
say
creatures.
nut tub?
Big brain, the brain of the chaos lords and larger lesser evils. Resist poison, blindness, unseen.
Wait, was there a
blinding,
spell called
etc. One with the dark. 5
Big
demons.
Brain?
Resist fire, confusion, curse, disease, mind blind, sleep, etc. Vampire. 10 white counts, including for the blood moon type. Resist disease, darkness, chaos, fear, dispel magic, etc. It might seem like you are filling the book with spells that can only be used once and will nullify the effects of multiple separate items, but because this is Dungeons and Dragons, why not use a lot of stuff that can only be used once too, like this. Fantasy RPG inventory items. Rope and hooks, brass lantern, tin rations, short sword, leather armor, pickaxe, whip, 2, 3, or 44,740.
Larger,
War table.
lesser
Monday,
evils.
November 22nd, 1608 and 38
Coffee.
seconds EST 2013.
Yeah,
0
enjoy the
feedback.
emotes. Everyone
Other
who got
items.
the gift subs
1
and
silver medallion.
sentient program
1
and
silver
cute
knife.
Mia.
1 silver ring. 11 coins. I think that you understand that I have not made a 100% original copy or reference material. It just was a nice idea that I wanted to have fun with. Comments. Fubar's Dungeon Challenge, single player, a Google with customizable wacky RPG
Fubar's
posted by
Dungeon
GM Zago
Challenge.
at 5:54 a.m. The thread is up as of this hour. 2 comments. It's been a while since we've done a challenge round here on Neopets. Well, it's coming back. There's a lot of updates, bug fixes, and stuff on the cards this time around. If you got here late, don't worry, we're not.
Say
Mr.
what?
Radon's top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales.
Huh?
2. Grognardian Compendium of every type of hobnob. 3. Completely over-explaining gnomes. 4. Tales of heroes and queens. 5. Magic and mythology for any age.
Space Opera Copter, thank you for
6.
gifting a
Once
sub to
Upon a Dungeon.
everyone.
7. Labyrinth Lords. 8. Labyrinth Tales. 9. Toe Jam and Earl and the Mystery of the Manor of Screaming Skulls.
What?
Dragon and Demons. So there you have it, my top 10 D&D books on the horizon. There's more to come from Sam and Simon, so be sure to stop by
Wait,
their next
what?
Kickstarter on
Refraction.
my YouTube channel and watch their weekly stream.
Thank you.
Fantasy Monsters. The Ikirai, Almirage, Askoids, Atomies, Axpeaks,
Hold on.
Bassaderons, Burblangs, Boggarts, Cassandrians, Charles,
Solid snack, hello.
Shelltapes, Chip Parrots, Chinchoids,
Okay.
Clawbeaks, Cloakids, Crayfish, Cyprianites, Dinugas, Duranceloidii, Doroquids, Dominatrixes, Dracoanthus, Fanmalini, Ferrets, Fitzolas, Jelabugas, Hobbits, Mormus, Milomaids, Athrostites, Gillaninos, Skinkmen, Snorkels,
Look at these.
Petrosins, Teuthanidios, Wayleither, Houndjaws, Firebatch Eagles, Felines, Dragons, Hordmies, Norganas, Serpents,
Wait a second.
Pixies, Robinages, Tyrians, Vorgans, and Velociraptors. Dragons are one of the many.
Did
Mr. Radar's
Did he
top
say
10
fire
books.
bats at
1.
eagles?
Manly Sea Tales 2. Grognardian Compendium
There's
of
no
every type of
bat in there.
hobnob 3. The Riddle of the Fabled Isle of Witchcraft in Undermountain 4. The House of the Crimson Mage in Aora 5. Starry Wisdom of Gnomes Past 6. Hero of Derry 7. Tales of an Unknown Goblin Dwarf in the Black Gate 8. Song of the Wolf Queen 9. Green Knight in Icewind Dale 10. The Word of Tichondrius.
Those are good.
ビッグサブス
Big subs.
Top 10 discontinued fast food items. 1. The Bo Beefer. 2. MCDLT. 3.
We're like
Roast
7
sausage
minutes
soup.
behind.
4. Taco Bell. 5. Wendy's. 6. Burger King. 7. Thirsty Dog. 8.
Thirsty
Taco
Dog.
Bell. 9. Pizza Hut. 10. Pizza Hut. Now, we asked
Why
readers
can't-
to keep track of why some
why
of
can't
these
Joey
are
say
still
pizza?
considered fast food and whether they're either A. Still fantastic or B. Have changed, hopefully, The questions and answers
Wait a
will
second.
help drive readers to put their order in and get rid of what they consider fast food. Continue to see which items have been proven to be the worst.
This will be easier to access. Why can't Joey say pizza? Vivork, thank you for the 100 bits.
Donuts is celebrating 2 years of Partner-ness. Join the party. Are you a pea baby? Rake your razors. Brush your teeth. Have an orgiastic shiatsu session. Slip on your most sanguine pair of pajamas. P.S. Check out this sweet video of Duke Donuts telling of his experience as the 9th pupa emerging from the Detroit dog and putting on a funny little play about the stupendousness of his new life as a human.
What? Vivork, thank you for the 100 bits. Hold on. Why can't Joey say pizza, though?
Pizza.
Okay, sure. 9. Pizza. 10. Pizza.
9. Pizza 10. Pizza.
What? Oh, no, Pizza Hut. He can't say Pizza Hut, right? Was that it? 9, 10, Pizza Hut?
9. Pizza Hut 10. Pizza Hut.
He's not doing it. Something primed him for that. You heard it, though, right? Like, Hazemaker. Thank you. Thank you for the well wishes on my Partner-ness day. So, hold on. Which one was that? I think I can access that. That was like one of the most recent ones. I can go to. We keep these. They don't get automatically posted. Navjack, I gotta look at a way to manage them. Was it this one? Was it the most recent one?
And so she attacked.
This SSML one?
10 discontinued fast food items.
Yeah, here we go.
1. The Bo Beefer. 2. MCDLT. 8. Taco Bell.
Listen.
9. Pizza Hut. 10. Pizza Hut. Now,
Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut. Why? Why, Joey? Why are you so weird? Pizza Hut. So I've been working on a couple of things. One of the reasons I don't want to automatically post them is that the neural network can be a bit of a bastard sometimes if it's primed correctly. It'll turn up stuff that. There's a reason I don't display the text on screen and it's only in the spoken part, is because then anything that's undesirable will be in passing, so to speak. I put in a first pass censorship thing to get out the really really objectionable stuff. But I might need to work with somebody to work on a better way of doing that. It's very basic for now. Hey, Lelouch, it went okay. It was just a consultation at that point. They didn't have the wherewithal to do any work, but it wasn't anything that was like critical to address, which is what I was afraid of, that they might have to address it right away. But they scheduled me to come back in a month and have the actual work done. So, well, come back in a month, and then come back in another month, and then come back in 3 months after that, and then like get one of my teeth pulled out. So, but nothing that's an immediate risk. It's going to be a lot of work and a lot of expense, but no immediate risk, thankfully. Like this tooth is kind of hollow, but there's no like the bone, the like bone and the jaw and stuff is all intact, so it's not like it gotta immediately come out. It can wait. I am going to have to get a dental implant for that one, though. Which means that I'll have this tooth out. I'll have this tooth out for 4 to 8 months, depending. Yeah. If the Tooth Fairy's kept up with inflation, I'll get like $40 from under my pillow. Anyway, welcome everyone. Welcome to the big Partner-ness stream. I'm super excited. I like it kind of snuck up on me. I was like, didn't I become partner? And so I only actually like checked on, I think it was Tuesday when I had a day off. I like checked and I was like, holy crap, that's this Friday. So I was like, well, I got to do something. We got to have a big stream celebration. So it's going to be Big Gaming Friday. I don't know why that keeps doing that. I know why that keeps doing that, but I can't do anything about it. It's going to be Big Gaming Friday as usual, but we're going to be focusing on a couple of interesting things. We're going to take a look at some unusual stuff we haven't touched on in a while. We're going to read a little bit of Digimag in just a moment. It's not science time. Shit, it's not science time anymore. We succeeded at science. It is doodad time. But yeah, so as you can see, I got the HDMI switch in place. It's not hooked up into the script and everything yet. It's just there in a basic sense. But I am using the new script that supports multiple. They're just not in place. Let me do that lift a weight first. Fuck, Telnet stopped working. So I'm going to be going through some of the stuff kind of, well, how did I get here? I think it's going to be an interesting time, you know? We'll look at some of the games we played in the past, some of the trials and tribulations, stuff that I've touched on before and want to go back to but haven't got round to yet. Kind of a focus on some of the stuff that was like leading up to becoming partner, and some of the stuff that's happened since. It's been a very, it's been a hell of a time, right? The last 2 years. So, all right, let me lift some weight and then let's get into a Digimag. Not as strong as I used to be. Not as strong as I used to be, but I'll get back there. All right. All right. We're going to do a specific, maybe it's out of order, maybe it's not. We're going to do a specific mag because this is one that back in the summer of 2020, I had all of the like old magazines and something, like all that stuff that that had been shipped out to me in California, and so we started looking at magazine. Zophar!
Cheer 100 happy 2-year partnersversary, Duke.
Thank you for the 200 bits, Zophar. I appreciate that. Welcome. Oh yeah, Zophar, I don't know if you were around for it at all yesterday. We did some science and stuff about how this setup works. Very interesting stuff. You'll notice I have a new switch in here for switching the HDMI around. Which is, I'm pleased about that. Okay, so around this time last year, I got in this big box of magazines, and I had all of my stuff because I had just moved, so I had, like, I was kind of sorting through, sorry to hear that. Hope it all gets sorted out for not too much money. Hope the impact is minimal. Yeah, so I had to move at the end of 2019. I had moved into a new house, and I had, like, all of my stuff. There was, like, big pile of magazines. I had, like, boxes of VHS tapes. I had a bunch of physical games that were around and stuff like that. And so I started doing, that's when I started doing, around, like, middle of 2020, right? Right when I was in the partner application process, I started doing the kind of the doodad stuff, right? Like, look at a doodad, look at a real software, look at a magazine and that kind of stuff. So we looked through the physical version of this around that time, because I still have a big stack of Nintendo's Power in the box behind me. But I found it kind of interesting because we see a lot of stuff in these old issues of Nintendo Power, and this is something that's been on my mind for the last, like, 3 or 4 years, maybe, since kind of getting involved in retro Twitch and all that kind of stuff. It's something that I've been thinking about a lot, which is, like, how we look at games now versus how we perceived games at the time, and why we might have these kind of nostalgic feelings that, in a way, it's harder to explain, right? Why do you have nostalgia for this kind of game? Why was it such a big deal at the time? Why was everyone so fucking hyped about Zelda 2? What did people really think of Zelda 2 at the time before, like, you know, what ended up being internet meme writing was like, this game's too hard, I don't like it, so I'm going to write a shit post about it. And then everybody took the shit post to be fact and, form their opinions around that. And a lot of people, even people who liked games as kids, were influenced by that in some ways, right? And so it's interesting to come back to the source of it all and be like, to remember that, like, excitement and joy at a new video game possibly coming out, and not feeling this kind of jaded, it's overhyped, the game's not going to be that good about every new game that's coming out, right? We are so excited for a new Zelda, for a new Super Mario Brothers at the time, because, number one, kids, right? But also, like, it was a different, I feel like the media channels were a little bit different in how they presented this information and kind of what it was like. And it's really cool to revisit that stuff and kind of go through the thought process of what was it like? What was it really like to be excited about video games in that era, and not be looking back through the lens of an emulator or a collector or something like that, and say, I got this pile of 25,000 ROMs, and, like, I can't, like, get into any of these games. And also from the opposite side, well, this game is a $10,000 game because it's so rare and unusual and so well liked. So clearly it's good. There's a bias either way, right? And it's like it's interesting to see it from the kind of naive point of view, to clear your mind and look and see like what was July, August 1988 for Nintendo Power like. And we get these like claymation Mario, this psychotic look on his face, running away with Wart's carrot across a psychedelic clay landscape. So it's interesting. Even the advertisements I find a bit interesting about this, right? Power line to the pros. It's a powerful connection. Get tips. This is how people read Nintendo Power. They're like, hello, Nintendo Power. I'm reading your magazine right now. Can I get a tip on how to get to page 2? Doo-doo Flatulato.
Congrats on your 2-year PNES, Duke.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Sir Spamason, thank you for gifting a sub. Defer. Enjoy your gift sub. By the way, for those generous folks on Twitch generosity people,
Fantasy Monsters.
Oh, good.
The Akairai, Armirage, Askamoids, Atomies, Axpeaks, Basidirons, Burbalangs, Borgats, Catabars,
Borgats.
Cats, Chirpicbars, Dmagni, Beetlefey, Frogmen, Frogman, Carpathian, Crunkses, Dryadmen, Ethereal Fey, Fairies, Famoyaians,
Frogmen and
Gargoyles,
Frogmen.
Gleesers, Glirith, Grethmen, Hawks, Horsemen, Hawksmen, Leviathans, Newtmen, Ogremen, Phobe, Pelican, Phobian, Folknar, Fram, Raven, Rootil, Yothran, Sargant, Schooner, Schoonerman, Shambles, Shabbar, Shabara, Shardman, Spectral Wingman, Straku Erms, Tailbores, Tailtauras, Tengu, Troglodytes, Trolls, Trollkind.
Spectral Wingmen. Yeah. The copy that they're looking at is different from the actual cover of the magazine. So, so today, because it's Big Sub Day, also in addition to being Big Gaming Friday and Big PNES Day for me, I set the hype train. I set the hype train level to insane. And it does work to give you bonus emotes if it gets through. So don't worry if the hype train doesn't go anywhere. But for those who are very generous, you may end up with actual new hype train emotes, like the sheep one. If I can possibly find it. Cozy one. There it is. Let's hear this. Pause. Beginning.
Nice penis, Duke Donuts.
Very good. Thank you for that clip, Judy Fletchelato. But yeah, there's secret bonus emotes that only occur when the hype train difficulty is at maximum. So, since it's been so long since they released new emotes, I'm putting it up. I'm putting it up there because today's the most likely day. Today's the most likely day for those that have already acquired all of the Tier 1 through Tier 5 emotes to get the bonus emotes from the train, because it's most likely to go big. In my estimation, anyway. All right, where were we? We were looking at the fake magazine cover. Hey, Running Wild.
Congrats, 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 congrats,
Grat skin.
congrats, 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 congrats,
Sir, spam us something for the 100 bits.
Congrats, 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 congrats,
Gratscon.
congrats, 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 congrats,
Skingrad.
congrats, 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 congrats.
I hear there's vampires there.
BTW, congrats on 2 years. Did you know my fave word is boobs, 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 boob.
I have a Gratskin wallet. Thank you, Sir Spam Some. Okay. So yeah, I remember this magazine. This scan isn't the best, but that's okay. Super Mario Bros. 2, be the first to get inside info on Mario's latest adventure. I remember seeing Super Mario 2 and being like, yo, this looks actually pretty good. Second Quest of Zelda. I never completed the second Quest of Zelda. Baseball Roundup. Counselor's Corner. Howard and Nestor. The Prez shows off his stuff. It was never about Nestor. Classified information. Top secret ultra techniques. Pack Watch. Double Dragon. Valuable maps. Gauntlet. Explore 100 monster rooms. Or is it 100 monster rooms? Are there 100 rooms or 100 monsters per room? Contra, experience the fun of this high-action game. Test your skills on these top 2 TV contests. Short takes of all the latest releases. Welcome to the world of dreams. Mario is back in action. Are you ready to conquer 7 worlds with the help of Mario and his 3 friends? POW! Foreshortening Mario. There they are. There's Sonic the Hedgehog first appearance. Very good, Princess Peach. Very good, Luigi. Cross-eyed Mario. Grasping that mushroom. Choose one of these 4 characters. Mario, Luigi, Toad, Princess. How to play. Learn to jump 3 different ways. Power squat jump. Jump on the spot. Running jump. Master the basics. Run and jump. Pick up items and throw them. Defeat your enemies. Earth shakes. Zoom. Explode. Bamf. Another good Mario face. Lift enemies. Snap. Vegetable. Thup. Slide and hit. Badoom. They're very good Mario faces in those little spheres. Items that help Mario and his friends. Sprout, stopwatch. Cherry, Starman, 1-up. Vegetables, mushroom block. Mushroom. Potion, shells, key. Bomb, heart. Pow. Coin. Rocket. Know your enemies. Autobomb. Shy Guy. Birdo. Sniffit. Bezo. Pidgeot. Hoopster. Phanto. Mouser. Trouter. Flurry. Pokey. Spark. Cobrat. Tweeter. Triclide. Sonic. Bob-omb. Clawglip. Albatos. Ostro. Fry Guy. Panzer. Ninja. Big Boss Wart. Andronian. You're looking at it. Welcome. Welcome. 2 years of penis. Here. I like this Luigi. Luigi's got boxing gloves on for some reason. Princess looks like a lemming there. She's probably very good at the long jump. This guy got stabbed in the ass with a javelin. First appearance of Internet Frog. I wonder how they're gonna... Long jump, high jump, boxing. Hey, EWHW. I wonder how they're gonna judge the distance after the bombs explode. Here it is, folks. It's Bowser's Super Mario World transportation. First appearance of it. Oh, man. Intimidating Mario. Hey, Baxter Crook. Thank you.
Got 40. Internet Frog.
Sapasai, thank you for the 100 Internet Frog. Okay. Quick poll. 1-ups. What is the best 1-up? My vote is for doll-sized representation of the main character.
Amazon Max Duration equal 60S Fantasy Monsters The Chai Almi and Opes Large Ascamoids Atomies
I haven't fixed that bug yet.
Basadans Belberangus Bocats Kata Bears Cats
We'll let it play, why not?
Daimagne Little Face
How to destroy the little boss.
Frogman Capation Crank Seas Dryadmen Ethelfey Fairies Fimoilians Gargoyles Ghouls Gracers Grillis Grace Men Hawks Horsemen Hawksman Leviathans Newtomen Ogre Men Phobe Pelican Phobian Fakina Flam Raven Lutol Lion Opes Kozlen Sargant Schoonerman Shambles Shabar Shabara Shaldomen Spectral Wingman Streak Arms Tailbows Tailtaras Teng Troglodutes Trolls Toralkind Prosody Speak.
So Spamasom, thank you for 6 months of tier 3. Holy crap. Holy crap. Do the little boss toss. So, yeah. I have always referred to this as Mario smelling his own farts. This is a good Mario too. He's got He's got a bit of a dump truck going on there. But yeah, there's like three in my estimation. There's three different types of one-ups in general, right? There's the text one-up, right? There's an obtuse item. It's like a one-up mushroom or like a, some kind of trophy or something. It's not the first thing and it's not the third thing, and it's usually some, it might be like like an amulet, or it might be a some in-universe, in-lore item that revives you from the dead or gives you an extra chance. Some sort of scroll. And then the third is effigy of the main character. Character effigy. I'm a big fan of the character effigy style of one-ups. I think I view the other two kind of equally in terms of preference, because when it says one-up, then you know what you're getting, right? Welcome, Lassus. Welcome. You're in a good spot for what this stream will become. That's really good. 3-bomb Mario. I feel like head is the effigy, right? It can be a head, it can be a small version of your guy. Shovel Mario. Sir Spamasum, you were gifting a sub to Baby Donuts. Rare two-headed Mario. It would be funny if one of the heads had blue hat and one of the heads had red hat. What if Mario had a gun and was this, like a sergeant in the army?
Top 10 discontinued fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer. 2. MCDLT. 3. Chicken McNuggets. 4. Chicken Nugget. 5. The Boston Lobster. 6. McChicken, replaced by McGuire's by 2017. 7. TGI Fridays. 8. PF Chang's. 9. Hardee's. Gasp 10. The McDouble, only in New England. 1. McDouble, was only in New England. 2. McChicken. 3. McDonald's Double Deluxe.
Also.
4. PF Chang's. 5. PJ O'Brien's. 6. The Bell Burger. 7. Little Caesars. 8. Joe's Crab Shack. 9. The Bistro Seafood House. 10. Pecorino's Restaurant and Cafe. The McDonald's experience was relatively bland and strange. It was not exactly smooth, even in the best of times. And while some of the most successful fast food chains have fixed this problem, many people found the experience.
There's a lot of custom Mario art. I assume US exclusive at this time, Mario art? Right? Because this version of the game was only released in the US until sometime later. How to enter another world. There's this guy. Rarely seen princess. Blonde princess. The Stalfoses throw their swords. These bad guys used to be just skeletons, but in the second quest, they throw swords at you. The wooden boomerang, the magical boomerang. Grumble! You need enemy bait. Get the whistle. The fairy with the antenna. Drink the water of life. Red Bubble. First appearance of Red Bubble. Touch a blue bubble. If you touch a blue bubble, you will regain your sword. Did you get the magical sword? Both candles in this dungeon, it looks like. They aren't, actually. The last piece of the Triforce. Don't get lost. Extremely worried Link. Did it say use the ladder for success? Use this ladder for success. Second quest of Zelda. The complete strategy map of the overworld for the second quest of Zelda. This on its own is a really good space hot dog. When was the last time I played Zelda? Zelda 1 I played around a year ago or so. Oh man, he's hit the ball so hard it broke and 3 baseball games came out of it. Also, there's a Batman symbol. Gamma Chris, hello, welcome. Switch. General info. Pro players, awesome graphics, all-star lineup. Just swinging a chicken leg here. Thank you, Gamma Chris. By the way, folks, I made the unfortunate discovery that there is an analog of the new term for your state of Twitch, of being a Twitch partner. Hey, Fuse Deluxe, thank you. So the hot new term for the state of being a Twitch partner is Partner-ness, or P-ness for short. I've also discovered, unfortunately, that there is an analog to that term for when you become Twitch ambassador, or if you are a Twitch affiliate. Anyway, you're the manager. This guy's shaking his ass somehow. This looks bad. This guy's so enraged about today's order. He's shaking all over and his palms are sweaty. Here's our chance. This pitcher throwing a gigantic baseball. Vibrating pitcher throwing a gigantic baseball. Classic style sidearms. Sidearms never came to the NES. Batter's box. He's shaking in his boots. Swing, high swing, level swing, low swing, step, bunt, hit. The two results of a baseball game. Happiness and despair. This guy's head getting done in. Beanball. Follow the action on the scoreboard. What's interesting is this article's actually kind of interesting to me because they didn't have all of these features in a lot of the older baseball games leading up to this point. They didn't have action baseball games. They let you do all of this stuff. Sir Spamasum, thank you for gifting a sub to Abig Schlung. Relief time. A barbarian is a cyborg. Welcome. Beanball battle. This guy's really excited about. They're all really happy about this full-on brawl.
Most used spells in the spellbook: Sticks to Snakes, Fireball, Charm Person, Goodberry, Web, Petrification, Time Stop, and a variety of other powerful spells. In addition, we also have Spell, Conjure Fire Elemental, Summon Elemental, Fireball, Empower Spell, Stone Skin, and Warp Weapon. Basically, all of the powerful buffs and defensive magic I've outlined are available to you by selecting them in the Spellbook's ability menu. I'll be covering some classic spells in Part 2. Tilde 1, New Effects of the Elemnia. 6.2, Elm always has new effects to keep you in the know, and we're offering a variety of these as they reappear throughout the game. Tilde I Stick to Snick to the Skull with SCI-Fi, new effects in Demon Knight. 6.3, the Dragon Swinging Monk's ability to hit with his own sword and break the armor of his enemies. No.
Stick to Snick to the Skull with sci-fi. That's a good. That is a good. No, Snick like SNICK. While I'm playing Ring King, sometimes the letter P appears in the ring. What does it mean? That's not a P, that's a lowercase d. Sir Spamson, thank you for the lifts and weights. I'll do that when we finish with the magazine. Ash Ballantyne, thank you for the 10 months. Okay, I'm going to lift the weights now because this is going to take a while and I think it's hilarious. Please enjoy this map of Brinstar and Norfair. Tobor Raid. Tobor Raid. I'm going to shout out Tobor Prime anyway. Tobor Prime, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Tobor was working on a fantastic video game. Welcome, everybody. I'm about to... That's how you say Pepsi in Japanese. I'm kidding. I'll explain in a moment. I need to lift some weights. Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Sir Spamasum, for the lift some weights. Hesh Valentine, thank you for the 10 months. Sir Spamasum, thank you for the 100 bits. Tobor, thank you for the big raid. Maru Mari. So, Maru is ball in Japanese. Sphere, round. If that helps. No fair. Tobor. Tobor. Welcome, Raiders. So today marks the 2-year point, by the way. The reason for this stream. Today marks the 2 years of my my partner-ness on Twitch, or P-ness for short. So I'm just happy to be able to celebrate the incredible length of that. So welcome, everyone. So it's going to be a fun stream. It's going to be a very long stream today. It's going to be a very long stream. It's going to be a lot of fun. Very, very silly. No, partner-ness. P-N-E-S-S. P-ness. So, Tobor, here's some tips on how to win at Castlevania, by the way. All right, good luck hosing your dog off. Barbarian is a cyborg. Thank you, Tobor, for the 20 months. Super Mario Brothers. Are there really unlimited 1-ups?
Line 2, Billy Bob.
I saw it. It was huge. It was heading for Lutzy. It ain't a poodle.
Is there a secret built-in continue or stage select for Ikari Warriors?
The desert boys and girls in this town without pity.
He's glued to the set. What do you reckon he's playing here? I think that's Gradius.
This is a conversation between Del the dark human male and a zombie. Del, gimme a dagger. Zombie, what? Shut up, Del. Del, help me with the dagger. Zombie, okay. Del, no, that's too cruel. I want to help you better. Zombie, that isn't fair. I want a soda from you. Del, I need your help bringing me the dagger. I know there's a deal to be made, but I have very bad blood with the zombie. Zombie, what's my problem? Del, a deal between me and the zombie makes this too
Tobor,
much
thank you for
easier
gifting
for
us
me.
up to
I can
Nilo
let you
Cortex.
take the deal or let you pay for the journey and pay the guy back. Zombie, pay? How about we tie you down and call a cab for us? That would hurt. Del, get out of my hair now. But seriously, I don't have this deal. Here, zombie, get out. Del, help me with this dagger. I want this too. Zombie, get out.
So good.
Fantasy RPG inventory items.
Oh, here we go.
Rope and hooks, brass lantern,
Okay.
10 rations, short sword, leather armor, dagger, iron mail shirt, long hat, knife, broad axe, crowbar, stick,
Long
lantern,
hat.
oil lamp, pestle and mortar, birch logs and axe, added arrows, dart, javelin, mail shirt, club, pickaxe, flint and steel, knotted rope, knife, cat-hide, saw, flaming ball, sword, bronze dagger, javelin, shield, battle-axe, warhammer, battle-axe, crossbow, scimitar, pike, falchion, polearm, falchion hammer, whip, battle-axe pickaxe, axe pickaxe, axe, chainsaw.
That's a good inventory. Enjoy your inventory, Nilo Cortex. Enjoy your emotes as well. You can use such excellent things as this airplane. Hey, freeze-dried Glacian, welcome. We're seeing Nestor's father for the first time here. I believe this would be the first time you'd see Nestor. Thank you. I'm honored and humbled to have such a good length of partnerness. I had several bouts with Tyson. However, I have never beaten him. Please help. I want to win the dream bout.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want?
Nilo Cortex, thank you for the follow. Both his eyes. That means a flurry of straight punches. Be on guard. You know, it happens. It happens that, like following stuff sometimes just disappears weirdly. Howard and Nestor. Hello, I'm Howard Phillips, president of the Nintendo Fun Club, and this is my good friend, Nestor. I should be president. Playing Zelda today, I see. You should have found levels 8 and 9 by now, idiot. I can't find them. Oh, I'm just messing around. I know where they are. I bet you've forgotten where they are. You think you're so smart. Are you kidding? Level 8 is hidden in the second screen up, third from the right, under the tree on the path. I didn't check that tree. Level 9 is under a rock in the sixth screen from the left and the top. Use the map on page 35-6 of this magazine. I should have looked there. Anything else I can help you with? Yes, no. I already knew where they were. I could have found them on my own, you backseating piece of shit. Thanks for stopping by. See you next issue. He's not so smart. Pull the goalie and go for it. Oh, man. Look, Ma, no goalies. I think at the time it was less well known how terrible of a person Mike Tyson was. Build up your forces fast. Start the game with over 30 extra men with this extra life command. Get an extra recharge with 30 new men ready to do battle. Each of your 4 consecutive games, you'll start with 30 lives. Gun dot smoke. Written correctly here. Heavy hitting hardware. Rad Racer, get on the fast track. Cruise into LA for a flash finish. Just see the end of the game. At the time, it was that they didn't want to pay licensing to Tyson, and I think there was one incident with Tyson in like a publicity manner. But it made sense for them to drop him from subsequent re-releases of the game. Mushroom magic means maximum strength. In Area 1, you discover this mushroom, jump on top of it, and squat down. How about that for a power boost? All of a sudden, Athena has the ultimate strength. Now you have nothing to be afraid of, except you lose it all when you die, and you can get... Yeah, I don't remember when exactly... I don't remember when exactly the re-release with Mr. Dream was, because I never had it. I only had the original game. And so it was like, by the time the re-release came out, or I knew that there was a different version of Punch-Out. He had already done reprehensible stuff in public, and it was like, oh, okay, I see why they didn't want him on the game still. But yeah, another world circuit. Your first opponent is King Hippo. Another world circuit. Stage select and continue mode in Arkanoid. Endless energy in Ring King. You know, the between rounds thing in Ring King always confused me. What are they doing exactly? Player 1 versus a Madman. Flame and Fortune. Reach out and touch Ninja Girl for 5,000 valuable points. Zanak, turn an enemy into an advantage. Triple Beamer Super Shooter. Send your score soaring. Plus up to 4 extra ships. If you destroy the icon, you triple your firing power. Smash against the box in the center of the 3. Some measly yellow chips. John Matrix, hello. Zanak is fantastic. Zanak is, in my opinion, one of the best shmups ever made. There are several ways to play this game. Mode A, Mode B.
Dukeness year.
John Matrix, thank you for the 100. For the 100 bits. Thank you, Basil. Attacking the enemy. Punch, headbutt, uppercut, pin attack, over shoulder throw. Elbow punch, that's what that's called. Hair pull kick. Mission. First, try to increase your hearts. Take the whip from Linda. Avoid oil drums. Don't take the easy way out. Sir Spamasum, thank you for the 100 bits.
On to another year of great Duke streams.
Who could it be? Streamist.
Penis die 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 penis die.
John Matrix, thank you for the 100. Penis die.
Penis die 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 penis die.
Look at this warrior. Look at these strong adventurers. It's very good. I like the way his hair is blowing up. Sir Spamasum, thank you for gifting a sub to Zophar. This is very good. I love this art. Who is it that did this art for Nintendo Power? They did a lot of really good stuff. just extremely solid warrior.
This is a conversation between Del the Dark Human Male and a zombie. Del, give me a dagger. Zombie, shut up. Del, as much as I want to guess what that combination means, ere I take my role as a champion forward. Zombie, yeah and Del, I'm sure my partner was showing off her awesomeness. Zombie, you have already knocked her out. Your girlfriend must be furious about that, right? Zombie, dog, why? Del, go ahead. Del the Dark Human Male. Zombie, go figure it out. Del, alright, just for the record, the last time I was in the dining room to watch the game, we ended the game up about 2 points. We lost. Zombie, 2 points? Del, yeah, let's go through this again. Zombie, pull the zombie's face out and feel IT seriously. Del, oh man.
They lost when they were up by 2 points. Jeez. Dog, what? Discover the secret in the room. A Dark Mix, yeah. Nintendo Power, the first issue, 88, July, August. Rachel, thank you for the 100 bits.
Congrats, Duke. May your penis continue to entertain us all for a long time.
Thank you, Rachel. I hope that my penis can help to can entertain everyone, really. We got a hype train going. The hype train is set, by the way, folks. The hype train is set on insane difficulty, which means that it'll be very difficult to pass level 1, but if it does, it's capable of giving emotes to those who have already filled out the whole roster. So, don't worry about completing it, but if it does go up, it's a good thing to hop on. Yo, Sir Spamasum, it has just decided refraction. Okay. Well, I got a lot of reading to do. Sir Spamasum, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Refraction, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Hash Valentine, thank you for the 100 bits. Hosanna EX, Amiga Love, Slanderous Beast, Awesome, Tough Ghost, Blooper Fellow, Grandy Gun, Kronos V2, No Groveling, Servo 1K, Onyxan, S8, Apple II Games, Bacon Wrath, Mitral, Fook Fleep, FJU, Cardboard Forts, Holy Beard 66, Moonlit Insanity, The Kinsey, Metal Q, Ghost Hall, More Totem, Zotmeister, enjoy your subs. Zofar is gifting 5 subs. Holy crap. User 066, Hell's Vector, Kyoroku, Base Register, King Octavius, enjoy your subs. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Barbarian as a Cyborg. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Duke1102.
Different type of potion. You could also use one potion of Spider Bite, a potion of Dancing Lights, or a potion of Confusion on a failed check.
Holy
the
shit.
creature is affected as per the following.
Shadrock, thank you for the 100 bits. Sepasai, thank you for gifting a sub to Cowboy Astronaut. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Marmot. Astral Vortex, thank you for gifting a sub to the community. Gula266, enjoy your sub. Just spam us something for the 100 Wizards. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting us up to DarkMax25.
Frittily cocktail recipe :1. Rub the oranges in a baking dish. You can use 1 cup of grated fresh orange or half cup of powdered lemon juice. 2. Pour the ice.
Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting us up to Jersey Sore. So spam us something for the 110 bits.
You can strain using a wet spoon.
Saverb, thank you for the 169 bits. Holy shit, that number's gonna get really big. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Jugger Jazz. The sub number also gets 1 size bigger every time. Jersey Soar! Thank you for gifting us up. G on DP. Enjoy your gifts up. We're going to have neural nonsense for a very long time, which is fantastic. I love it. Sir Spamason, thank you for the 100 jigglies. So anyone who has all of the other emotes, except for the bonus ones, if you contribute, well, if you cheer 100 bits, you will get the bonus emotes. If you don't have all the other emotes, I don't know what'll happen. I don't know if it prioritizes the bonus.
What is worth noting is the author, Dr. Colin Flood, teaches research at the University
Sir Spamason, thank you for the 100 tons of subs. It's like Fighting Masters. The amount of attack you have. Bone us.
And the Creation and Science Museum in Houston, USA. Another interesting addition that we, the members of Creation's Executive Committee,
I know, right, Kronos? Sir
Spamason,
thank you for the 100 neural nonsense. Shadrock, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Tiramisu Zaibatsu, that's a good name. Krungling, MC Roderick, A Different Bob, Chasmosis.
Then tell us why the community thinks it makes sense.
Enjoy your gift subs. Yeah, we're almost at level 3 already somehow. Hard rocks. Blast the power capsule. Esports are for losers. Thank you for the 100 bits. I'm contractually obligated to say this every time I play Contra now. Sir Spamason, thank you for the 430 bits. 2 years of being partner. Hard Rocher.
Nice.
Shadrock, thank you for gifting us up to Churigon. It's level 3 now. Sir Spamason, thank you for gifting us up. Deacon J Blues, enjoy. Sever, thank you for gifting us up. Yogi Dharma, enjoy. Navjack, thank you for the 100 alien wastes.
Casting an attack of opportunity, such as casting mirror image or Tasha's hairpin, disarms you of the ability to cast
Tasha's hairpin.
The prevents language is likely due to a spell like Gate. See above, in first 3rd edition. These spells
There's a lot of stuff going on.
not allowed within a magma-filled space, as described above. We got around this somewhat by making them as easy to cast as they were in first edition, by simply making them magical items. In 4th edition, we took this one step further.
Infiltrate the alien base.
Especially when limited. 2nd edition, the spell would be considered strong.
Are you ready for alien annihilation?
Area were filled, or if the
Best boss in Contra.
Frittily cocktail recipe. This Cuban-inspired drink, which is believed to have originated in the city of Valparaiso, requires a collection of tinctures, amorphous oils from trees.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting us up to Dana.
In the preparation,
Dana?
clover seeds are
Hell
added
yeah.
to water, which is said to neutralize the flavor of the tincture, a classic on both visits to
Hell
Valparaiso.
yeah.
This drink can be made the night before and saved from the fridge for bite-sized
Hazemaker,
ingredients. For
thank you for the 100 bits. P-Ness emote.
2 ounces of citrus fruit such as grapefruit, 2 ounces lemon juice, 1 green peppercorn. How to make it? Fill the
Thank you
drinker's
so much,
glass
everybody.
with
Wow.
water to the rim and do a few pumps on the ice. Stir lemon and green peppercorn, which if freshly grated, will give it. Jiggly 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 jiggly
Ford Newt.
jiggly 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 jiggly.
Nestor has EM-$1,000. Is Annie related to Nestor, do you think? Sever, thank you for the 100 bits. Aye. Oh, you got a rare alert in there. I love I love the look. I love the look of Legendary Wings. Iron Tank, so known as TNK3. Gun Smoke. Watch out, cowboy. A huge enemy, Fulton approaches. Bevork, thank you for the 100 bits. What on earth? Rambo. This is a good poster right here. It's just Rambo shooting the gun, and it says, "Come on."
Broken hooks, brass lantern, tin rations, short sword, leather armor, duds, boots, and gauntlets. My final thoughts. I was able to finish reading the series in one sitting, and I wish I had more time with the second installment. If you're a fantasy gamer,
kind of want this Rambo as an
emote. It's been a
emote.
pleasure seeing this series, even though it's not something
Sneak
I've
into
been
the enemy
exposed to very
base.
often before.
Metal
All the
Gear.
protagonists in the series are an obvious reflection of fantasy fiction themselves. It is very refreshing to see
Bionic
a story about
Commando.
fighting
Yeah, I
monsters
got
in
it.
an RPG. This is a fantastic series.
Go fight.
And I am so excited to finally read the third installment to find out what's in store for both Anson and his friends in the other areas of the world. I now turn my eyes to the third installment of Anson Lee's adventures in this story, The Children of the Ruin. I hope that you enjoyed this post. Have a happy Thanksgiving weekend and Happy New Year. Neural sense, neural sense, neural sense, neural sense, neural sense, neural sense, neural sense,
Neural sense.
neural sense, neural sense,
Neural sense.
neural sense, 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 neural sense.
I don't know, Rachel.
Nurgle
sense.
All
Alright, Zophar, have a good dinner. Hype train success complete at level 3.
1. The Bell Beaver. 2. MCLT. 3.
Emote.
4. Tom Yummet. 5. Spicy. 6. The Burdock.
Is that a pig sucking on a finger?
8. Love Fist. 9.
Yes, Soppy.
10. The Subs and the Subs Buttermilk.
God damn it.
The Tom Yummet series of kits use an all-beef cooking system that includes broth, bacon cream, pickles, and extra onions. Even the pickles. What? And at a huge $5 all-beef price tag. The meat quality is very high, even for a quick lunch. I ordered the pork belly
Navjack, thank you for the 100
pickles and
bits.
greens, and my wife chose
50
fries.
subs.
The brisket was as tender as can be. The sausage was
50
tender,
subs,
and the grits were very sweet.
2,409
The large fries were a
bits.
good size and
I don't
turned
know
out
how
well. The happy birthday pork.
in there. You say the happy birthday pork?
Fantasy monsters. The Ikirai, Almirage, Askomoids, Atomies, Axpeaks, Bassaderons, Burblangs, Boggarts, Bozoids, Big Bats,
Bozoids!
Bow branches, Brownies, Brownie, Brainy Bugs, Curlers, Damsels, Daggerfish, Dagjos, Danglies, Daimones, Dogs, Dogskin, Doggies, Sternuts, Digglegump, Dragons, Inks, Exos, Fiborini, Felines, Jellies, Jewelshroom, Marmosets, Minotaurs, Mozets, Neggers, Points, Ringflies, Padres, Pulsar, Percoris, Regalia, Sandyshells, Scarecrows, Snakes, Shippers, Squidwoods, Sparklets, Squirmins, Tidbits, Tussock Tails, Bunnies, Squids, Bullpeas, Winters, Zygons, and more. So many cool creatures. So, what do you call this?
Yeah, it's on insane level. But because it's on insane level, there are extra emotes that can only be earned.
new parts, more body, more part, more parts, more part, new part, more part, new parts, new part, new part, new parts, new parts, new parts.
Master to the Far East, where he learned the secrets of the
Fiddly cocktail recipe. Ingredients: 1/4 cup fresh lemon juice, 1/4 cup lemon juice concentrate, 1/4 cup grenadine, or 2, not the oversweet, from the lemon.
My sensor filter is working correctly. It just Justin making it sound worse.
Instructions: whisk the lemon juice and lemon juice concentrate in a double boiler to
wow!
When it's fairly clear from the bottom, stir in 1/4 cup lemon juice concentrate into the bottom of a mixing bowl.
This isn't the hero from City Connection, is it?
Sifting the confectioner's sugar and add the egg white. Beat with a wooden spoon. Gradually pour the lemon mixture until the desired consistency is reached, and then add the vanilla. About the author, Don McManus.
Dang it! Why'd we get the inferior version?
She enjoys traditional cuisine with a unique twist.
Magnus offered no more cordial words.
We'll get ourselves on the road to victory.
I can hear strange music.
Alien waste, 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 E.
Who did the alien waste?
Fast food items. 1. The Bell Beeper 2. MCDLT 3.
How far behind are we? I think we're like 11 minutes behind right now.
7. Burger King 8. Red Robin 9. Moose Steak at Hungry Jack's 10. McDonald's.
Locals, Buzz. I see he's out shooting jackrabbits.
Mr. Radon's top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardi and Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob. 3. King Dick's Guide to Reading and Writing. 4.
I mean,
Arthur. 5.
Star Wars for the NES?
6. The King's
Is
Guide
he?
to Quenching the Fires of
Wait a
Sorrow.
minute.
7. The World of Robert E. Howard and Arthurian Legend. 8. F and SF. 9. The Mythos Revised. 10. The King in Yellow.
Why?
And Other Stories, by Margaret Weiss. My other urban fantasy series. 1. The Sixth House.
Why
by
is
Kevin
Freedom Force
You might know
Man
Kevin Hearn's name from another genre on this
nude,
list. He's one of my
except for his holster?
in all of SF/F. He's also a fantastic writer of urban fantasy, which he calls a subgenre composed of the more
what do we got
dangerous
here?
speculative fiction that is very important to me. Not afraid to take outlandish tropes and ideas from the urban fantasy genre to lighten his narrative and allow him to tell odds familiar stories. This author.
Yeah, just the like shoulder holster.
Mr. Radon's top 10 books.
Extremely fashion.
Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardi and Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob.
Chesterfield.
3. Monster Manual 4. D&D 4E. 5. Vampire, the Masquerade. Werewolf and Vampire 6. Vampire, the Masquerade. Demon Hunter 7. D&D 5E. 8. Monsters and Monsters 9. Dungeons and Dragons 5E. 10. Combat Manual. Arena. I doubt we can accurately judge the fanbook industry in 2015-16 until publishers actually show us that business is picking up speed, and frankly, there's still a lot of other stuff worthy of attention that isn't getting much attention, so I thought I'd write a quick article to narrow the group down to 5 books
Yeah,
that I
Booze
think more
is
publishers
dead.
ought to be starting ASAP with a new line. I used as my initial choices 4 of the most recent releases. Harmonious Kittens by Ian Clausen and Stuart Armstrong. $8.99 omnibus anthologies designed to bring new readers to the already popular and growing young adult genre. All 3 cost $19.99 per hard. Mr. Radon's top 10 books.
Oh, that sucks, Barbarian.
1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardi and Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob.
I have some
3.
advice, though.
Grognardi and Handbook of Common Lore.
That might help.
4. Grognardi and Handbook of Common Lore. 5. Grognardi and Handbook of
Wear
Common
nothing
Lore. 6.
but your leather
Grognardi
shoulder
and Handbook of
holster.
Common Lore. 7. Inherent Vice. 8. Inherent Vice. 9. Inherent Vice. 10. Inherent Vice. Number 35. The Gentle Art of Mastering the Art of Showmanship. In short, anything that is fancy, or can make one look good, should have a place here, and here are some of the favorite positions. 1. The first thing we read on the e-zine page when we start contributing is how to post photos on your blog. 2. The next time you post a video on your own page and put a headline in the text box, use an edit button to view your video as you go. 3. From time to time you'll try to post a what's hot video from A. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg.
Originally
frying an egg. Originally frying an egg.
Original leaf.
Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg.
Players poll.
Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg.
Mario smells his own farts again.
Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg.
Oh, and Dragon Quest 3.
Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg. Originally frying an egg.
Originally.
Top 10 3 video games. 1. Gex 2. Balls 3. Galaxy Force 4. Fire Emblem 5. Infamous 6. Prince of Persia 7. Ninja Gaiden 8. Marvel vs. Capcom 3-9. Pac-Man 10. Galaga. Advertisement. 16. WarioWare. Pilot. Watch episode video and I have stolen the power of the mighty WarioWare. Even if that
Zatsubara.
Wario can defeat, there will be no peace. Gameplay movie. Synopsis by Konosuba. Momonga Sensei explains the legend of the legendary Wario called WarioWare in this animated short. He takes you along as you save the WarioWare village from the creatures of this monster.
And Candace.
Gameplay movies are always fun because of the odd things it does to the video's basic animation. No doubt, the character was inspired by numerous video games. My take. It does an excellent job of building relationships with its characters. They share a bond with the villagers that endears them. Duke Donuts is celebrating 2 years of Partner-ness. You can have my dang donut if you take my car. Now they're doing something different. They're building a drive-thru. Drive-thrus are awesome, especially on a Monday. No more searching for a parking spot and getting out of your car in the rain. And if you have to pee, you can do that while you're waiting. What could be better than that? What if I told you can get all the above while also enjoying delicious chicken tenders?
Ooh, delicious chicken tenders. I like that.
Mr. Radon's Top 10 Books. 1. Manny Sea Tales. 2. Blognidian Compendium of every type of hobnob. 3. Manny World of Manny Treasure. 4. Manly Myths. 5. Heroine of the Men's Club. 6. Perfect Trenches of Grognardia. 7. The Lord of the Fortress. 8. The Fable of the Fool and the Sea Witch.
It's not easy.
9. The Good Fellows of the Woodstock. 10. The Heart of the Strider. And an obituary. Well, the truth is that he decided to create this one and that he cut it out somewhere.
Oh, we got fake scores.
Instead of the sequel, although all the ideas in it are well known. Like my article on the myths of tamed fishermen, so is the next theme. A whole bunch of long established, well-trodden paths can get stuck, but this concept is going to spring up and not out of the blue. All of these are just minor ideas. This is my biggest source of headache here, despite.
I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Top 10 3 games. 1. Gex. 2. Balls.
Fake.
3. Super C. 4. Tennis.
I can
5.
hear strange
Battles.
music.
6. Castle
It's
Crashers.
really eerie
7.
here.
Munch Out.
I
8.
feel as if I'm in a strange world.
9. F-Zero. 10. Turok. 9.12.1. Patch 3.12.1.
I don't think you can get all 9s in Mega Man.
Windows XP, though it's no longer supported by Microsoft, never really had a competitive gaming market when it was even a hardware item. The only games that used Windows XP were for business end users. Remember, Vista comes along later and replaces Windows XP with Vista, so that's why we can call the original Vista 10. Vista 10 would have replaced XP with Vista 100% until Microsoft changed its mind at the last minute. So, to complete the must-need, Windows Vista, with Windows XP's legacy sandbox limitations, with the exception of Metro. Of course, that'll
Players
take a few days
Forum.
to transition, but expect Metro
Top
2.0
games?
and
Zelda.
I feel as if I'm in
Punch Out. Look at the size of the
fantasy
points.
RPG inventory items, rope and hooks, brass
But Cliff
lantern,
Basinski's
tin
on there?
rations, short sword, leather armor, arrows and stones, miscellaneous items, club of wine, ruby slippers, cauldron and pots, mirror, lamp,
Look at that.
candle and wine can, scenario. The main characters head to a big castle or a small kingdom. They come upon their next quest. Frittily cocktail recipe. Ingredients: 2 limes, 1 green chili, minced, 1 stalk of fresh cilantro,
Super Mario
minced,
Kid Icarus.
1.5 tablespoons soy sauce, 2 tablespoons
All of these
chili
new.
powder, 1 tablespoon soy sauce. Directions: Combine 1 lime, 2 green chili, cilantro, and soy sauce in a small bowl. Add the chili powder.
This
soy
is not a
sauce,
good
and
cocktail.
stir until blended. Garnish with jalapeno, green onion, and chipotle chilies, if desired. Photos copyright 2013 by Mertens, Giphy.
Okay.
This is a conversation between Del the Dark,
Oh,
human
good.
male, and a zombie.
Hold on, we gotta listen to
Del,
this.
give me a dagger, zombie. Shut up. Del. Hey, zombie. I said it will, Del. Just tell me what the most important thing is, zombie. Dead buggins. Zombie has left the conversation.
With pure hydrogen peroxide.
Finally, I am just on time to get me some hype train emotes Herge. Top 10 Duke Station 64 games. 10. Super Duke Brothers
Zombie
9.
has left the conversation.
Super Duke Bot Hector. 8. Duke Nukem 3D. Megaton Edition 7. Harvest Duke. 6. Hunt for Red Duke Echober. 5. Golden Axe 2-4. King Arthur and the Duke 3. The Legend of Duke. 2. Mega Duke. 1. Duke 3D Super Duke Brothers. Frittily cocktail recipe. All things were wrong then. Arriving, I was greeted with one of the most romantic sights I've ever seen. How each table had gold and crystal railing, placing an apple stone on the top, allowing it to stay there as in a golden statue hanging in the sky above. When I got closer, and smelled the coconut smells wafting from that glorious spot, I was hooked. It wasn't until later in the evening that I discovered the coconut recipes which I've been making for so long. During that dinner I've made for ages, why had I never been reminded of these ever again? I spent days rummaging around to find a coconut recipe, and luckily I've created it so that anyone could easily pick it up
for
in
the
less
most
than 10
romantic
minutes. Check
coconut
it out.
recipe.
Ingredients: 1 5 ounces coconut cream at room temperature, 2 3 tablespoons water, 3 1 cinnamon stick, 4
Okay. That's it.
Frittily cocktail recipe. Half cup sake. Half cup orange juice. 1 cup water. 1/4 cup sugar.
Oh no!
Combine sake, orange juice, and water in a cool and sterilized Kindo's bottle. Add sugar and use the siphon tip to pour it into a shaker bottle. Screw on the cap and shake vigorously for about 15 seconds. Strain into a chilled or saucepan, set aside to infuse, cool down, about 30 minutes, and pour into champagne flutes or zannies. Steal and use as a garnish for cool red wines and for old New World foods like eggplants, rice or beans. French flute recipe with fiddles and pear. 1½ cups corn sugar. 1 teaspoon milk. 1 teaspoon vanilla. Half
man.
cup corn syrup. 1/4 cup bourbon whiskey. 1 dash of hot sauce, optional. 1. Mr. Radon's Top 10 Books. 1.
Okay.
Manly Sea Tales 2. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob. 3. The Portable Robert E. Howard Guide to Living the Good Life. 4. American Gods. Top 10 discontinued fast food items. 1. The Bell
There was
Beef
almost coffee all over my desk.
3. Ice Cream Castle 4. Low-Key 5. Ben & Jerry's Blue Ribbon 6. TGI Fridays for All Adults 7. Donut Hut 8. Sonic the Hedgehog 9. Five Guys 10. Papa John's Pizza 11. Wendy's Mini Reel with the Jizzillion pictures from X-Files, The Walking Dead, and Stranger Things in the news.
What?
Mr. Radon's Top 10 Books. 1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob. 3. Pennant of the Primus Fading, and so much more. 4. Fault is Magic. 5. The Big Book of Adversary Magic. 6.
Magic?
Salin's Guardian Army. 7. The Complete Outlander Adverse
Magic?
Science. 8. War Making Stakes. 9. The Tarot Book. 10. The 5-Month Apocalypse. 1. The Prince's Rule. A blacksmith serves as Prince Budeldo's closest advisor, also serves as Prince General of the Empire and General of Infantry. April 15, 2018. Sharon, the wife of the Lord Protector, gave birth to a child before the time of the end of days. The family's castle remains standing, but nothing is seen from their second-story windows.
Why
The
does he
peasants in
say
this section are living
magic?
with each other instead of the nobility's servants.
Why does he
This
say
castle was founded
magic?
sometime before the end of the 10th century. February 17, 2018. 3 bandits set out. This is a conversation between Del the Dark, human male, and a zombie. Del, give me a dagger, zombie. Shut up. Del, and a zombie. I'm just thinking, Del, Gimme 2 daggers then, zombie. Why? Dell. Why the hell, zombie? KK Plaza be forgetting about baggies, Dell. Ha ha ha, zombie. Stop the fucking dog holds, Dell. There are probably platonic giant-ass troops right outside your fortress, zombie. Hell no, Dell. Yes, I cannot see one of these, zombie. Jerking off the troops WHO deserve to live, Dell. Okay, first set of 4 dwarves. Now, what? I have no idea what I'm going to put as a weapon, zombie. Why the fuck can't I see a gashi of around twist? Mr. Radon's top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob. 3. Redneck Rock Art Series. 4. Rock Like. 5. Most of the Heroes Series. Volume 1. 6. Mountain King. 7. The Most Awesome Gamer Ever. 8. Too Many Miracles. Part 2.
The Most Awesome Gamer Ever.
Making Mistakes. 10. Stuck. An introductory fanfic to be added soon. It appears there will be a book and video for each of them, but if this didn't show you the kind of book I've put together for this series, check out the following.
Of course Mr. Radon would have that book.
Sticks to Snakes, Fireball, Charm Person, Goodberry, Confusion, Knock, Locate Object, Metamorphosis, Mislead, Melf's Acid Arrow, Minor Globe of Invulnerability, See Invisibility, Melf's Acid Arrow, Petrify, Stinking Cloud, Spider Climb, and Touch of Bog Draining. Level 6, this is right around the time where you take level 3 Summoner.
Hold on a second.
Level 6 spells, in descending order of effectiveness, Acid Splash, Animal Summoning Eye, Arcanist, Call Lightning, Cleric Shield.
Oh, Bog Draining, not Ball Draining.
Fly,
okay.
Mage Armor, Mirror Image, Minor Globe of Invulnerability, Minor Globe of Invulnerability, Minor Horror Building, Minor Globe of Invulnerability, Potent Body of Iron, Greater, Shield, Dispel Magic, Restoration, Sword of Lightning, Water Breathing, Greater, Water Walk, Combat Spells, Control Water,
Minor Horn Ability,
Druidcraft, Thaumaturgy, Lesser, Hypnotic Pattern.
So, something to note about this. This is the
Top
first
10
issue of
3D
Nintendo Power, the first
1.
time they do
Jax
this.
2, Balls 3, Jet Set Radio 4, Defender
good.
5, Marvel vs. Capcom 3-6, Mega Man 0-3-7, Mega Man 3-8, Captain Commando 9, Pac-Man 10,
Oh,
Dig
shit.
Dug, Home. First 3D title. Did you miss our lists of the top 10 PlayStation games? Click here.
You'll notice that players
Top 10
have
discontinued fast food items.
way
1.
more
The Bell Beefer 2, MCD-LT3,
points
Great Value Sliders 4,
than the
Jimmy
pros and the
Dale's
dealers,
Ham and
right?
5, Quarter Pounder Burger 6, Mickey D's Turkey Burger 7, McVitamins Fresh Organic Fire Roasted Chicken 8, Wendy's Sliders.
There's something wrong with this though.
Most
Mike
used
Tyson's
spells
Punch
in
Out
the
gets
spell
like
book.
1,500.
Sticks to Snakes, Fireball, Charm Person, Goodberry, Mirror Image,
So they're not
Fear,
tallying it
Dominate Person.
fully.
What if a spell you cast allows you to force someone to use a creature's best and most basic form? It's a good trap. Are there limits to creature forms a god can use? For me, I mean absolutely no. You can move through any material
So-
having a density greater than 20 inches / 5 cubic centimeters. I choose my creatures a bit less because,
Later
well,
on.
if you were God, your spell book would be devoted to your particular specialty.
We'll
You don't
see these
exactly
numbers
get to
change,
choose
the
a particular humanoid to
balance.
control by manipulating its weaknesses, so it wasn't something I originally envisioned. What about ghosts? Did ghosts last forever? Did people, who know, the next debate, become ghosts when they died? My guess is a bit of both. After all, at each one, or level of each that you have control over, you can subject a half inch of their flesh to curses, instead of a 1
Ghosts
inch.
last forever.
Fantasy RPG inventory items. Rope and hooks. brass
Join
lantern,
us
tin rations,
in the vast
short
E
sword,
Nintendo
leather
POW,
armor, blanket, flint
citing
and
New
steel,
World of
quiver,
magazine.
axe, wooden stick and 2 bullhorns, bronze armor. This story is so short that it can be read as one long chapter. It doesn't have to be done. Just skip to the end and picked up again by an old lady of the troop. After it's all over, I've seen many people have issues with long handkerchiefs.
Yes,
Because each sleeve
look
is
at this
made from pieces of
strong
larger
lineup.
cloth, and if you use anything over 400 millimeters long, it will likely irritate the design of your backpack. In this case, this is a case of good
See.
for very well done. The people who told me that it
See.
was irritating were being pretty rude, so I won't say anything about it. This bag is easy to use. I use it mostly for carrying stuff that I was going to carry on the horse on his journey through the wilds, mostly when I'm going out for a day or two.
Hey, Akabidi, how's it going?
Mr. Radon's top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian compendium of every type of hobnob. 3. The occult
Most
sciences.
powerful library
4.
in the
The Night
universe.
Angel trilogy. 5. The 2nd Century Astronomica. 6.
Right.
The Chronicles of Prydain. 7.
We're done
Hegemon's
with the
Handbook of
Nintendo
the
Power.
Underworld. 8. The 7 Cities of Cebrion. 9. The Hand of Freedom by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. 10. The King Arthur series. Raspberry, Great Expectations, from the first edition, Dark Sun, The Chronicles of the Five Kings, Book 4, The Hunt for Gillian, The Age of Thrones, The Ages of King Arthur and some other GE texts. This is the most accurate edition.
The most accurate edition.
Fantasy RPG inventory items. Rope and hooks, brass lantern, tin rations, short sword, leather armor, bear trap, bow and arrows, potions of light, 1 point, 1
Potions
drinks of
of
water,
light.
not needed
Potions
unless
of
you are
light.
a lot of a light skin, of any flavor, 50 centuries worth of gold, or whatever else you're going to choose.
Hey,
There
Billy
are also general
Rivers.
purpose items, like a fireproof robe, a wide wand, or a set of iron gloves,
So,
but I'm going to stick with the
we had a
thematic
very
items.
large
One of
number
my
of
favorite
gift subs
aspects of the game
earlier.
is that
And
once
every
you figure
gift
out
sub
what your character wants to
gets
do,
you a little
though that only gets you
neural
so
network
far,
generated
in my
story
experience,
via
you are literally
TTS.
under the spell of the bomb.
We've also got
Who
big
will bless or
subs
banish
going
you,
on, so the
or
number
both, according to
literally
your
gets
answer.
bigger
That
as the
said,
number
you're
gets
not
bigger.
free to do whatever you want. You have to pay the price, or pay the price in coins, for your quests and decisions, both good and bad. Ultimately, this is the nature of the.
This is the nature of the.
This is a
And
conversation
since there
between
were so
Del
many
Dark
gift
Human
subs
Male
back to
and a
back.
zombie. Del, give me a dagger, zombie. Ah, shut up, Del. Ah, shut up, zombie. You kind of panned on this freaking bleach. Del, shut the fuck up and take that bleach. Televangelist from over the top voice. Watch this. Del, why are you cackling, zombie? Can't you see that, zombie? I should be scared too, but here I am cackling, zombie. You should be terrified, zombie. Honestly, televangelist from over the top voice. Look at this, zombie. I had nothing to do with this. Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough.
I had nothing to
Enter
do with
forest,
this.
Shoot monk, get slipper, blow horn, travel to site, meet a bunch of rats, loot the rats, go to save site, head
Loot
for
the
path,
rats.
find body, make save, quest
Lift
win
some
reward.
weight, I can do that.
First they introduce the monk, who seems very angry and is pretty dangerous. Then later, an angry bear talking to you about having nothing better to do with your life after no one else is around. That's actually my personal interpretation of this. After that, the adventure does its thing, but instead of a fantastic quest with a bunch of intriguing NPCs and setting to make it interesting, we get a pretty generic quest, a cool dragon story, and for a non-game show effect, someone getting mugged. Also a generic dialogue response from the first-time bard. No mention of any time, date, or place for the brawl, nor is there even an exposition breakdown of what the people fighting were and what their plan was. It was a relatively bland story. It was quite boring in a way. This adventure was. Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough. Enter forest, shoot monk, get slipper, blow horn, with cocaine and barbed hooks, and get one of the goats, with a bad karma and vampirism by way of drinking his blood, an non sequitur and a rather boring prologue. http://allplayer.blogspot.in/2016/03/ Sierra Vampire Trailer encompassing mission 2.8.
Hello, Bashi, welcome.
Directed by Sean McGrath and starring Leah Domchik, Dragonlance was on a Western theme.
Alright.
Follow a pair
Thank
of
you,
adventurers
Kriegaf,
as they journey through the wilderness,
for the lift some weights.
dealing with being hunted by the vampires. There is an obvious intention of showing the characters being chased
Holy shit,
down,
it's 2 hours
and
into
their
the stream
eventual
already.
descent. It does so without being cloying
still
or even
just
incredibly
starting.
cliche, although the horse being used for the chase is cute. There is very little dialogue or character interaction which reinforces the awkwardness of the situation. @_Ngent_ made a video post.
I'm gonna play a little bit of
Sierra Adventure
Trojan.
Game walkthrough. Enter forest, shoot monk, get slipper, blow horn, shoot Helen, Liliana and Guile mission options. Go to boulder, Achilles, its top corner, sprints over hill, goes to forest, gets hit and gets nicked. Elena quest options, has all the quests along with other enemies. Female and Lordana, gets bladed hilt, W/chin energy
Just to
bar,
collect myself.
Fight Cressida, attack other enemies and get petrified. Phalanx with 2 warriors and 4 Ellens, ends up swinging on Elend to finish. Dark Elf, Phalanx, Samurai. First trip uphill to skip town. Hop on first bike, second ride uphill and goes to top. 2 more rides uphill. Going to land, bikes uphill. Biking could have gotten to location from point A now. Also use bike with Eternals as un niveaus de leche.
Okay.
Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough. Enter forest, shoot monk, get slipper, blow horn, get to upper level, fight, 2 random fighters, 1 random archer. This version is pretty good. The most challenging area is located at the bottom of the tree. Beyond a broken door is a large room that houses a very large creature. When inside the chamber, not too many rooms to do so. You need to walk around a wooden door in front of you and use a power cell to open the hidden passage below. Kill 3 enemies inside and enter the small chamber. Equip a slipper. Can be found on a skeleton if you have the basic key. Stand as close to the open black speaker as possible and hit him. I was able to reach him much faster by hitting the shield on the guard instead, but it is still faster by doing it with the slipper. A bug. CVE 2016-9118. Took down my main computer since the video is out of focus and no sound is heard. Solution.
Top 10 discontinued fast food items.
Somebody slipped
1,
a Brian in
Beef.
there.
2. MCDLT. 3. McDonald's Ultimate Deluxe. 4. Sweet Almond Joy. 5.
Sweet Almond Joy.
6. Taco Bell. 7. Pizza Hut's Italian Style. 8. Tasty Coughs. 9.
Tasty
KFC.
Coughs!
10.
I wonder why that was
Even
discontinued.
fast food chains used to serve Hot Pockets. The late Mr. Denny's is now owned by Yum Brands Incorporated. In other Yum stores recently purchased for up to $50 million by owners of the Home Depot, Pizza Hut,
Home
McDonald's,
Depot.
Taco Bell, Disney, and
Taco
Wendy's.
Bell.
There are more of those brown, grainy, hole-in-the-wall boxes. Soon, if not sooner, the truck hot dogs were replaced by tiny machines that deliver them from the grotty cash register to your plate. The first appeared in New York City more than 30 years ago, on dairy cold cuts, cheese fries.
Do you know who I am?
This is a conversation between Del the dark human male and a zombie. Del, gimme a dagger. Zombie, or shut up. Del, sir, you are a cutie of layers, and I have a horrible dagger. Zombie, damn IT sucks you so hard. Del, I can walk, oh and I made IT so you can die. Del, goody back off, it's hard to straighten those legs. Zombie, I'm so glad I'm alive. Because that shit was great. Zombie, no brain bases are worthy of your actions in this game. Zombie, I have a money back policy. Zombie, so let me frankly remember to do XX. Zombie, you want to go now? Zombie, oh my god you must fix this. Zombie, can I get a reply? Zombie.
The zombie going nuts because he's not getting any replies.
Recipe, the name adds even more awesome, fragrant notes. If you've never ordered a G&T's as a customer, here's why. The main ingredients are not the best. Just below that, the garnish can be very sweet or spicier than the main ingredient. No one drinks this cocktail to have great snooze. Friduli cocktail recipe, you got to use the fruit to hold the cocktail together, make it flow with wonderful strong rhubarb juices, have good BSB and stevia added in. For us, this BSB wasn't exactly what we expected. Where to start, please, was the first question I heard when we went to pick up the food for our second trip to the store. This product was less than ideal. The texture was tacky and just plain hard to deal with. The flavors weren't the best. They didn't range to a large degree from the main ingredient. The answer.
Brian does not like the quality of those ingredients.
Sticks to snakes, fireball, charm person, goodberry potion, quickening familiar, and pet, and vorpal weapon, cure light wounds.
Fuck.
Fantasy monsters. The Akairai, Mirage, Askamoids, atomies, axpeaks, basidirons, burbelangs, borgats, blood rats,
Borgats,
brimstone and vigors. The good birds also, especially the jasmine sea ponies and leucorps. Yes, lots
Jasmine
and lots of
sea
birds.
ponies.
So
Uh-oh.
no, I
Danger.
didn't see any little rat birds in the trees. The only bird I saw was a grey, squalid crickwab. It was nestled under a large stone in the middle of a patch of wild and swampy ground. He knew the location of every single bird in his immediate vicinity, including many birds I had never seen before.
Okay.
The crickwab's odd appearance made my nose twitch. Surprisingly, his nest is quite flexible, and gave him no trouble when I tried to reach with my iron claw. He was only able
Iron
to bite
claw?
on one area. He was of giant size, its legs made for walking, its wings made for flying. His antennae and the pouch inside his mouth looked too.
I forgot to...
Cocktail recipe. Ingredients: 1.5 ounces bullet rye whiskey, 3/4 ounce simple syrup, 3/4 ounce ginger ale, 3/4 ounce simple syrup, 3/4 ounce orange bitters. Shake over ice. Strain into a highball glass filled with ice. Garnish with a wooden spoon or an orange twist. So you may not be able to buy a highball
Tobor.
for a night or two, you will have an occasional cup and fill it with the whiskey instead. It's fine and not so bad, but it's far less beautiful. It's certainly not worth drinking for $3.99-$4.99.
$3.99 to $4.99 for over a gallon of drink? That's worth drinking. Honestly, come on.
Came with the bitters. However, the feeling of joyous sadness I experienced as I
Joyous
opened
sadness.
the bottle was far better. The bitters taste good.
The bitters taste good.
Friendly cocktail recipe. 1.5 ounce flaming hot lime juice, or 3 tablespoons fresh lime juice, 1/2 ounce or
Flamin' hot lime
or
juice.
3 teaspoons to mix with water, 1/2 ounce daiquiri floral balsamic vinegar, or 2 teaspoons in a bottle of water. Pinch of sea
2
salt.
teaspoons in a bottle
Pinch
of water.
of ginger, lemongrass and lime zest. Add lime wedge to cocktail glass. Wine glass for garnish, optional. Simple recipes.
Garnish
3
with a wine glass.
Cocktail, 4 ounces flaming hot lime juice, or 3 tablespoons fresh lime juice, 1/2 ounce orgeat syrup, or 3 teaspoons
no.
to mix with water, and 1/4 ounce brandy to cool. 10 rum
Oh,
and creme
no.
brandy cocktail with tonic and brandy.
Flaming hot
35
lime juice and...
peppers and lemon
Oh,
sour
juice
mixed with
syrup.
tonic and brandy. 2F cocktail 1.
Fuck.
Friduli cocktail recipe. Serves 2. Pour 2.5 cups of vodka into a decanter. Add 2/3 cup coconut whipped cream. Add 1/3 of the lime zest. Add a dash of red extract.
Red
Add 2
extract.
tablespoons stevia extracts. Add 1/2 tablespoon butter.
Oh,
Add 6
no.
glasses, 1 for each. Make sure the recipe lists side labels for the ice cubes. Stir vigorously. Immediately serve ice cubes and ice. Yield 1.5 gallons. I think some
1.5
corn syrup
gallons.
would be worth a try as well. Coconut whipped cream is pretty expensive and has rather steep instructions. Try to imagine any
Steep
coconut
instructions.
Scottish cocktail. What flavor would it be? Based on coconut cream, lime, molasses, etc. What do you think? Can you think of any cocktails based on coconut cream? P.S.
Cream. P.S.
Fantasy monsters. The Akairai are Mirage, Askamoids, Atomies, Axpeaks, Basidirons, Burbelangs, Borgats, bearded monsters, bearded beavers, Bucklings,
Bearded
Burians,
beavers.
Bonestorners, Burerons, Burignons, Burignon keys, Burconets, big-headed roosters, big-headed dromedals, Binialas, beaters, block-headed roosters, brocks, caracal birds, carnivales, deer, dead garters, dead hibias, dead nellies, dead kings, bloody leopards, bloody tits, coon tats, crazy alibis, creepy crawlers, colubus furons, coppers, crowshones, coracles, diabos, cryptid. Desdriads, Dromelins, E-bondos, E-bandosians, E-fraps, Ifridians, Igi-gatlings, Icales, Eltrorake, Igi-tats, elephant things.
elephant things.
Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough. Enter forest, shoot monk, get slipper, blow horn, kill monk in jail, go meet monk eye, go get slipper, reach cliff. One trip to jail later and I found out I could skip the slipper part and instead travel to 2 tree houses of different sizes and to a cave using the tree house. So I left these houses, went out across the lake, and in the cave I met with monk guy and we went hunting. After that we went to a cave/barbecue and
Hey, your mom?
salve. Cool. Next step was to move
Thank
to
you.
the north end and met up with ocean-going guys. That's
you
when
for
he
the
fell down a tree and froze to
congratulations.
death. Not sure how long he fell, but I'm not sure if he died until we restarted him. So we moved the hunters to the northern cave, then checked the town and saw the mummy jester that I already visited once.
Okay.
Before starting this walkthrough I never once realized that I could have the other guy instead of the med.
Okay.
Top 10 discontinued fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer 2. McDLT 3. Burger King Whopper 4. Cracker Jacks 5. Denny's Egg McMuffin 6. Chicken Fingers 7. Hamburger Helper 8. Chicken Nuggets. Top 10 3D games. 1. Gets
3D
2.
games.
Balls 3. Puyo Puyo 4. Bubble Bobble / Scooby-Doo. Nuts and Bolts 5. Super Mario Land 6. Pac-Man 64 7. Splatoon 8. Turrican 9. Soul Calibur 310. Mega Man 3. Most used spells in the spellbook. Sticks to Snakes, Fireball, Charm Person, Goodberry.
We are
Lesser
so
Restoration,
far
Permanent,
behind.
Only 1 use per day. Spellbook of
The
Beasts and
last
Exotic Animal
gift sub
Companions,
was
9
42
Arcane Adept.
minutes ago.
Reverse Alchemy. Arraign Doom, 10 damage reduction. Blindness/deafness/poison. 1
42
corrosive.
minutes ago
Blindness
was the last gift sub.
/poison. Dark Vision 0 con for 1 minute /level. Magic resistance or +6.
I don't know how many are left.
Each use.
Last time
1
I checked, there were
poisonous
30
snake
left, so
stone.
it's less than
Makes
30.
Up to 1/4 damage of 4d4 or less cloud kill. Max
Karthus,
20
those
squares,
not. Oh, it is.
3
It is
rounds.
processing.
Saves
All right.
each round for poison
So it's
and
done
blindness if
generating
there are
them.
no other points of
Now it's
damage
just
from
playing them
spells or
back.
I think I'm
objects
being
or
followed.
natural attacks.
What could they want
Slicing
from me?
vine.
Gregarious
Max
Bird,
3
thank you for the
charges.
follow.
Saves if area exceeds range. Seduction 21 finesse. For 1/4 damage or less with 3 or more snakes. Less than 5
Snakes.
feet growth 1 bar.
So,
Friduli cocktail recipe. 2 ounces bourbon or whiskey. 2
see a random
ounces,
dank game.
Or better yet,
That's a good idea.
1.5 ounces soda water. 2 ounces lemon juice. 1.5
good
ounces white
idea.
vermouth. 2 ounces pink champagne. Combine all ingredients in a cocktail shaker and shake vigorously for 1 minute. Strain into cocktail glass and garnish with corkscrew. Fantasy RPG inventory items, rope and hooks, brass lantern, 10 rations, short sword, leather armor, machete, dog pack, staff, hatchet, axe, second-hand clothing for mages and spellcrafting, t-shirt and hoodie, school cap, and gloves, for spellcrafting, deconstructed wizard and mage robes, and leather variant of mage and wizard robes. Wondrous item lists for barter, scroll crafting, block enchantment spell and potion materials list, magical power, alchemy, and staves, for destruction, spell and potion materials list. Spells, intention, quicksilver and alchemical items, for illusion, rune
This is a good
list,
one.
holy and destruction, for conjuration, ebony and mithril plates and shields / boarskin shields, for battle magic and summoning, dwarven bandolier with ruby dragon dust, armor from Dragon Inn and Dragon Tower, for non-magical weapons, deserter's ring from Red Hoods. Of course the magic item list is huge too. Top
Alright.
10 discontinued fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer. 2. McDLT. 3. McBacon Quesarito. 4. Quick service
Quesarito.
barbecue bibs at Fat Burger. This site is moving.
Burger.
5. Gout sauce. 6.
Oh,
You know what
gross.
people get at Great American Burger? Fries. 2 ways. 7. Hard-boiled eggs in a sandwich meat. This site is moving. 8.
This site is moving.
Spicy, not too different than
By the way,
regular sausage,
speaking of neural
but
networks,
definitely their most
this is from
popular
last
item.
time.
This site is moving. 9. You know you should eat it at the Mexican restaurant next door, but you feel kind of dirty eating it on a plain cracker. You can still get fajitas here, Mexican food, no PPY. 10. Quesadilla, not too fancy
Now,
or new.
letters are not
They
truth.
served up to 14 tacos at this one time. It was pretty amazing. 2. I think
This
the
is
smallest market
a
was one
1984
across the street with a grocery store.
game from Hairsoft
Top
for the
10
Zeddy.
discontinued fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer. 2. MCDLT. 3. Moondog. 4. KFC. 5. Burger King. 6. Shake Shack. 7. BJ's. 8. Wendy's. 9. Cheesecake Factory. 10. Gyro. On its way out the door, fried chicken, G's, Bob Evans, Mighty Fine, fries, Kentucky Fried Chicken, McDonald's, Knob Creek Pizza. The best place to grab food is your local McDonald's. If it's open,
Chrysanthemum.
there's a good chance you can
For the
get
111
it,
bits.
sometimes faster than you might believe. It's even harder to get a solid fast food meal without spending time waiting in line. Being in a big city seems to narrow down the opportunities. Now that you know where to find what you're looking for, how do you know when it's gone? Unfortunately, in recent months you can't count on reading gone at the counter of your local McDonald's. KFC is my personal favorite. The menu doesn't.
The menu doesn't. Yeah, you're right.
Frigoli
This is
cocktail recipe.
Hair
Ingredients.
Razor Finale
6 ounces brandy.
from Hairsoft.
3 ounces sugar. 1 ounce lime juice. 1 sprig rosemary.
Unlock the
1
treasure with the
bottle
cursor
Coke.
keys.
2 ounces water. Directions. 1. Soak grapefruit in ice water and soak the glass with it. 2. Sauté ginger and turmeric in a sauté pan until the ginger is browned.
Sauté
3.
pan.
In a medium saucepan, microwave bacon and drain the grease off. 4. Add ginger, garlic cloves, sea salt, and sugar and bring to a boil.
And here's the
Stir.
cover art.
Lower heat to low. 5. Add vinegar. Increase heat to low. Simmer for 30 minutes. 6. Remove vodka from heat and pour into a double boiler. Add Coke and continue to simmer for another 8 minutes.
Coke and vodka's
7. Sauté rosemary
disgusting.
for 5 minutes. Add rose fruit and pineapple to top each glass.
Vodka and
Fantasy
Coke
RPG inventory
in
items.
a double boiler.
Rope and hooks, brass lantern, 10 rations, short sword, leather armor, arrows, flag, a pickaxe, small fern, a dagger, a club, quiver of 20 arrows, and a big stone. The small stone has 2 stones in it. Not all weapons can use all kinds of rations. The axe can use spear rations, but only if the spear rations give the spell that a spear item needs. If no stone drops, the axe
Yeah, this
will
is
only
part
use
2
javelins.
finale.
Since it doesn't have a barter skill, it can't tell if it can use any javelins or not. The hilt only appears if all the other items in the inventory have it, such as a ladder, torch, fishing rod, chest, or trapdoor.
Thank you,
Magic
Gregarious Bird.
clothing,
I hope you like
dressing robes,
Hair
suits,
Razor
and a
Finale.
tunic are all special magic clothing.
A very
Dress
real
robes have
game.
lots of new properties, including
Really
fast
dank.
healing, mana gained when health is full, and the weapon's magic properties.
It is
Partner-ness
especially dank.
Menor que 3 Cheru al 111.
It's so quiet. What happened? It's so quiet. That's good. That's good. Passing on the prize. Did we finish? Did something crash? No. No, that was it. Flag, a small fern, dagger, a club, a quiver of 20 arrows, a big stone. So, one of the things, by the way, folks, one of the things that I've done, because I'm like, I was thinking about this. I've been doing a lot of neural nonsense, And we haven't been putting the results in the bag, right? We haven't been putting stuff into the bag. We haven't been making new items for the bag. So every time fantasy adventure inventory items comes up, and every time spells in the spell book comes up, those are going to get added. I'm going to figure out how I can do this, but basically I'm going to go through all of the results that have those items in them, sort them, filter them out, add them to the bag, and then update the bag's contents. Remove any duplicates, update the bag's contents. So there will be more stuff in the bag. Also, I have another project that I'm working on that I don't know how I'm going to do this exactly, but the fantasy monsters stuff is going to get also sorted into a new list. What I would like to do is I would like to have a chance on gift sub that when somebody gifts a sub, there is a chance that instead of generating a neural nonsense TTS story, one of the instead of the chance of one of the stories, instead of a story, it'll go to image generation. And the image generation will generate a bunch of images for it'll generate a bunch of images for one of the monsters. Right? Yeah, exactly. And then whoever gifted that sub gets to pick from, like, you know, I'll filter out some of the images if they're, like, you know, if they have anything wrong with them. But then the stuff that doesn't get, like, filtered out, the person who gifted the sub will get to pick from the available choices of monster images that get generated. That monster image gets tied to that monster's name, and then I'll have a new I want to have a new widget down here that'll be like a bestiary of, like, the different monsters. No, absolutely not, Navjack. You can only own meta NFTs of the neural nonsense monsters. Has anyone here heard my extremely stupid but would have been profitable 6 months ago idea of the meta NFT? So a meta NFT is where you mint an NFT whose URL points to the address of another NFT only. So it's like, oh, you've got a receipt saying you own that picture of an ape. Well, I've got a receipt saying that I own your receipt of that picture of an ape, of the URL to that picture of an ape. And so you can point meta NFTs at other meta NFTs. It's like, you know, what is it, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon or whatever? Where it's like, this actor was in a movie with Kevin Bacon, so that's 1, right? Kevin Bacon is 0, the guy in the movie with Kevin Bacon is 1, and then somebody in a movie with that guy is 2, and then 3, and so on, right? I met Kevin Bacon. He was kind of a prick to me. So I guess, does that mean 1? Or does it have to be an officially published work? But that's it, right? Is that, like, is that like, yeah, so everyone in chat is 2, right? Yeah, exactly. Tatsubara. It's if you have any contact with him. Okay, I thought it was in published works in which you were credited. Was one version of it that I heard. But yeah. And technically anything related to like degrees of separation, because chat's on screen and because your identity as a viewer shows up in chat, if you chat, then your Kevin Bacon is too. I was this was a long time ago. This would have been like 1997. I was working at a local high school. I wasn't a regular student there, but I worked with their IT department with this. I've told that story before, that like I was supposed to work with the IT department. I was helping them out, and then I would present a final project, which was going to be a Quake total conversion to the world and lore and mechanics of the Rifts tabletop game, which I might have that around somewhere. So I might have the work in progress of it. Anyway, so I worked with the IT at the school. During the summer, I would also work at the school because they had high-powered computers. They had big computer labs and shit. They were doing a like big upgrade of stuff. They were very like they were a very technologically advanced school for the area. There was an internet project for the county that serviced the school that was like a big deal because most schools didn't have most high schools didn't have ubiquitous internet access in the late 90s. So I was there working in the lab late one night during summer, and like I was authorized to be there. And so I was like, I had like gone to the bathroom or something. I was on my way through the hall back to the lab. They were doing some event at the school. This was like during the like summertime or something. They were doing some event at the school. We were doing an upgrade in the computer lab. So it was like installing Windows 95 on a bunch of new PCs or something. And so I'm walking down the hall, and Kevin Bacon's out in the hall, and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing here? You can't be here." I was like, "Dude, I fucking work here. Why are you here?" It's like, piss off, and like left. But he was like really offended that I was there, even though I wasn't like, "Wow, it's Kevin Bacon, hey, woo!" I was like, yeah, like, Kevin Bacon is here? That's weird. I was more intent in getting back to my computers. But he was very rude about it. Like, what's a teenager doing here? Oh shit, Basil.
My job is to
Thank you for the 100 bits. I didn't know that was happening. Holy shit. Folks, go follow Hippolito Pichardo. Let me shout out Hippo. I'm Hippolito Pichardo. First stream back. Murder, She Wrote. That sounds good. Folks, go follow Hippo. Hippo is an excellent streamer. Excellent streamer. Has been taking a hiatus. And apparently this is the first stream back. So that's fantastic. Excellent. Excellent news to hear. Also, welcome back, Basehole. Basehole. I have some news about somehow there's a way you can corrupt a couple things. Number 1. Somehow Joey got corrupted when he was saying Pizza Hut. And what did he say? He said like Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut. I have it somewhere. God, I have no idea how far back that is. Come on. No way. There's no way I can find this. Yeah, he says like pizza. Second, turning the hype train to insane does produce bonus emotes. So far, we've seen, what was it? Cozy One and Boop. Which, I'm pretty sure this is a pig sucking on someone's finger. Anyway, welcome everyone. Welcome. Yeah, full 2 years of Partner-ness length. Thank you, Jiggy. I shall. That is my goal. My goal is continued growth. Continued growth. Jiggy, have you heard? There are there's complementary terms for the other verified statuses with Twitch. I've unfortunately discovered. In addition to partner-ness, there's also ambassador-ness and affiliate-ness. It's unfortunate that they use the same letter at the start because now it's hard to tell one A-ness from another A-ness. That was a good sound for that moment.
Jin answered with assault.
Anyway. So, Trojan, there was a lot of neural nonsense going on, so we didn't get a chance to talk about this. Trojan is a game that I really like, and for some unknown reason, I started playing it a little over a year ago. A little over a year ago. No, more than that. It was like a year and a half ago. It was late 2020. I picked up Trojan. I was like, I wonder if I could beat this game. I wonder if I could 1cc this game. And so I picked it up and I was like, I was like, yeah, I could do this. And I was like, wait, what if I tried to speedrun it? And then I discovered that it's a nice breezy 7-minute game. So pretty fun to play that way. But that reminds me, another thing that this was early on. I think this was right around the time that I got Partner. I started a project to scan and oh, nice. I'm glad to see that he's back. Very happy about that. Very happy to have Hippo back. So I started this project of scanning and he was just on hiatus. So I have a very good scan that you sent me already, but yeah, if you can do a 600 DPI scan, that would be fantastic. We can put that up on archive. That's good. That's good. Has he put in a no anime policy yet? I expect it. I expect it to arrive one day. Basil, also, thank you for the gift sub to Hippo. So let me pull this up so we can look at it real quick. Because this was one of my major projects in 2020. Right as I was coming into like doing my partner application and that kind of stuff. And this has kind of driven a little bit of what I've been doing in terms of just the general direction of the channel and some of the stuff that I've had a really good time doing. This is something that's kept me very interested in and guided me in terms of what I want to do, right? What is fun for me and what drives my decision making in the background of stuff that I want to do on stream and kind of what keeps it all together. And so this is the Nintendo Gamekeeper. I found this in a box of stuff that was sent to me from my family, my old like childhood stuff. This was from 1990. And the Gamekeeper was a thing you'd put your name in it, and then it had 10 games sort of built in, if you will.
You should make a complimentary Twitch book with terms and conditions and call it the Partner-ness Keeper.
Basil, thank you for the 100 bits. The Penis Keeper. So, at the time, right when I discovered this, I went through, I scanned this stuff, I cleaned up the different pages, put it together into a nice, CBZ. You can get it on archive at that link from the command. And I was like, you know what would be fun? What if I play through all of these games? Hey, Rage for Kiwi, thank you. Thank you. I'm so grateful to have this length of partnerness. It's such a great big honor for me to have that. So, it's support from all of you that makes it possible, really. So I was like, what if I played through these games now and actually rated them? The version that I have of this, the physical one, I cleaned this up so you can see you might not be able to see it, but all of these games were rated, and I cleaned up the numbers that I had circled and stuff like that. And so I went through and played through every one of these games and gave them a new kind of contemporary rating 30 years apart. So what did I think of this game when I was 10? What did I think of this game when I was 40? And so it was really interesting to kind of do that and see how that went. And I got a lot of perspective on seeing what these games were like and what I liked about certain games and what I disliked about games. And a lot of the games that I rated at the time, I rated Batman on a single rental or something maybe. I know I had never played Ninja Gaiden 2, but I had rated it particularly highly. So that was a very interesting kind of thing. I had this is probably where I had to do the most work for cleanup. And you can see some of the texture repetitions here on the crosshatch pattern. You can see still a little bit of the ink splotches that weren't cleaned up if you zoom way in, but I had written down, I think one of these I wrote Woody, which was very funny. It's funny to me. So this also there's Zelda 2, the best Zelda. But it also has 10 empty spaces for additional games. And so that's been interesting, is occasionally filling in for NES games that I play that are a bit longer, that have a little more content than the early Trojan stuff and that kind of thing. Those games that have a little more content, a little more substance, filling those in as well. So this is a very cool project that I was very happy to do, and I'm still looking at this from the perspective of I want I want this booklet to exist for every other system. I want there to be a Genesis one and a Sega Master System one and a fucking and a I want there to be one for the 3DO and stuff like that. Because it would be so cool. There's like the key thing about this, if we look at the games that are on this list, right? Like that are included in this. They included 10 games and 10 blank pages. And so we've got a really weird selection of games because of when this came out, right? This came out in, I think, September 1990 is when they shipped this to people. So we've got, like, Batman, we've got Dragon Warrior, Fazanadu, Mega Man 2, we got Ninja Gaiden 2, Super Mario 2 and 3, TMNT, Tetris, and Zelda 2. And I think my view of this, right, is that they took games that... There's two classes of games in here, I think. One is games that they thought people would probably like if they tried them. And the second is very popular games that they'd like people to get excited about interacting with. And so you kind of get this thing where it's like, you know, Dragon Warrior was a game they were really pushing people to get more. They were really pushing people to get onto Dragon Warrior. They gave it away for free a little while later, right? And so I think a lot of these games, they wanted people to try these games out because they were either like slightly underperforming, but they thought had potential, or they were like really popular games that people would enjoy opening this booklet to. And then they have a section in here. They have a section in here for make your wish list here. So the book is the book itself is flipped upside down. So you flip it lengthways, and the other side is upside down. So that's why this is backwards, kind of. So you have your power directory of, like, you know, who's who. Yeah, you turn it top-wise. And then it has use this section to write down your NES friends' phone numbers and to list the games they own. So you could put down your friends' names so you could share games with your friends. And then they had this wish list. Make your wish list here so you know what to get the next time you are at a World of Nintendo store. Games I have to get. Which I think is very cool, right? It's encouraging. It's a way to encourage consumerism that drives excitement rather than, like, fear of missing out or that kind of stuff. Hey, Purple Tentacle. Thank you. Thank you for the congratulations. So I think this is very cool, and it gives, like, a very simple rating system. And I would love for this to, like, there's two key elements of this. One is that this exists from a very specific time for Nintendo. Nintendo was reaching a kind of peak excitement for the NES in America at this time. And the
Evolution of Think Redeem, make a standard format for the games you've thunk and then have redeem to put your memory of rating. Then later you can replay and put in contemporary rating Craigasm.
Oh, that's a good idea, Basehole. Something like to fill in a note for a game that I've played in the past. But yeah, Jiggy, that's what I was thinking, is that like the Mega Drive, the TurboGrafx, and it by region it even differs a little bit, right? Like how would this booklet look for Nintendo in Europe? I think Europe got the NES a little bit later than the US. The breakdown of what games were available and what systems came in at what time. I know by like 1991, by like mid-1991, focus had kind of shifted to the Super NES and like the new stuff that was coming and how awesome the next wave of things were gonna be, because by that point the NES was suffering a little bit in comparison to the TurboGrafx and the Genesis in North America. So 1990, the Genesis was out, but it was mostly like arcade games. NES was getting like the big RPGs and stuff like that, and had a lot of exciting stuff coming. They were really pushing the system. And so this book comes out at a time when it's like, we know you're a fan of Nintendo. Here's some really exciting games that we think you might not own yet, and some that we think you probably do own, and it would be really like exciting for you to interact with these, like tracking your progress, rating the game, what time, when you played it, how long it took you to complete the levels of each of the game, right? Like early evidence of speedrun splits here, or like what were your scores in the game. And so, yeah, making something like this for each console and identifying kind of like what is that point at which the console is kind of at its peak excitement without getting into like what's next. We're firmly out of the like Popeye era and the first wave of Nintendo Nintendo properties with the Kid Icarus, Metroid and stuff. We're firmly into the like exciting third-party titles that really push the system, but we're not yet into the like trying to do too much with it era of like 1992 and on. There's some really incredible games, but also there was a lot of like a kind of a gold rush after that to be like, hey, or also there were some companies that were like, it's too expensive to make a game for the new system. Yeah, Faxandu. But I would love to make like a gamekeeper for each system and for each region as well. Like, kind of figure out that peak of when it was at the same kind of point that the NES was here, and then what games to include and how far back from that peak to do it and that kind of thing. Yeah, no, not one-to-one necessarily, but like I think in terms of like era, right? You want to find that sweet spot, and it's a different kind of sweet spot for each system, I think. That like there's a sweet spot somewhere in the middle of the system's life where it's like, yeah, this is like peak era for this system, and most of the like best remembered games are around this time, right? So you might, because like I think in 1990, right, Super Mario Brothers 3 and TMNT were probably the pinnacle games, right? We've got one of the most well-liked, beloved first-party titles and the best-selling third-party title of all time for the system, of all time for any system, I think. But certainly for the NES. So we have this like a few parameters that you can kind of play with and like yeah, no, I definitely think so as well. But also like I guess my thought process is I wouldn't want it to just be like I wouldn't want it to just be greatest hits, right? I wouldn't want it to just be like, here's the 10 here's the 10 Mega Drive games you must play, but more of a like, here's 10 really exciting games from the peak of the Genesis. And not all of them necessarily are great games. Some of these games I think are less well-liked than other choices they could have made, right? Like Dragon Warrior, a lot of people bounce right off of Dragon Warrior 1, especially in the US, given when it came out and kind of that its contemporaries it was exceeded by its contemporaries by the time it got here. It was still a good game. I still enjoyed it. I've finished it multiple times and had a good time with it. Faxanadu, people, find it obtuse and difficult, and some people have trouble getting into it. Whereas like Batman and Mega Man 2 are, they're super classic games, right? And like, I don't like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but it's very, very popular. It was very, very popular at the time, and it still is. Zelda 2, I think, is a great game, but many people don't like it because it's, it's different than what they expect or want out of a Zelda game. So yeah, there's this weird mix of like cutting edge games and like at the time this was released, cutting edge games and slightly older games. There's a mix of ultra popular games and slightly lesser known games. And I think getting that mix right is more the idea rather than necessarily like, over the entire course of the Sega Genesis lifespan, here's 10 games you must play. You're going to get a lot of games that people see a lot, right? You're going to see the games that everybody plays. And I think that mixing it up of like, here's some stuff that's very well known. Here's some stuff that's sold really well but isn't fondly remembered now. Here's some games that really pushed the system, and here's some games that like were just really simple fun, right? We've got Tetris on here. The other interesting thing, another noteworthy thing about this is there's no sports games in here. There's no sports games, which I think like there's an argument to be made to put certain sports games in on certain platforms, but I see why they didn't. Games with prominent marketing. Like, for example, on some system, maybe the Super Nintendo, maybe the Genesis, I would make an argument for including something like Bubsy because it was just so... The marketing for it was so saturated. Even though it's not a great game, I don't think it's a terrible game. I think it's a mediocre game. I think it's... No, I would say like... Well, Bubsy 3D is an interesting case. It is pretty bad. It's hard to control and hard to deal with, but it does have... There's some interesting history around it. We'll say. But yeah, like getting a collection of games that's like, here are some well-known, maybe well-liked, maybe not, but also like, you throw in some hidden gems. Like I would call Faxandu. I would call Faxandu a game that not a lot of people have given a solid chance, but I think is very good, right? I think a lot of people struggle with it and dislike it, but also, like, if given more of a chance, I think a lot more people would like it rather than just playing the first level for 5 minutes. So that's the kind of thing that I would like to see included personally, just because it's like, in some ways, my opinion of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles went up playing it all the way through. I did end up playing it. My final run was a deathless completion of it. In some ways, my opinion of it went up in certain aspects, and in some aspects, my opinion went way down because I was like, man, it was a problem to play. Right? But yeah, it was there was a zeitgeist of TMNT at that time that, like, I owned a copy and I kept playing it. And it's like, in hindsight, I don't enjoy playing it. It has excellent cutscenes, fantastic music. I love the monster design, even though it has almost nothing to do with the turtles. But playing it is it's difficult to play. It's not a difficult game per se. It's difficult to play. So it's interesting. And like, I loved the arcade version because the arcade version was bright colors and it was a beat 'em up. It was just like, to me, there was this immeasurable disappointment in playing the home game. I remember like just strongly disliking the home game because it wasn't the arcade game. That was how my kid brain did it, worked. But, and then there's like Zelda 2. Zelda 2 I had trouble with at the time. I didn't like it so much when I played it back in the day, but over time becoming, a little smarter as a gamer, and dealing with it more has like improved my appreciation of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it, Chige. And that's why like it's I keep coming back to this, and it's a lot of work to kind of set this up and vet what titles and pick 10 games from a library of thousands of games for any given console. But it's like I had some thoughts about it I had written down. One of the things I think was, if you go from the perspective of how did they put together the Gamekeeper and what were their goals in doing it, one of the things I think that probably still fits, even as we discuss it now, is it wouldn't make a lot of sense to put a pack-in game on the list, right? Because the assumption is everyone knows it, everyone's played it, everyone has it, because it was packed in with the system, right? Although that's not necessarily yeah, exactly. I think that helps as well. Is like I actually looked at the Genesis a little bit, and I had some ideas that, like, I think it was like 1992 or 1993 was a good like kind of focal point, because it was like you got games like you get like Phantasy Star 2 was still within a reasonable time back. There was 92. There's Shining Force was out, and Shining Force is like, you really like, if you're doing a Genesis, I feel like Shining Force has been something that people really remember and kind of connect with, and it's like, it's a game that I think more people should give a chance to if they haven't played it, because I think it's really good. Yeah. Like 92, like late 92, November 92 or so. Hold on, I have a Gamekeeper Lab channel, and I had put some stuff in here. Some thoughts. Did I put it in here? I thought I put it in here. Going back in time. Okay. This is what I had written down as like a preliminary idea. Sonic 2. Streets of Rage 2. Mean Bean Machine. Aladdin. Bubsy. Jurassic Park. Shining Force. Flashback. And Echo the Dolphin. I also have NHL... Why do I have NHL 94 in there? That's late. But yeah, like, that's an idea. That was like okay, well, here's some ideas of like stuff that might fit in terms of stuff. So you've got like, what year is all this stuff though? List of Genesis games. Enable sorting. Streets of Rage. Okay, January 93 is Streets of Rage 2. That's probably why July is Echo the Dolphin. Wait, no. Echo the Dolphin's December 92. December 92. Streets of Rage 2 was released in US first? That's weird. Yeah, so it looks like, let's see, what, Aladdin is November 93. And Bubsy was October 94? Oh, that's Bubsy 2. Bubsy's July 93. Yeah, so mid 93. Spider-Man. There's 5 Spider-Man games on it on Genesis? I didn't know that. Toe Jam and Earl's October 91. Beyond Oasis is, 95. Alien Soldier, 95. Yeah, so let's see here. What would be the earliest? Eternal Champions. Oh. Panic on Funkatron. James Bond. Nope. No James Bond. Yeah, Strider was a big deal. The weird thing about Strider was super early, right? That was like one of the first wave or like wave 1.5 Genesis games. Jubo, how's it going? Yeah, Mean Bean Machine is probably the latest in this list at November 93. And then NFL and hockey are before that. Aladdin. Let's see, Strider. November 1990, yeah. It's weird, like... Looking at the list, like, my memory of how... the Genesis library goes chronologically is all messed up. Yeah, like Stormlord is June 91. And then Sonic the Hedgehog is also June 91. Like, it's wild. But yeah, I think it's possible to put together, like, that kind of, depending on, like, the, Quackshot would be good, yeah. Yeah, Quackshot. Castle of Illusion is definitely one of the, like, it's the Batman, right? Castle of Illusion is the Batman of the Genesis Gamekeeper, I would say, you know? Everybody knew about Castle of Illusion. Many, many people played it. It's well regarded. I don't particularly like it, but I don't know. I wouldn't say that really. Yeah, it's interesting. There's no shmups on the NES list, but consider that, like, I think this point in time for the NES, there weren't really a lot of kind of banner shmups, right? I would think if any console is going to get shmups in its Gamekeeper, hey, more Moxie, welcome. If any console is going to get shmups in its Gamekeeper, it's going to be the PC Engine, right? And the Mega Drive is definitely a candidate for that. It's just a question of, like, which one, right? Which shmup do you pick? Which either underappreciated or well-known, or, right? Like, do you pick a Thunder Force? Do you pick a Musha? Do you know, what you got some options, and you probably want to pick one of them. More Moxie, thank you for the follow. But the Gamekeeper has kind of that idea living in the back of my head has kind of pushed the way that I look at video games and the way that I look at what I want to play and how I want to assess it. And like, yeah, what you saw advertised, and I think there's a combination of like, I don't think Fazanadu got a ton of advertisement, right? Like, it was there, but it was like not a banner game. But then Zelda 2 and TMNT and SMB 3 and Batman were all like mega games, right? Mega Man 2 existed and was like very prominent. It got articles about it, but I don't recall seeing like tons of advertisements for Mega Man 2. It was there and it was popular, but yeah, what like the concept of the Gamekeeper is kind of always in my mind, because it's like I think about these things and it's like, what was the feeling at the time? How would 10-year-old Duke have felt about this game, or 15-year-old Duke, or so on, right? When the game came out, how would I have felt about this when it came out? And also, how do I feel about it now? Yeah, EA is an interesting one, right? Like, do you throw in Fairy Tale Adventure? Do you throw in like Road Rash or one of the sports games or something? But EA should definitely be represented. Although, here's where like my original idea and kind of what's tempered by what you've told me today kind of diverge, right? If I were to stick true to the original idea, EA probably wouldn't be represented, right? Because EA was making unlicensed games, and if Sega was producing the Gamekeeper, you wouldn't want to have EA in there. But from a contemporary perspective, EA was just a huge presence on the Genesis. They were a tremendous force, and they put out really high-quality games. So they definitely should be included. And I move more in that direction than I used to. Right? It's like, yes, it should be something that is valuable in a contemporary sense, more so than it is something that's just sticking to the strict rules of how the original Gamekeeper was built.
iBeat's Gamekeeper SNES Editions Ardian,
iBeat, thank you for the 100
Twin,
bits.
Pilot Wings, F-Zero,
Darius.
Uncharted Waters 1, Metal Warriors, Ogre Battle,
Exactly.
Final Fantasy 2-4, Bill Laimbeer's Combat Basketball, Gradius 3, Twisted Tales of Spike McFang,
And
Brain Lord, 7th Saga, Evio, and Contra 3, PTO, Simant.
Paid time off, Simant. Thank you, iBeat, for the 100 Gamekeeper SNES games. Brain Lord. Man, I gotta play Brain Lord one of these days. I still love that clip of Macaw just like consigned to the TTS spam with the 100% brain up on the screen. All right, we need a doodad for who got the doodad? Sir Spamasum. Here's a doodad. Oh, we got a little bit of Digimag in a random dank game. Thank you, iBeat and Dagger Joe. Here we go. It's Stretch Panic. in which the youngest sister, Dino.
Okay, go ahead.
Dino, welcome. Thank you for the big raid. Welcome. Hello, Dino, Pulse, Zeta, Smithy, 4224, Mike, Kagarato. Welcome, everyone. We're about to do a bunch of point redeems. Stretch Partner-ness. How did racing go, Dino? I hope it went well today. Good racing on the GBA. Folks, you should follow Dino. Dino is a tremendous streamer. And also, Dino is the curator of our Saturday poll tomorrow. Nice. Did you play the Shrek kart game on GBA? I think it's on GBA. Shrek kart. Excellent. Excellent. There'll be a poll tomorrow. Tomorrow, Dino is curating a poll for what game I will play every Saturday until I beat it on console games. We're looking at a doodad right now. It's doodad time. We're looking at the Stretch Panic manual. Here it is, the manual to Stretch Panic. This is a wonderful game. We're gonna read the story. I'm gonna pick this up and read the story when we get to it. This is how you set it up. It's for PlayStation 2. The game screen. Here's where all the stuff is on the game screen. Here's your character. Your character is this small girl, Linda, our heroine. Help Linda and her demon scarf rescue her sisters from the demons of vanity. You get points.
70
You have a
bits.
scrunchometer.
Oh, boy.
Anonymous Cheer, thank you for the 70 bits. And lock on and stuff like that. Here's the story. Let's read a little bit of the story. This is the unusual story of an unusual little girl. Linda lived in a big house on the outskirts of town with her 12 sisters, all of whom were extremely vain. All day long, her sisters would put on makeup, try on different clothes, and strut about the house admiring themselves in mirrors. They rarely talked, pausing only to compliment each other on how beautiful they looked. "My, how beautiful I look today," said Jelly-chan, as she admired herself in one of the house's many large mirrors. "This outfit looks absolutely fabulous on me. Linda, don't I look spectacular?" "Yes, Jelly, you look lovely. As always," replied Linda, who wasn't in the least bit vain. In fact, Linda could not understand her sister's fascination with her appearance. The only piece of clothing Linda truly loved was an old green scarf which had been given to her by her late father. Fidget! Thank you for 8 months.
Amazon, Max, duration equal 60S.
I still haven't fixed that bug.
Fantasy RPG inventory items.
Far East, where he learned the secrets of the sword and came back home with the heart of a gunman and the soul of a samurai.
And it digs up the neural nonsense. Let's see. So anyway, one day a spirit comes, and the spirit's like, "Sisters, don't be frightened. We came from far away to grant your heart's desire." And so they transform the sisters into the demons of vanity. So, getting started, your goal. Linda's mission is to free her 12 sisters from the clutches of the demons of vanity. To do so, she must confront each of them in their own realm, exorcise the demon that possesses them, and then defeat their demonic form once and for all. If that sounds complicated, don't worry. It will all make sense in a few pages. Hey, Cactus Bee, how's it going? Yeah, so the Museum of Agony, it's got a very cool effect. There's like this sketch effect that makes everything look like it was drawn in pencil and animated. Very, and so then there's EX Worlds. The EX worlds are the best place to accumulate points. There's 4 EX worlds that can be accessed through the Museum of Agony, Ice Island, Factory, and Rooftop, each marked with a corresponding illustration. An EX store requires no points to open, so Linda can always go to an EX world. Bonita Zako. The EX worlds are populated by Zako, minions of the Demons of Vanity, which Linda must defeat to earn points. The primary form of Zako are Bonitas, young women who wish that a certain part of their body was augmented. Well, the Demons of Vanity heard their cry and were more to happy than grant their wish. Bonitas use their augmented appendages to both attack, maneuver, and defend their weak point, the rest of their body. There they are. There's the Bonita Zakos. Jumping, climbing, walking, running. You can... Movement in this game is very interesting. Juanito 970. Thank you for 4 months with Prime.
Probably you already know this. You are awesome. Wow, 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 wow.
Thank you, Juanito. Thank you for the kind words. 4 months with Prime. Now, how to control the demon scarf we got here. Extending, stretching, jump techniques, attack techniques. The Gallery of Shame. You go stretch the shamed sisters. And here's the cast of characters. There's Linda and her demon scarf. There's Cinder. Spinner. There's Miss Mecca, Siren, Face Off, Android, Jelly-chan, Demonica. Demonica has an unhealthy passion for all things horror-related. Books, movies, comics, you name it, she's into it. Samantha. Cyan. Cyan boss fight sucks ass. Hate it. Mirage and Spirit. The eldest member of the family. The ultimate adversary, Spirit's dream was to become a ghost. Yeah, Treasure. Treasure made this. So, also coming soon, Gadget Racers. This looks like it might be a Choro Q game. Anyway, Stretch Panic is interesting, especially because the way it's set up is there's stages you go to farm points, and then you use points to fight bosses, and then most of the game is bosses, like 99% bosses. Very interesting structure. Each of the bosses has a unique mechanic, a unique arena, and so on. So it's a very cool game. I definitely recommend it if you have a way to play games for free. I think it is no longer an inexpensive game to acquire because it's a treasure game, and they didn't make a lot of these, I don't think. But it's a very, very cool game. It's very weird, too. It's got a very strong look to it, a very strong aesthetic. So there you go. Stretch Panic. Okay. What else have we got? Thank you, Sir Spamasum, for the doodad look. Dagger Joe, I'm going to do the random dank game ahead of the Digimag because the Digimag will take a long time and we can get this. Yo, what is this? This looks dope. never seen this game before in my entire life. Mooware giving out 3 community gift subs. Thank you, Mooware. Thank you so much. A hype train is closed for 20 seconds. Resident Kohai, Harvey Gaming, an orange.
Fridoli cocktail recipe.
Otterpop. Mr.
Radon.com/food/recipe Fridoli.
Thank you for the 100 bits.
More dinner ideas.
Mooware, thank you for 16 months as well. Do it for the penis. It's one reason. It's one of the reasons to stream. So you can earn your penis. Alright, so this is a Windows game.
It's really eerie.
By Stickman Games.
If I'm in a strange
1. Mainly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian Compendium of every type of hobnob.
1997.
3. Makers and Bakers. 4. Thoreau Inventions and Innovations. 5. Jefferson and Clay Library. 6. American Men and Female Sex. 7. Dojo Tales, Yokai and the Japanese. 8. The Hurdler's Guide to Hobnobbing in the Low Countries. 9. The Gentleman Baking World and Beyond. 10. Aspersions on Everything.
Look at this game.
I read
This looks
list
cool.
About 10 years ago. It basically started at the T.E. Lawrence edition of Woman in Trouble in India. I really enjoyed it when I picked it up and went straight on with the book. It took me several months to read. It was like the first go at learning Higgins, hovering jacks. It was a bit bizarre. I did go on to read these 2 volumes that I don't actually like because they had completely different authors. I'm not looking for someone to call them my favorites. They are just what I read.
Here's an explanation of this game.
Fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer 2. MCDLT 3. Cheddar Blackies 4. Fat Mac and Cheese 5. Macaroni and Cheese 6.
Protect the gems.
7. Homemade chicken fingers 8. Keto nachos 9. Mac and Cheese 10. Dawa the top 10 fat tire items.
Holy shit, it's half a base hole. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. Rosa Augustina, Impending Disaster, Unseen Sanity, Icy Fevrier, Mlembla. Enjoy your gift subs.
Goodberry,
I feel as if I'm in a strange
First level spells.
Ash Ballantyne, thank you for the 100 hard mode hype train. It is hard mode.
From spellbook.
That's why it goes up slow, but there are bonus emotes for those who filled up their emote larder already.
Second level spells.
As if I'm in a strange
Gentle
world.
repose, slow, silence, silence detection, lesser restoration. Third level spells. Necromancy.
This looks pretty dope, though. Look at this.
Calm emotions. Summon elemental. Greater
Protect the
abjuration,
stones.
Greater stones. Summon monster 7. Summon terrors from spells. Mirror image. Vampiric
Power
touch,
down, thank you for the...
touch. Death ward. Sci-fi.
Thank you for the 100 bits.
Bartrek's spellbook. Antipathy to good works wanders against the undead. Flames. These are magical weapons that do your holy avenger bad stuff. Each weapon is a half-limb weapon, which is a...
Is Sentinels of Seth.
ORPTRONHARDMO DHYPETRAINMA RDMORDHORPTR ONHARDMODEHYP ETRAINMARDMOR
Wait.
DHORPTRONHAR DMODEHYP.
Yeah, this is an unintended one. Skip.
Fantasy monsters.
There we go.
The Akairai are Mirage,
Which one was that, though?
Axpeaks, Basiderons, Burbalangs, Borgets, Black Greys, Brugenets, Brownies,
Which caused that?
Fleurs,
Oh.
demons, ducks,
No, that was...
frogs, Nostrophae,
That was
griffins,
Hesh's thing, but it was on
gnomes,
Mizuki.
Griffinoids,
It's gonna do the
Griffins,
same thing for
Hagglers,
Power Down.
Turpulins, jackrabbits, jiggling marmots, journeys, little monster eggs, little hairy man hand ornaments, little
I'm
hairy
sorry,
man
Hesh.
sculptures,
If you want to hear the
little
whole
wood
thing, I'll
monsters,
replay it
little
later.
miniature half-footman figures,
Oh, I
Mulan,
forgot to put the Hype
orchids,
Train music
orchids
on, and it's
buggies,
almost done
orchids
now.
miniature croquet lawn mowers,
It's almost
orchids miniature
expired. Hold on.
garters, orchids mini golf carts, orchids mini tanks, orchids miniature turtle.
30 seconds of Hype Train music.
Orchids miniatures, toys.
Again, it's on insane. Don't worry about.
Orchids mini woozes.
Don't worry about hitting the next level. Don't worry about it. Partner-ness. Many partner-ness. Hype Train, Kabak. Irvine, thank you for the 100 bits. The Hype Train has finished his 10 subs and 300 bits. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm gonna set this to not. It's not set to repeat, but we'll listen to one whole of this. The Hype Train is. Hype Train is done. Don't Hype Train anymore. So here's the Dagger Joe. Here's your dank game. It is Sentinels of Seth. I very much like the look of it, but it seems like a very simple game. You just protect the jewels and destroy ships that try to steal them. Yeah, this is 1997. There you go, Dagger Joe, thank you. There we go. Dungeon playlist. Okay, Mizuki. Okay, we're gonna. We'll skip that one. We'll skip the rest of that.
Fantasy RPG inventory items.
We can do those on other voices.
Rations, short sword, leather armor, hatchet, quiver, knife,
later
bag,
on.
2 for the gear.
All right, a little bit of Digimag
wood tools, firewood
from Ivy. We're gonna do another.
Redwood tree requires 2 birch tree, 3 redwood logs, 50 wood. 6 redwood logs, 6 redwood logs can be obtained by chopping down, cutting, and adding to the forest fire. 1 redwood log will get you into the firewood camp in the wilderness, though you will need to be nearby to get a firewood
a bit
from this
later.
camp. Also, they're also in the new elf clothing and clothing recipe in the weapons section. Carp, straw, and hay are required to make the food packages as well. In addition, you can use these to attract additional NPCs in a quest you've started.
Look at this
Dialogue.
premiere
Other than to
issue
pick
of
items
Sega
and not be a
Visions.
thief is entirely free of charge. Another suggestion for a random item to recruit some
Mizuki
travelers
can't
is
speak
putting
in neural nonsense. Mizuki is just
Top
a
10
not
discontinued
Justin
fast
voice.
food items. 1. The Bell
Neural
Beaver.
nonsense uses a safe
2.
voice selection.
MCDLT. 3.
Okay.
Burgers and fries. 4. Chicken McNuggets. 5. Bannock nachos. 6. Pasta with bacon and cheese. 7. No mo patty. 8.
No
2 cheese
mo
no
patty.
cheese cheeseburger. 9. Chicken wings, sourdough. 10.
Sourdough
pizza.
Chicken wing.
Consumers have filed more than 10,000 complaints to government agencies about Dunkin' Donuts in recent years. CBS reports consumers said their meals were unsafe, not fast enough, undercooked or burnt. Frito-Lay said it responded to over 230 complaints since 2000, reports CBS. We've responded to many of the issues consumers bring to us because we are sympathetic to their concerns and our businesses offer a safe environment. Stephanie Schultz, the spokeswoman, told CBS News Today. Dunkin' Donuts, DND, President and CEO Wayne Conway said his employees' health and well-being were the most important focus when implementing the new food safety policies.
Oh boy.
There we go. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. And the sub number, we've got big subs today. 1 to the +1 font size every time the number goes up on the sub points. Okay. Sega for the 90s, the new generation, June, July 1990. Magazine for Sega video game players, Sega Visions premiere issue. In this premiere issue, game reviews, a look at some hot ones. First time ever, the world of Niles Nemo. Great new strategies and hints. Play with the BB Big Boys with Altered Beast game. There he is, the Altered Beast. Basil, thank you for gifting 5 community subs. Unholy Element, the Borium, Cyan K, Massive Effector, and G. Gabriel Camp. Enjoy your gift subs. Here is the Sega child with no game in his Genesis.
Fantasy monsters. The Ikirai, Almirage, Askanites, Adamants, Axpeaks, Bacidurons, Birdlangs, Boggarts, Bombay. The bovines are there just to fill in some blank page space on the tail. The bovines are there just to fill in some blank page space on the tail. The bats are there to fill in some blank page space on the tail. The bugs are there just to fill in some blank page space on the tail. The cacti are there just to fill in some blank page space on the tail. The cacti are there just to fill in some blank page space on the tail. The cacti are there just to fill in some blank page space on the tail. The scarabs are there just to fill in some blank page space on the tail. The scarabs are there just to fill in some blank page space on the tail. The crocodiles are there just to fill in some blank page space on the tail. The crocodiles are there just to fill in some blank. Fantasy RPG inventory items. Rope and hooks, brass lantern, tin rations, short sword, leather armor, leather clothing, belt, chest, leather belt, chainmail, mask, 25% CR, and talisman, 15% CR. Dragon Knight, 12.1 level 21 to 26, 2/3, plus 10s Dragon Sight, 23 points of con resistance.
I want a full set of these cards.
14 level 26 to 35, 3/4, plus 10s Dragon Sight, 20 points of con 14 to 15 level 42 to 49, 3/4, plus 15s Dragon Sight, 26 points of con 16 to 17 level 57 to 60, 3/4, plus 10s Dragon Sight, 30 points of con 18 to 19 level 74 to 78, 3/4, plus 10s Dragon Sight, 37 points of con 20 to 21 level 104 to 105, 3/4, plus 8s Dragon Sight, 48 points of con 22 to 22 level 116 to 117.
I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough.
Batesol, thank you for the 100 bits.
Get Slipper, Blow Horn, Walk Down
Racktron,
the
thank you for the lift some weight. We'll do that when the magazine is done.
Now follow around Monk. All of these cutscenes are pretty.
Letter from the
sometimes
publishers.
The best work comes from the environments themselves. The map of the park.
Michael Katz, Sega's new
was
president.
a ghost island the ranger in NMS.
With a mission and a message.
A vast magical garden. It's full
Is
of
he like-
wonders and leaves here and there. But when you walk up towards the center to the big platform where the master of all plants and trees resides, you realize, surprise, that this is not the large wooden hut that is so proudly shown
Take
on the
time out
map.
for time
There's
out.
no tree. The player walking up towards a giant tree. From afar you can see, it isn't much bigger than the one here. Unfortunately, it's encased in ice. 1 minute later, we saw that we'd set up the center of everything the original NPC. On the other side of that. Top 10 discontinued fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer. 2. MCDLT. 3. Pad Thai. 4. Yummy Silly Fast Food Lunch. 5. Capri Sun Chips. 6.
Oh, that's
Cheetos.
real. They really
7.
looked like
Chili's. 8. Burger King hamburgers.
that. It's
9. Chicken wings. 10.
parlor
Pizza donut.
games or something.
Top 10 lovely dessert items. 1. Chocolates. 2. Pastry. 3.
Posty.
Whipped cream and it's a snack. 4. Mint chocolate chip cookies. 5. Orange chocolate chip cookies. 6. Fluffy, creme eggs and, very. 7. Bagels, big and full. 8. Frosted Oreos.
What?
9. Corn dogs. 10. Whoppers. If you don't see a food item on our list above, you can at least see the one you want to try. No shame in picking among the most loved menus. Below is a list of some of the more unique restaurant experiences. 12. Under the TARDIS. This mysterious.
This mysterious.
Hot chicken soup. Hot chicken soup. Hot chicken soup. Hot chicken soup. Hot chicken
Bagels
soup.
big and full.
Hot chicken soup. 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 Hot chicken soup.
Hot chicken.
Soup. Hot chicken 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 soup.
Oh man.
Mr.
Look.
Radon's Top 10 Books. 1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob. 3. Rogue's Gallery, an inspiring tale of power, magic, and adventure. 4. Man of Horror. 5. Lord of the Flies. 6. The Illustrated Adventures of Horace and Company. 7. Tales of Monsters and Men. 8. The Battle for Britain. 9. The Three Musketeers and Other Heroes. 10. Dead Boy Alley. 11. The Adventures of Alfred LeBeau. 12. The Forgotten Keys of San Francisco. 13.
Yes.
The Secret History of Saint Germain.
I want to play Gripper. I want to play Gripper.
At Duke Donuts, can you play Aerobuys just to piss Space Hole off? Thanks.
Oh man, Aerobuys. Can you buy Airbus planes in Aerobuys? Thank you for the 100 bits, iBeat. The Sega decade is here. You can in Aerobuys too. Yeah, Rachel. I had to put it in tier 3 because I was out of slots in the lower tiers, and it's such a limited use emote. Tier 3 is like just for me. Underappreciated Genesis game right here. Might as well not exist these days. Psycho Fox. This is just a localization of Decap Attack, actually. Golden Axe. Golden Axe on the Master System. I played a Koei game before, iBeat. I just didn't finish it.
If it covers the 1970s, you'd have the A300 available. At least no A330.
Basil, thank you for the 100 bits. This is maybe the second worst Golden Axe game. It's impressive, but man, it plays real bad. The Genesis version is, in my opinion, the Genesis version is maybe the best version. In surfing, do tricks at the top of the wave for maximum points. Reggie Jackson baseball. Strategy, Psycho Fox. A monkey jumps the highest and works well near water. The hippo can punch through the square stones on some levels, smash them whenever possible. Oh, good. Hey, it's Niles Nemo. Is that dude cool or what? Meet Niles Nemo. Average Sega player. Yo, Niles. Ooh, Niles. Bye, Niles. Later, dudes and dudettes. I've got a new Genesis game to master, he says, wearing his bright yellow bright yellow Sega shades. I think Golden Axe in the Genesis is better than the arcade version in terms of playability. The arcade edges it out on graphics, though. Sound on the Genesis, I think, is slightly better as well for certain things. It's kind of a toss-up. What does he got? He's got Video Game Magazine. He's got Sega Visions. He's got unidentifiable things. Is that a Mad Magazine? He has a Golden Axe arcade cabinet in his room at knee level. Pizza. Pipeline pizza, Mr. Nemo. 4 minutes late, Preston. Put your usual tip on my bill, Preston. How you doink, boys? That's not a good slogan, Bob and Al. Maybe you should consider changing that. Maybe you should consider changing that slogan, Bob and Al. House of Pizza. Many hours later. Beep, rat-a-tat-a. Clang, bonk, tweet. Nah, wow, this new Alex Kidd game is awesome, he says, playing with one hand and not using the D-pad. Really awesome. Zzz, and he falls asleep. Just the tip. Niles Nemo in Sega Land. Huh? So a new kind of monster, eh? No big deal, says horrifying Alex Kidd.
For Partner-ness on behalf of Rachel.
IB, thank you for the 100. Thank you for the 100 bits for Partner-ness. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. One punch and you'll be nothing but bonus items. I don't know who you are, little dude, but one punch won't stop me. We've got a British comic moment here. Pow! Niles Nemo does not wear socks. Hello, Chibi UFO, welcome. Huh? You didn't turn into coins. What kind of monster are you? What a punch. You know, there's something familiar about this dude. He knocked his shoe off. Niles Nemo does not wear socks with his athletic shoes. You are indeed a worthy adversary. So are you, but hey, look out. Crash. Tinkle plink. Clink. A car. Thanks for the warning. That'd be a good emote. Surprise emote. Wait a second, I know you. You're Alex Kidd. My name's Niles Nemo. Welcome to Paper Rock. Niles, I'm new here myself, actually. I've been searching for my dad, King Thor, who was kidnapped by Ashra. He's the creep who runs this place. Oh, watch out for the scorpions and porcupines. Well, Niles, I hope you like playing games, because I have some fellows I want you to meet. Ha, I'm Rock. Toughest guy on Paper Rock. I can smash that wise guy scissors with one shot. Come on, cut up. Make my day. Make my day. Too true, Rock, old boy. But then as Paper, I can certainly cover your bluff, can't I? Snicker, way to cut him up, Paper. Of course, I'm Scissors. I can cut through your watermark like a hot knife through butter. Say, I get it now. Somehow I've been transported from my world into this video game universe. Truly radical, but how do I get back home? Gee, I'm not sure, Niles. How about Niles? Look out! Huh? Oh no, a porcupine. Ouch! What if this was Duke Do Lull emote? That's really good. That is good. I'm home, radical. But what's this? I fell asleep on my controller. I wonder if there's any pizza left. Look at his horrifying Alex Kidd poster. I wonder if you can get a...
Porcupine files 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 porcupine files
Porcupine Fioch. Thank you, Rachel, for the 100 Porcupine Fioch.
Porcupine files porcupine files.
His first dream voyage to Sega Land is behind him. The Niles will be returning in future issues of Sega Visions. Ah! I hate this picture of Alex Kidd with the, pillow shading or whatever it's called. It just makes him look like an inflatable vinyl mascot. Alex, have you tried punching yourself in the face? Wait, hold on. You gotta look down there. I think this scared me off trying Alex Kidd ever. Thank goodness. Revenge of Shinobi, though. This game kicks ass. Love Revenge of Shinobi. Truxton. Look at this cool fucker. Shinobi is the one with, every unlicensed enemy in it. Godzilla, Rambo, Terminator, the guy, what's his name? The title screen dude. What else? There's more. Oh yeah, Spider-Man, Batman, Hulk. Phantasy Star 2. You know, I played through Phantasy Star 2. Oh, Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan are in there too? Awesome. Yeah, I played through Phantasy Star 2 recently. Recently meaning like a year ago. Year and change ago. In like March of last year. And it's not as bad as I remember, honestly. The dungeons and stuff. Not too bad. I know Shinobi, regular Shinobi had the Madonna posters, right? In both the arcade and home versions. Spoiling the end boss right here. Phantasy Star 2 is not that bad. Hey, look, it's Zoom. This is some Amiga shit right here. This is some C64 cover art. A leftover. Yeah, the only thing I think I used from the maps from from Phantasy Star 2 is just to make sure I got all the stuff on each floor. Yeah, I never played this game. I wonder why. Genesis does. What Nintendo don't? What Nintendo don't? Sega signs Montana, the entire state of Montana. Seismic premieres 2 Genesis cartridges. Super Highlight and Air Diver. New Sega Master System games. Just for You. What do we got? Joe Montana Football, Mickey Mouse, Buster Douglas, Knockout Boxing, Dick Tracy, Super Mario GB, Golden Axe Warrior, Alex Kidd, and Shinobi World, Impossible Mission 2, Paperboy Gauntlet, Forgotten World, Soccer, Pat Riley, Basketball, Strider, and Winter Games. Wait, there was a Strider on Master System? That can't be good. Here's your chance to exercise your rights as a savvy Sega player. Graduate to Genesis, and Sega will do the honors. Free games or free games. The high point. Take pictures of your score. What's coming up? Moonwalker. Dude. Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters. Yeah, look at that. KB, America's Toy Store. Tournament Golf. I have like 3 or 4 copies of this. Tommy Lasorda Baseball. Mystic Defender. Golden Axe. Ghouls and Ghosts. Forgotten World. I want to play Forgotten Worlds one of these days. Love that game. I don't know about the arcade. I remember I played the arcade version one time when I was quite young. I played the arcade version of Forgotten Worlds. We had to we went to Hawaii to stay with some friends because our house had to be repaired or something. And so we couldn't be in it for 2 weeks or a week or something. So we took a vacation to Hawaii. And I remember there was a Forgotten Worlds game in one of the arcades there. It was one of the few times I went to an arcade with more advanced games than the one I saw at our crappy local arcade. Revenge of Shinobi. Oh man, KV Toy Stores. You'll get that money. Look at that little fellow with his $3. Niles Nemo, having read Sega Visions, I'm ready for action. Click. Very cool dude. And major Sega video gamer Niles Nemo takes his fun seriously. Man, what do we got here? Musashi, Amy, Alex Kidd. Psycho Fox, Axe Battler, Rippin' Rick, Kabuto, and Rudo. What an odd selection of characters. Were there more than this, or did they only ever put out these 8 cards? Hold on a second. Let's see. Sega Visions trading cards. No, Psycho Fox was not a hit. Not at all. Not at all a hit. What can we learn about Axe Battler? Seeks Death Adder to avenge Mother's death. Can use thunder, lightning, and fire magic. Very hard to kill when using spinning sword attack. Known for high impact shoulder slam and acrobatic leaps. Lacks mobility under pressure. Using the run can escape treacherous positions. Oh man. Amy is useful in hostile lands. Makes up for limited fighting ability with healing magic and poison curing skills. Best weapon is Fire Staff. Can only fight when enemy is on last legs. To get to Visiphone, take Sheer to Baggage Room in Paseo. go in and out until she disappears. Wow. Yeah. Ex-battlers from Illinois. Who knew? Musashi, adopted and trained by great warrior, in love with warrior's daughter, seeks to destroy Neo Zed, who killed warrior, took her daughter captive. Deadly accurate with shurikens. Shurikens. Weakness, ignores own safety for unlimited shurikens. Set number of shurikens on option screen to 0, wait 25 seconds, and ta-da. Alex Kidd, a prince, brother of the king of planet Ares, now searching for his father, rumored to be held a slave on planet Paper Rock, has a tremendous right jab. Weakness, not as good as he would like to be at Paper Rock Scissors game. Early in game, get lots of canes of flight and bracelets. Psycho Fox, given mission by his elders to stop evil Mad Fox from taking over the world, can change into several animals and take advantage of their special powers. Relies heavily on his pal Birdfly. Once he's gone, Psycho Fox's days are numbered. Take it slow, there's no time limit. Kabuto, once a great warrior, was brainwashed to believe Mushashi is his worst enemy. Will fight to the death if confronted by him. Can deflect shurikens with samurai sword. Has soft head when samurai sword is down. Find 1-up boxes in each round to gain 2 lives instead of 1. Rippin' Rick from California Games. Southern California native surfed since he could stand. Legend says while in Hawaii. Got caught in a typhoon and surfed to Australia. Strength, a great freestylist, but loses it when too far in the curl. Weakness, sugar cereal, and pop. Hint, get in front of wave as far as possible before doing tricks. Rudo. When in Confederacy Army, lost wife and child in tragic accident. Now a hunter, seeks and destroys evil. Ultimate fighter, an expert in heavy arms. Favors the shotgun. Weakness, powerful magic, has none. While on land or in maze, keep pressing C, then B very quickly to avoid fights. Yeah, HDTV. We saw that earlier up here somewhere. Yeah. First it was 8-bit games, now it's 16-bit games. Shouldn't I just wait for the 32-bit game system to show up next year? Poop. You can wait, but they won't be here next year or the year after that either. Remember, it's not just power, it's screen resolution. Right now, home video games are up against a technological brick wall known as the family TV set. Since Genesis pushes TV capabilities to the limit, better game graphics will depend on HD TV, high-definition TV, which is years away. Like, how long would it be until they release the 32X? November 1994. People were already concerned. They knew that this was a... They printed this question and answer, right? And then 4 years later, they came out with the 32X. Hold on a second. I gotta do some math. We're up to 229,376-bit consoles now. Well, I guess desktop computers. Yeah, exactly. But also, like, that sentiment never really went away, right? One of the key things with the Genesis was you could, like, they came out with a power base converter, right? They came out with a power base converter for backwards compatibility. They came out with backwards compatibility for a lot of game systems, right? Like the PlayStation 2 can play PlayStation 1 games. PlayStation 3, 1 and 2 games. The 360 has backwards compatibility with certain Xbox games. It's a never obsolete. Oh man, that's really good. Well, so the interesting thing, right, is that sentiment never really it never really went away because people always were like, well, I got all this stuff. I've got all these games. What am I going to do with these games when I get this new thing, right? And people have this kind of attachment to the money that they've spent on stuff. It wasn't this, like, disposable hobby before, right? And so people were like, okay, well, there's a new system. Should I even bother getting it right away? What if another system comes out? And this was during a time of rapid development. What's interesting to me is that Sega's saying, I understand why they're saying it, but they're saying, like, no. It's not going to, like, other things are going to need to change because the Genesis is so powerful, right? It's like, what? Tefla, please stay safe. Please stay safe. And people, the concerns of the people were like, hey, I don't want to buy a new machine in a couple of years. In 4 years, I don't want you to tell me that there's a brand new machine that I need to get to play the latest and greatest games. And Sega was like, nah, don't worry about it. We're not going to come out with a new 32-bit thing in 4 years. And I think that helped drive mistrust for Sega in the marketplace. I think the 32X was a mistake, right? Because they were like, hey, check it out. And the 32X, like, it wasn't impressive. If the 32X made the Genesis look like fucking, you know, look like a Saturn, then that would have been awesome. But it didn't. It looked like, you know, it looked like a Blackthorn. Racktron, thank you for the lift some weight. Let me take care of that. So, if the 32X had come out earlier, right? It's complicated. What would the response have been? I think consumer response would have been tepid at best, right? It would have been detrimental, I think, to the Genesis adoption rate. But yeah, that's the question, right? Like, at what price point? If you can get a Genesis and a 32X for, like, modestly more than a Genesis, then that would be... Then you'd be in good shape, right? If you can get, like, the 32X CD combo package for, like, you know, a little bit... For less than a 3DO, then you're doing good. But I don't think you would have been able to, right? But that's the thing, right? A big thing about new console iterations, though, consider this, is that consider that there's performance improvements across the board on games using the PS4 Pro, right? There's the general performance improvements. All of your games play better on it. Compared to the 32X, which was a completely separate system that required a completely separate system to operate. You couldn't put a weird mushroom in your Genesis and, plug your, plug a card into it and it's like, oh, wow, cool. It runs without slowdown now. Oh, I've got more colors in Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star 3 animates its enemies now, right? You don't get that. And I think if they could have done that, right? If they could have done that, if they could have made that work and improve existing games, right? Then the 32X would have been a grand success, right? If it could have actually done that, right? Then yeah, fantastic. If they designed games that used blast process, figuring out blast processing was beyond the capability of developers at the time. That's no slight of developers at the time. It took modern technology to understand it, I think, and to produce it. But if if they had done something like games that used blast processing and played like a regular Mega Drive game but looked that good on the 32X, I think it would have moved the needle, right? But they didn't have the techniques at the time. So, yeah, there's the FM unit, right? There's other stuff there's other enhancement stuff. But like, I don't know. The FM sound unit, if all the games were built for it, I would agree. But given the, like... Hey, Cartube, how's it going? Given the way the, like, auto-conversion works, I don't think it would have been good if the games were just left as is. If they only had to design for one sound chip and it was the FM unit, then yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. All right, I need to take a quick break. I need to get some more coffee. I need to use the restroom and get prepared to do more gaming. We're getting to the gaming part now that we've spent 4.5 hours on nonsense. Hey, it's fun nonsense. It's good. We're going to go to the RoboCop Enjoy RoboCop until I get back. I'll be just a few minutes.
She came to fight Fade.
Thank you. Buy as many as possible.
And so they practiced in combat. Jin told him she had come for him. 21's mind spun in circles, and when he thought he could think no more, he, 21, tapped him on the shoulder. But this was not himself. It was some kind of alter ego, a sinister 21. He attacked Stitch. They battled. Without pause, they drew weapons.
Mars!
Keela drew her sword and attacked the evasive Fade. He attacked. Fade got close and attacked from the shadows, and they fought.
Whoa! How do you feel? Was it good?
He encountered the assassin Fade, who attacked the intruding 21. Encountering a wild man who attacked maniacally.
Hello. How may I help you?
Teddy bear.
He was surprised to find a huge ape ripping the place apart. It saw 21 and attacked. Without pause, they drew weapons.
Book.
And attacked. She attacked.
Gumdrops. Apple. Eyes.
And sentenced him to death.
Cos monitor.
Nose horn.
Damn demon fox.
Rice.
He was shocked to find Stitch attacked him.
Rug. Grapes.
Where the assassin Fade ambushed him. Enraged, Ayara attacked. Fade jumped into action against Korath.
Saturn. Strawberries.
He did not see himself as the big, powerful ape he was.
Do you really want to quit?
Letting out a grunt and raised his mighty blade. And they fought.
Jupiter.
When he arrived, he was attacked outright. And so they fought.
Brussels sprouts.
I will take it.
Frill fanning.
Well done. That was an excellent double jump.
Eggs.
A strong warrior engaged him. Where the assassin Fade ambushed him.
Eggplant. Neck shield.
And she stalwartly stood her ground. And she attacked. The demon leapt at him like a cat on its prey without warning. He wanted justice. He found him within Akrala and attacked. Magnus raged that he was the Axeman. Yes, it can be. She attacked, and found the ape making ruin of her home, and enraged, attacked. Enraged, she fought.
Brother, I am pinned here!
Mongo did what the vision demanded. He found Magnus and attacked, and they fought, and fell upon him with violent rage, so Korath could wage battle with him. And he was not dead, and they fought.
This has become a terrible world to live in, but business is business.
Pelvis. Peanut butter. Whipped cream.
Ayana prepared herself to combat them both.
Plunger.
What a thing
Although
to
this
come
Jin
back
was
to.
different,
Hello.
It attacked.
Welcome back, everyone.
Faucet.
He attacked.
Poster.
When he was attacked by Keela herself, judging him the foul killer of
Kiten-kun.
innocents. Korath grinned, and they joined combat.
Foot.
Within, she encountered a big man who attacked on sight, where she scowled at him and attacked on sight. And they fought. He attacked the demon. Magnus, upon seeing her, took his mighty sword in hand and flew toward her.
Cool. That was right.
Stitch attacked Magnus.
Window.
I don't want trouble!
Good job.
Kuten-kun, thank you for the 100 bits.
Cereal.
That sounds...
And they fought.
That sounds
Korath
suspiciously neural network. Anonymous gifter!
Sunroof.
10 gift subs, anonymous gifter. Thank you for the 10 gift subs.
Chips. Click the sandwich to make a yummy snack, or explore the rest of my bedroom.
A yummy snack.
A test of combat ensued.
X-Door Hinge.
Rain.
Sly Dante. Residual Deviants. Burpo. Valkyrie Pharaoh. The Wretched Crow. Torrential Jack. Paunch 65. Gavin the Dwarf and Lendriz.
yourself, brother. When he was
Enjoy your
attacked by
gift
Kira
subs.
herself, judging him the foul killer of
Nico
innocence.
Jazz wants a random
Yes, it
dank
can
game.
be.
We can do that.
She attacked.
Cthulhu, the sleeping god.
Do you really want to quit?
The light heart of a little monkey is buried within this carnivorous ape. And raising a mighty sword,
my favorites.
engaged.
Damn demons!
A strong warrior engaged him, and he was not dead. She attacked.
Strawberries.
He thought. They fought.
Whipped cream. Bed.
He thought. They fought.
Apple.
They fought.
I can hear strange
He attacked
music.
Dagon. The demon attacked.
It's really
He
eerie.
was surprised to find a
There's a
huge
lot of
alien
voice
with a
redeems
monster.
backed up, aren't
He
there?
saw 21 and attacked. And Barbaria would fall as its last hero failed. Jin attacked. Jin attacked, where he was accosted by the monstrous ape, Mongo. She emerged from hiding.
Sheriff
The
Ram,
man
hello.
called Magnus wasted no time in joining battle
Cthulhu, the sleeping god.
and descended upon her. Fade's lip quivered. She bit down on it and screamed as she charged the demon. This was a
Sheriff Ram, thank you for the 70 bits.
Incoming file transfer.
And so she attacked.
All right, random
Ayala
bank
cursed the
game for
demon
Nico Jazz.
invading her sanctuary and attacked. The light heart of a little monkey is buried within this carnivorous ape.
Blue.
He found her and attacked, demanding she give him Bloodsong, who leapt from the bushes with a snarl. They fought.
There's a new contender.
His time was up, and he attacked. She charged and struck at him.
Light switch.
Ayara prepared herself to combat them both.
Pure chaos. I love it.
Eggs.
She said that it was time to die and suffer eternally.
Like fucking, I don't know, 1,000 bits or some shit? 1,000 bits.
Thank you. Buy as many as possible.
This is by Neuron Entertainment in
Twitch Partner's 2nd anniversary? You're probably over my fucking ass.
2002.
But wait till you go look at someone else's, and hear them complain about you getting beat up a lot. And have you ever felt the need to take the time to get yourself an earful of the same kind of attention sensor talk? This is like when my parents used to tell me to stop the party because the kids were partying. And I remember thinking, well, who am I to judge? I'm not your teacher at Hogwarts. Laughs. This is
All
a
right.
conversation between Del the Dark Human
Oh,
Male
yes.
and a Zombie. Del, give me a dagger. Zombie. Shut up. Del. All of you keep moving. Zombie. I prefer them as stick.
It was heading for Lutzy. It ain't my poodle.
Sierra Adventure Game walkthrough.
Here you go,
Enter
Nico
forest.
Jazz.
Shoot monk. Get
an
slipper.
eerie,
Blow
unsettling
horn.
evening
Go
on
to
Death
volcano.
Row.
Move guy to
In
shield
this town
base.
without
Move
pity.
guy to bridge. Blow horn. Get necklace to protect underwater cave. Reach cliff. Switch armor to axe. Use axe to cut off tree branch. Catch fish. Shoot cave lizards. Swing sword. Defeat dragon. Go to lake and swim. Go back to jungle. Shoot deer. Pick up axe and run away from cave. Let's say you missed all that happening.
Here you
start
go.
First time with no abilities, no dialogue or playable character. Then, you fight to learn what you can do. And eventually the more you play, the more depth you come to realize you can explore through your own experience. You do this by using all your skills to master a skill tree and unlocking its associated abilities. You can gain a
To be
new ability
fair-
at a lower level every level until you really
To be
do
fair,
master
John
it at
Matrix,
that
it
higher
did
level.
restart.
At some point you can go through the entire tree, unlocking its associated
3D
skills.
tacos.
The game is great for
I
Frittily cocktail recipe. A brittle lemonade
Can
cocktail
somebody
recipe.
rip that taco from this
There was a
game so I
special
can use
place
it as
in
an
my heart
animated
in
emote?
2005 that only our lovely
70
co-owners could
bits.
visit.
Oh,
a chilled
boy.
cocktail sitting next to our beloved red chestnut desk. A bottle of sparkling vodka with a mountain of Lafroy 10-year refill. The magic couldn't have been more perfect. I started this blog post with the second of these
Wait, what?
memories, but the first is just as magical and amazing. It was May 22nd, 2005.
Hold on a second.
We were 7 days away from the launch of our new, revolutionary system for editing all of our blog posts, when a video went viral. Our biggest star blogger, loved by me, was on a business trip down the Portuguese coast and had just landed in Lisbon for the first time. Had known Loved by Me since she was an undergraduate student at the University of Southern California. Our first encounter was just 2 months later when we were invited to write.
A
This is
bottle of
conversation between
sparkling
Del the
vodka
Dark
with a
Human Man
mountain
and
of
Zombie.
Lafroig
Del, give me
10-year
a dagger.
refill.
Zombie. Shut up. Dell, what do you think, zombie? Fantasy RPG inventory items.
That was a short conversation.
Broken hooks, brass lantern, tin rations.
Anyway, here's
short
this game.
Sword, leather armor, pistol, two-handed sword.
Filbert
red
Fledgling.
hairset, some mail, skull
By
head,
Neuron
scarf,
Entertainment
two
for
bars,
Windows
bear
2002.
skin, chitin mask, cave map, blue crystal ring, silver cross, knapsack and rope, bear claw, razor, jade, long knives.
Look at
two
those
staves,
tacos.
leather armor, wooden wagon.
It's just
two
lettuce,
silver
but
kite
man, I
shields,
bet that looks
bronze
cool
knife,
rotating.
Iron claw, two bronze short swords, and another log that was missing when we first arrived.
Hope you enjoy
What's in there that
this.
seems pretty useless? Honestly,
Nick
oh
of
wow.
Jazz.
What's right under that guy's arm is probably the cave map of the canyon. The tree is a cursed tree, so he's going to try and run or fight it if he can. The metal door can probably pick him up. If he opens it just in time,
570
it will
sub
probably
points.
Open the trap. I have it marked as locked. He's got sword while he runs and it's safe. The stairs, aside from the few locked. Frittoli cocktail recipe. Ingredients: 4 ounces dry vermouth, Citizen VA 1 ounce simple syrup, 1 or 2 ounces bitters, small, bite-sized pieces of strawberries, optional. Directions: stir ingredients thoroughly, stir, strain to a glass of half-full wine, garnish with little bits of strawberries and a few cherry pieces. Caldera cocktail recipe. Ingredients: 1 ounce dry vermouth, Citizen VA 1 ounce Drambuie, 1,5 ounces absinthe, 3 ounces old-fashioned cognac, 2 to 3 ounces Heineken, pink or
What?
orange glass. Directions: stir ingredients thoroughly, stir, strain a glass of half-full wine, garnish with limes and small pieces of strawberries. Stowe, Spain cocktail recipe. Fantasy
23
RPG
hours of
inventory items.
egg?
Rope and hooks, brass lantern, tin rations, short sword, leather armor, leather mask, crossbow, 1 flint and steel, 18 ounces of flour, 1 pouch of firewood and fire tome, girded leather armor, with rope and hooks, leather armor. On reaching 200 hits, your dexterity improves by +2. Fintails: once you reach at least 3rd level in this class, you gain +1 to attack rolls made with all light weapons. Your maximum dexterity bonus is equal to your intelligence modifier. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier, a minimum of once. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Headband of the Stifling Brute: you gain a bonus on all strength checks equal to your intelligence modifier.
Stifling?
Bow of Night and Dusk: you gain +2 to dexterity and strength. Wearing this bow gives you advantage on attack rolls made with a light weapon, use of a medium or heavy weapon, and ability to attack a prone opponent. Crossbow.
I got an idea.
Fantasy RPG inventory items. Rope and hooks, brass lantern, tin rations, short sword, leather armor, buckler, 2
Got an idea.
potlets of flour and a loaf of bread. Holy symbol: nothing special is needed. If you have not yet, you can get the setup here. Statuette: there are 5 different statues, with the usual ones being the Gregorian crossbone figurine and 3 fireworks sticks. This means for a total of 6 different statuettes for players to collect. Holy symbol: nothing special is needed. If you have not yet, you can get the setup here. Short sword.
Sheriff Ram, thank you for the 100
Items.
Xiaolong
It is
Bao.
on a bow and requires a hammer and nails. Yes, I did the math correctly. You have been thinking a lot of the magical items offhand, but I am sure someone can find somewhere they have them. Holy symbol: there are 5 different statues, with the usual ones being the Gregorian crossbone figurine and 3 fireworks sticks.
Oh,
this
no.
means for a total of 6 different stats.
Oh no.
Fantasy RPG
Gary
inventory
is
items.
bored.
Rope and hooks, brass lantern, tin rations, short sword, leather armor, broadsword, bow, 20 arrow pouches, 2 crossbow
Wesley.
bolts,
Blast
spit,
processing.
50
We can
archers,
actually.
broadsword black blade, 20 coins for repair. 1
I don't think we
gold
can
to the
see it on
banker.
this. Hold on.
The guards only guard the bank. Camilla Champagne. The shopkeeper in Castle Camelina sold 2
I know we
ornaments.
can see it
That's
on
for the
Phantasy Star
shops.
2.
The best town to complete the game is Castle Camelina due to its relatively close to Candlekeep and its impressive level of magical protection. The second town is Lumbridge. There are 5 easy quests in Lumbridge and also 2 easy ones. Castle Lumbridge Ed. Once you have
So if you look
completed
at
the
the
bonus
bottom-
quests to train by Castle in East Ardoon, that's a fair-sized town. The bank is a good one. The only thing that you don't get before leaving the main town is the ability to use the guild bag. Castle Valador Edit.
You'll see what are
Next
called
up on-
CRAM dots.
Fantasy RPG inventory.
CRAM dots happen
Rope and hooks, brass lantern,
when you make certain
rations, short sword, leather armor, wooden spikes. Setting.
When you make certain changes to how you're accessing, how you're using direct memory access from the CPU to the VDP, if Rachel Retro is around, she can probably explain this a little bit better.
The game is based on the European RPGs
but
it is based on, but it also has more action.
When you write to the palette RAM,
somewhat reminiscent of Star Wars compared to the MMO era games.
So when you write to palette RAM,
but have never quite got a
dots appear on the screen.
The game it is based on. The world feels unfinished, and as it has a large percentage of the content, the design could improve the game if it were to be released in future.
So
the basic style of art looks more like most Japanese RPGs, with a variety of art styles combined in a very large world.
What is Justin talking about?
The only exception is the aforementioned horse-drawn.
So
Top 10 discontinued fast
the
food
ability
items.
to use DMA to write directly to palette RAM
Pabst Blue Ribbon 4,
is flash processing.
The George Foreman
effectively.
Grill 6, Burger King 7, Taco Bell 8, Dunkin' Donuts 9, McDonald's 10, Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr.
Most used spells in the spellbook: sticks to snakes, fireball, charm person, goodberry, fly, hold person, recall pet, water walk, water breathing disintegrate, hold person intimidate sticky spikes, fly magic ring, spell scroll, great magic drain power, 1 suggestion effect for 3 hours, can get 3 suggestions per hour, heavy armor, 1 per day, armor of disguise, light armor mastery, defender of faith armor of acrobatics, camouflage mastery, escaping from combat, stealthy 3 robe of invisibility, hexes vulnerary, 40 deception, discerning eye, spell immunity, stun, spell resistance, fear spell replenishment spell, resist damage, spell resistance find the path, spot, silent spell search, quiet casting, shield armor mastery, armor protection, shield mastery, alteration, warding orcs don't make sense as a blood pact with the data.
I see. So
fantasy RPG inventory items: rope and hooks, brass lantern, tin rations, short sword, leather armor, metal short sword, leather kite shield.
When you're writing to palette RAM or performing
tools,
DMA,
weapon of choice, iron dagger,
direct memory access,
scimitar, 2 silver bolts, 1 steel crossbow,
it's
7 bolts
blocking
of birchwood,
on the main
oaken helmet,
CPU.
iron visor, iron plate
Meaning,
armor, iron and gold shield, quiver, archery
generally
knife,
your
long
game
sword,
logic cannot
knife,
proceed while that's
bandages,
happening.
chainmail armor, chainmail shirt, leather cap, chainmail leggings, iron cuffs, embarding by Richard Johnson. Carried by Royal Sergeant Blunt, Trooper, head of the Litchfield Ward Home Guard Squad, citizen from up north caught in an isolated area away from the Litchfield village. Having been captured by bandits, he is brought to the frontier keep for interrogation and torture. He finally recalls that he tried to defect to Northumbria when...
What? So those dots
Fantasy RPG
can be written at any time. They don't have to be written like at the bottom or at the top.
Rations, short sword, leather armor, 2 rods, axe.
They're a
and
side
sword,
effect of
2
something.
Knives, spear, sling,
They're a side
2
effect of
breeches,
blast
1
processing.
shirt, 2 cloaks, bucket of flour, ale, powder is also available.
And normally you
17
don't see them
lessons.
because they're down there.
These 5 lessons offer useful general topics
think,
for your game, though some are appropriate for a beginner and others a little more advanced. All are familiar throughout the PFS campaign setting and intended for general dungeon crawling and exploration of the dungeon. Under normal circumstances, a thief may meet up with an acquaintance, who could provide valuable information. Detect the thieves how to recognize a thief in the shadows, on the road, or on a deserted sidewalk. Routine thieves, common thieves and highway robbers rarely get caught by a regular adventurer, and they will often pass themselves off as more trustworthy people. How to tell an ordinary creature who is selling low with sleight of hand, or performing some mischievous act. Vampires Mantis. Sierra Adventure Game.
I think this also...
Enter Forest.
Yeah,
Shoot monk,
in the bottom
get
right.
Slipper, blow horn, go get Harold. 8. Here's an American success story, a survival game about everything has been released in the US. The Forest of Drool, a natural selection video game guide has been produced by American game developer.
So they're not always there.
Warren
It's only
Panda.
during
This
certain
week here
types
to
of
take you through the
animations, I think.
wonderful experience of using the Forest of Drool, a natural selection to help pass the time during a trip to Mexico. 9. On November 2nd, 2011, Board Panda released a 5-minute video, A survival game is never made to make money, or in this case, maybe even not by accident. Board Panda offers video game instructions and guides based on their own experience with making the Forest of Dro, a natural selection on a budget. You'll see a review of the game and how it was made. Click on view video below and keep going till the end.
I don't think I can quickly get to, I don't think I can quickly get to what I want.
Top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob. 3. The 12 Musketeers. 4. The History of Zenith Part 2. The History of Zenith Part 3. 6. The History of Zenith Part 4. 7. Manly Sea Tales, from the book. 8. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob, from the book. 9. R. E. Howard's Gambit, a collection of inventions and ideas, from the book. 10. Howard's Gambit's Contents, from the book. Graphic novel cover poster for the year 1 issue of Magic
Shurikens,
Manuals,
yeah.
Page 47. Page 47. Poster for the year 3 issue of Magic Manuals, page 61. Assorted Marvel and Star Wars comics and an advertisement for
I don't think I can get to anywhere that'll do it, but I think the
graphic novel cover.
There isn't a stage select for this, is there?
Brawler in Seattle, 1956. Graphic. Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough. Enter Forest, shoot Monk, get Slipper, blow Horn, walk through cave to break trap. Sierra games to play over and over again without eating lunch. Draxon. I'm ready to be happy all day.
Sierra games to play over and over again without eating lunch.
Dragon Quest 7. I hate my school counselor. The game is like a summer camp. You spend your entire school day soiree drinking beer, hugging and goofing off. The school counselor yells at you, say some prayers. You hear? Fuck this. For the love of God, fuck all the rest of your prayers. If you say them again, you're gonna get shit on, so don't. Being a teacher or teenager puts a real pressure on people. They can't say no, so of course they say yes. Whenever you're on the edge of being made fun of, try to kick yourself, but chances are that whoever who got shit on will be pissed off even. Frittoli cocktail recipe. Serve the infused fritter and sugar fritters with the creamy, fresh lemon sorbet, using the same ratios of whipped cream, heavy cream, and sugar. Inspired by Curly's blog of the same name, the Curly's Cookbook.
What'd you do? Sell out to buy a reefer?
Pork chops.
It's
gonna be chaos. Thank you, pork chops.
Orange.
Thank you, pork chops.
Mr. Radon's top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob. 3. Ypsilanti Tales, and Other Tales. 4. Bob, The Untold Story of the Modern Vasta. 5. How to Date a Greek Girl's Lover. 6. There is No Escape from the World. Swimming Stories. 7.
Did you say how to...
Tales. 8.
How to Date a Greek Girl's Lover?
9. Fire Over the Slab. 10. On Fire with Fire. I've also now purchased the second volume of Pitts magazine.
Okay.
Most people think that Pitts is a literary mag. It bills itself as a cult of the literate in America.
Excuse me?
It features comics, novel covers, and fun covers by a range of talented artists. A lot of stories have been reprinted in Pitts, however, and the second volume is well worth checking out for the original
Pitts, not
collections
Piss.
themselves alone.
Not Piss
I love
magazine.
Greek girls and reunite in the occasional great cover, but there's a collection of stories from each of Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough. Enter Forest, shoot Monk, get Slipper, blow Horn, attack Bird, get Water Bucket with about 100% completion.
Blowhorn?
1.
Blowhorn.
Kill Wild Yak, Duel of the Fates, get Bird Bottle, get Water Whisk, then later get again from the Bird Guy. 2. Get Puma,
2.
Chakra, get Puma, blow Horn, 3. Puma, Krampus, kill Snake, Shark. 3. Get Eagle, don't get the Eagle, don't let the Eagle fall in the pit of death. Get Turtle Shell, with about 95% completion. 1. Free the Monk, get a Snake.
1.
Free the Monk, with about 75% completion. 1. Got the Seal of the Damsel in Distress, set fishing rod on the fish chest, throw knife.
impossible. Impossible fight. Yeah, it's weirdly quiet. Antarius 420. You're the Duke of Development. Let me try to... Well, Portia Fimbriata.
Grapes.
Back to the darkness.
So she attacked to subdue him. He casually approached the beast and attacked. He was no wizard to be trifled
I
with.
want to see if...
He attacked.
Oop, not what I wanted. Fucking finally. Okay, this is not the level I thought it would be, but yeah, there we go. Okay. So animated background effects cause CRAM dots to appear. So the CRAM dots that you're seeing here are caused by the color cycling, switching palettes and stuff, I guess, for the waterfall effect in the background, right? And so you can see those dots being written out visibly. But when the when the screen is cropped to what you might see on a CRT, you don't usually see it. Most TVs won't display that. So being able to write directly to palette RAM is part of blast processing. Blast processing is, as I understand it, the overall ability of the Sega Genesis to use DMA to just push data blindly into the palette RAM, the video memory, push stuff at the VDP without, like, stopping to confirm what it's doing, right? So that it can do more and faster, but it was rarely used to its full effect. And so what does the full effect of that mean? Well, since you can write to palette RAM directly, and you can create a color on screen of whatever color you wrote to the palette RAM. Usually you do that in the non-visible space, so that you don't have to time where that pixel appears. You don't have to worry about it being a visible thing, right? So the color that you write can be any color that Genesis is capable of displaying. It doesn't have to be in the current palette. So a result of what is blast processing capable of is you can write arbitrarily one of 4,000 colors to screen at any time. So you get effectively what is the if you've seen the Titan 2 demo, is that what it's called? Titan 2? Titan 2 Genesis demo. Overdrive 2 by Titan. If you've seen the Overdrive 2 demo, that is essentially what blast processing can do in terms of display. However, with regard to how that interacts with video game design, the reason nobody used it is because pushing, just blasting data at memory like that, blasting data around between the chips was a blocking operation if you did it too frequently. Or I should say it's blocking the entire time you're doing it, so you use up a cycle. So if you're pushing data out to fill a full frame, you can't be doing any other, like, game logic at the same time, right? Because you're taking the whole time of rendering the screen to render the screen, where usually you send some information to the VDP, and the VDP does its thing. So it wasn't that useful for video game stuff at the time because it was so resource consuming. Mantarius 420 has redeemed Duke Development. We've been doing Duke Development, jeez, for 2 years now, I think. I haven't been doing it on stream as much, I don't think. But I mean, if you want to see some blast processing, we do that real quick. Hold on. The Genesis scene. Turn on this guy. I need this. Console Genesis. Load Titan Overdrive 2. Let me get my project set up here. Oh, this is off a little bit. Hold on a second. Just go to 1920. Probably fine. There should be sound. Oh, because it's not plugged in. Where have I put the sound cable? Okay. Thank you, Face. No thank you, Face. So, flashing and color cycling warning on this, by the way, if anyone's affected by that. Take a look at the clouds. There's something important going on in the clouds there. So this is what blast processing can do with regard to, like, rendering stuff visibly on the screen. This is running, albeit on an FPGA version of it, but this is running on what would be a PAL Sega Genesis. There's true transparency, there's full color, 4000 color mode. The sound is coming from the Sega Genesis chip. There's no additional chips that this would use. So yeah, stuff like this. Some of it's just clever use of color. Yeah. Yeah. 3D balls. But also, like, if you look at the background, there's more than 60 whatever colors per frame. Balls 3D. Some of this stuff is rendered traditionally. Some of it using techniques like the transparency here is very interesting. This is an incredible technological display. Titan Arcade. Full frame rendering. Oh man, Nintendo destroyed. Neo Geo destroyed. Yeah. There were separate cabs, right? I don't think the SNK cab said Nintendo on it. There were two separate cabs. Yeah, look at this. Look at the color in this. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Absolutely mind-boggling, the like color usage and the way they're doing a lot of this stuff. Anyway. We'll get to the Duke development in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. At the LAN party / rave. Anyway, so what? Poo brain! That's demo scene stuff. Usually it's like a category of specific demos. This is not... this is not a small code size demo. This is a pretty sizable demo. But it does some really, really incredible stuff. With regard to like rendering and display. (2016, 2017). So there's a write-up about it. There's a write-up about this and the like technical stuff that they did, and basically like they had to calculate a timing window to get the dots in the right place and line it up so that as they were blasting the CRAM, they were making actual images appear, and that was blocking the CPU but making an image appear on the VDP. So yeah, and all of that without shoving an entirely new processor or something in a cartridge. Yeah, so incredibly talented people, really, really cool stuff. Grief counseling for emulator developers is now available. Funny. But yeah, absolutely incredible. Really, really impressive demo that they like published all of their research on what they did with the chips and how to reproduce those effects. And it's like, okay, that's fucking awesome. That's what blast processing could have done. And the problem with it is it locks up the machine, so you'd have to use it really creatively to make a game take advantage of it, unless you had a way to use a secondary processor to do something other than rendering, because your secondary processor could handle all the game logic while your first processor does the rendering for you. Usually that's what you'd use the VDP for, but the VDP is more limited than the 68,000 using blast processing to push all of this stuff to CRAM. So, one of the things that could have happened that didn't happen because, again, not only do it's not only that technology advances, but techniques and knowledge advance as well. So, in the intervening time between 1993 and 2017, new techniques were discovered. People have been, jamming stuff into this hardware for 25 years or whatever. And the thing is that if you have another processor available, you could make the other processor do the work of displaying the image while using your first processor to play the game, right? So theoretically, I don't know that you really could do this because of the way interrupts work and the way the bus is set up and some stuff like that. You could probably make a very simple game that looked very nice by using the 68,000 as a graphics processor and using the Z80 as your main logic unit. You'd also have no sound, and you'd have little or no sound, and you'd have a very simple, stupid game, right? Now, that said, the Genesis was in a unique position in the market that it had two different add-ons that had their own CPUs that were designed to work in tandem, both with the original Genesis unit and each other. So if you took the SH17 processor out of the 32X and you took the other 68,000 out of the Sega CD, and you jumbled those around so you could blast process stuff out and still take inputs and still handle game logic, and you could still do sound, like, you could have made something absolutely incredible for the 32X CD. But nobody did because nobody bought the 32X or the Sega CD. So nobody was interested in doing some fucking, wild game that was just beyond the capabilities of the system at the time because nobody wanted to. The best games we got on the Genesis in terms of technical, technical prowess are probably Red Zone and Subterranea. Yeah, it would be a nightmare to code if they didn't have the knowledge and the technique at the time. Boom, boom. Well, yeah, like a Genesis game generally had a shorter dev cycle. Games were smaller. But, Subterranea and Red Zone are probably some of the most impressive Sega Genesis games. We'll take a look at that when we get back to it. We got to do some Duke development. Thank you, Mentarius 420 for the Duke development, and thank you for your patience. Sorry to take so long to get to it. So this session, I need to do some thinking about what's going to happen next with the game. Animator object. When was I doing animator stuff? Uh-oh. So, most recently, the things that I built on stream were the... Yes, it did. Yes, it did. CarTube. And for those who haven't seen it, this is another thing. You know what? It's worth bringing up. It's worth pulling up the game to kind of show... what we're what I've been working on for goodness 2 years now. There's the main thing. So let's have a look at the game itself. Open up Maze game.
One of the locals, Buzz.
Basil gifting 5 community gift subs. Polly Oddity, Samarquito, Speedy BRE, Al Roker Surprise, and Funny Oles. Enjoy your gift subs. So, this is the video game astute viewers might recognize this level layout.
Most used spells in the spellbook. Sticks to snakes, fireball, charm person,
snakes.
Goodberry, dimension door, cure wounds, frog strangle, and heroism.
Frog
Sticks to snakes
strangle
gives you the skill and XP of stick to earth at an interesting rate. The spell costs a lot of spell points and the spell rolls lots of mistakes. So if you are paying magic items, spellbooks, bonus experience for having the most used spells, you are looking at a spell point cost of 11 or more and the skill gained of Dwarven. Unfortunately for everyone with normal magic, you can add the magic point cost for the skill level to their costs, like any character. Kill of Fire, see Spells Chapter, Dragon's Breath, 12. Bless You, see Magic Items Chapter, 8. Protection from Fire and Protection from Magical Weapons, see Magic Items Chapter, 6. If you bring something, possibly from a spellbook, into a party, you will often decide what you want to bring, for better.
It's missing doors.
RPG inventory items. Rope and hooks, brass lantern, tin rations, short sword, leather armor, knife, magic ring and ring of disappearance. / font with the expansion to this, the pack's number of items on hand increased substantially and also feature of new sets, all of which introduce brand new gear for the game as a whole. More updates to come as we find new gear, and will perhaps introduce more mechanics than we'd like.
Take it back to the start.
Most used spells in the spell book. Sticks to snakes, fireball, charm
snakes.
Person, Goodberry, cure light wounds, knock, minor illusion, shout.
It is not Eye of the Beholder.
Winter's grasp and whirlwind. HTTP
this door isn't in
/tigress.
the thing.
sagepub.com/tombos/snake.html. If you have more screenshots of these spells or have a better video, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Radon's Top 10 Books. 1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob. 3. Hobnob Wasting Time. 4. Out of the Ashes, The Story of the Good Old Days of the Underworld. 5. Grognardia's Expanded History and Directory, History and Manly Knowledge, A Visual Guide to Sea Grog. 6. I'll go ahead and summarize the source material for this. One more excerpt and I'll be over here.
It is wizardry. It's the first level
Seer
of wizardry.
Game walkthrough. Enter forest. Shoot monk, get slipper, blow horn, walk into house, trap. There are other 3-level chests within the room. Then after we find the other chest, he hands over the slipper. After we've walked out, there's a different entrance and different bushes that he has to find on level 2. Then you'll find the rest of the route we're on, still on level 2, but different paths, which is very annoying. Janice explained each level after we reach the first one. And to make it even worse, to drop a blue orb, you need to die inside a chest, and if you survive without killing yourself, you need to save at the first choice. Make your way to the dungeon on the way back. I went into the sewers with little chances, killing multiple times while moving around, and didn't save, so no saving for the whole game. Now that this shit is out of the way, I was convinced that I wouldn't have missed this thing. Fuck that.
Click the sandwich to make a yummy snack, or explore the rest of my bedroom.
She found Stitch, but he attacked her.
A Sierra adventure game walkthrough that ends with fuck that. Okay. One of the things that I need to do in this is I need to create.
They fought.
I need to create a set of stuff. I need to group stuff together and start splitting it off into other files so that I don't have this giant mess of a, like, 1,200 line main file, right? So some of this stuff actually needs to be I think I can probably take this stuff and put it here. Why did that expand? I guess it expands when you paste it. Right? So none of this stuff relies on that. I think the Swizzler is no longer used. Direction lookup might not be used either. Strat for Emma. Okay. So, all of this condition stuff, data locators and conditions, we need to address. Yeah, here we go. So those return those, that returns that, looks up a value. So, general data type that contains string, int, data access, path, etc. Find this to have an integer function for numeric evaluations. Yes. String path, int value, retrieve value, dereference to numbers, either bools to 1, 0, dereference path to true or false. Basel, thank you for the 100 gunge. Okay. Yeah, so this stuff, like all of this scene stuff needs to go together. Display props and the drawing function go together. The resource manager needs to be massively updated. Map event. So map event is up in here for some reason, but I think it doesn't rely on anything other than directions and condition containers. So this should be closer to the map itself. The dungeon tiles, the dungeon map. This, I don't think a tile relies on a map. Do this. That stuff is separate. Dungeon camera element, I think, is a camera item. Scene item. Yeah, so I think, yeah, scene item. Scene item parent. scene item. This scene item equals the new camera item. Okay, so it does use the scene item correctly.
Sticks to snakes.
That's good. So the map manager. This is not the most exciting game development in the world, by the way. I'm sorry about that. This is like necessary code maintenance I haven't done yet. Yeah, so this stuff, the map manager, goes with the map stuff. Up here. The map manager goes up here with the map stuff. The camera stuff is on its own. It does not. That's true. So the camera is up here. I think this should be fine because it doesn't rely on the map until it's instantiated later. Right? Well, let's make sure. Okay. Dungeon map, map event, map dungeon tile. This stuff all goes together.
Lamp.
Fucking Mars.
She said that it was time to die.
Mars
and
Moose. This just has a gigantic. This has a gigantic input.
But Korath attacked him.
Right.
Nose horn.
Don't need that.
Windshield.
Condition container. From JSON. This goes with the condition container. No, it needs the condition-based condition constructor.
The ghastly Stitch.
I remember now.
Whomever survives
Although
shall be declared free of charges in Argos.
This can go before this, right? That can go before that. Esports are for losers. All right, it doesn't run. Why doesn't it run?
She jumped as a cat into an attack stance.
Chocolate chips. Light switch.
Dungeon camera element has to be after. Can all of this stuff go after?
He raised his mighty sword.
The dungeon map stuff. This is the thing about C++ that makes me very sad sometimes. All right. All right, that was it. That was the only thing that screwed it up. You hit not Justin and got Justin. This is good. Rare Justin. You got rare Justin. It's different, right? Also, I'm going to experiment with setting speed limits on... I'm going to experiment with setting speed limits on... Can all of this stuff be moved above scene item? Basil, thank you for the 100 Lake Titikakas. You know what? You know what, Basil? I got something for you. I got something for you, Basil.
Lake Titicaca 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 Lake Titicac Alicat Titicaca Lake 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 Titicaca.
There you go. There's your rare Justin.
Lake Titicaca 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 Lake Titicaca.
Okay, so this stuff can go here. This stuff all goes together. This stuff all goes together. And this stuff is... this stuff is together. Well, the problem is that neural network TTS requests, neural TTS is number one, pricier, and number two is a totally different response. So I can't just switch to a neural voice. It'll just fail. But if I can figure out a way to do it reasonably, I can figure out a reasonable way to break it out. I'll do it eventually. Okay, so condition base and all of the subclasses, data locator base and all of its subclasses that I think I'm going to need. Wall texture needs to go with... Can we put a wall texture right before the resource manager? So what I'm doing here for folks who might be baffled by why I'm just like moving big blocks of code around. I'm always making opportunities to make future Duke laugh by putting comments like this in my code. So yeah, I'm moving all this stuff around because eventually I want to move this stuff out to separate files so that I have like the condition file stuff, right? So I just import it and then just do, okay, well, I've got the whole thing. And by putting it in these blocks, if I'm not mistaken, the way references work in C++ is if I put an include further down here somewhere, what'll happen is basically this whole block will be, include condition crap.h or something, right? And then where condition crap.h ends, right? And so this whole thing turns into one line. That's how I understand it. And even if this relies on stuff that has to be loaded beforehand, then it will still work as long as I included the other stuff earlier in the file. So this is just to organize this stuff into kind of the most meaningful way to do that. Not glamorous, but, the other thing I need to do is I need to make I have this function, this drawing function, that does a bunch of stuff for like how to draw certain stuff. And I need to fix this up so that it can draw more than just that. The other thing I need to do Yeah, exactly. One of the things that I need to do eventually is I do need to make an animation function and a way to animate things in the game. The other thing that I've done, and we'll save this for now. I think we're in a really good spot for organization. This thing isn't like it isn't exploding right now. It still runs. It still runs, and a bunch of the code is gathered together in a good way. The other thing that I have, let's see if this hooks properly. It does not. Is this. So this is something I was working on as an extension to both my base code and something that will hopefully eventually be used in the bag here. It would be needed for both the bestiary and an art gallery that I want to do. I want to have all of the like stream art on a like rotating thing that you can switch to if you want to look at people's art about the stream. So this is a very simple proof of concept thing, and I need to work on the design for this. I'll probably ask somebody. I'll ask whoever has the most experience doing multi-threaded resource sharing in C++. Don't all raise your hands at once, everyone. But this is a basic idea of this is a basic idea that does one specific thing, which is load a picture, display the picture, and then destroy the picture when a new picture is loaded. So what I've done here is I've created an Allegro thread, which is like a specialized Allegro thing. Then I use a regular mutex. It should be muchex, right? It's pronounced muchex. So create a level, an ordinary library muchex from standard template library. Try to lock it. Muchex for breakfast. Yeah, mutual. Hey, Auto Wombo. This is my code. This is development, Duke of Development. Mantarius 420 redeemed a little over mutual. I say mutual. It's a muchex. Muchex quest. That's very well put together, Dudu Flatulano. This is some separate but slightly related code. So what this does is randomly loads a new image. But it does so in a thread so that the loading an image from disk and decoding the image to a bitmap does not impact the execution of the main game, right? So it can load a new image or an animation without stopping the rest of the execution. Mutual. So, what I do here is I use a regular mutex. I then adopt the lock of the mutex if I can lock it, and then if the indicator... Basil, thank you for the 100 ungs. Thank you for the 100 gungans. Thank you, Basil. So, if the main thread is requesting a new bitmap be loaded, then this loads one of 3 different bitmaps.
Madness turned on 21, seeking his next victim. 21 held no
It
mercy
then
for
locks
him
the
and
mutex,
attacked, where the assassin
destroys the
Fade
existing... It destroys the existing bitmap in an array and replaces it with the bitmap that it just loaded. Then it unlocks...
The Nemesis attacked.
Then it unlocks the mutex from the Allegro library mutex. Sets the regular things to where they should be, goes out, and then it waits. And then it waits, and it waits, and it waits, and it sees if it needs to do this. And then this thread just runs constantly. And then down here, when we want to get a new thing, we say, hey, if you press 1, then get a new thing. If you press 2, shove in a blank bitmap. Hole man. Oh, man. Hole man. So, now the problem here is there's 2 questions I have, and anyone who's an expert on C++ and threading can maybe answer this, but what I've done here is I've got regular mutex that will allow me to use try lock. Then I've got the Allegro mutex. The Allegro mutex, Amiga Love, thank you. Thank you. The Allegro mutex does not support try lock, and if I understand correctly, without try lock as a thing, you simply wait. You sit there and you wait for the resource to become available, which means that if you're doing something like, hey, when you take a step forward, if you don't have this, if you don't have this image, if you don't have this, like, file for a wall texture or something, just wait until you get it. So you might wait 3 or 4 or 5 frames to get the texture back from disk because it takes that long to load it. It takes, 80 milliseconds to load a relatively small compressed image from disk. So, Sir Spamism, saying thank you for the 100 ongs. Yes, exactly, Hickler. But so the alternative is to threading it. The alternative to making it multi-threaded is to load everything ahead of time right when the game launches, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? Or to load everything when you enter a level, which means that instead of loading one asset at a time, you're loading... There's chaos here all the time. You learn to live with it.
Where he was accosted by the monstrous ape, Mongo.
You have to load everything all at once and keep it in memory. So you're using full bitmap-sized stuff for every sprite in memory.
Sorry, you can't use me right now.
You're using this is I can show you what the game itself will eventually look like. Hold on one second here. This is just some separate orphaned code. But, don't save. So, the idea being that if you can thread it, you can say, hey, check if this is available. If it's not available, don't display it. When it becomes available, display it. And so the way that you do that is by shifting the loading off to a thread. If a wall doesn't appear for like a frame or two, then it's not a big deal, right? Because you're going to be... it's not a big deal because you're not going to be waiting that long. You're going to be waiting 80 milliseconds. It'll be 1 or 2 frames. But you don't want the game to hitch up when it's doing it, right? Or maybe you want the game to continue animating and doing its normal stuff, and then when it's done loading, it plays whatever effect. Like, say a monster casts a fireball spell. You want the monster's animation and the fireball spell to come out as quickly as possible, but you don't want to, like, pause the game and wait for 5 or 6 frames, then the monster casts the spell, right? You want the monster to be doing its like idle animation normally, and then cast the spell as soon as it's ready to display those assets. So the game itself is a wizardry type game. Maze game. Click. It is currently not much of a game because you can just walk around in the 3D maze. Interesting. That's not doing correct. Doing the correct thing, but so so you want to be able to ask for a resource, and then you want to be able to ask for a resource and then get it without keeping everything in memory at all times. So think of it this way, right? The thing with threads is that the thread could be running on the same processor. Windows itself is handling scheduling of how much to give each like Eye of the Beholder. It won't be the kind of like click to pick up stuff and like push buttons on the wall kind of thing. It'll be more of the like you step into a square and it describes a scene and maybe shows a picture kind of thing. And then combat will be turn-based like a wizardry type game. So with threading, right? Windows handles which applications get how much CPU time, even from the same processor or processor core. What you get in terms of threading is Windows says, hey, this application, this thread, right? It could be a single-threaded application. This whole application is asking for additional time to do stuff. So I'm going to give it this much, right? You've got this whole pie, and this application is asking for a whole lot of resources. You give it this slice, right? And it says, hey, I need more. So you give it bigger slice. But Windows never gives the entire thing, right? What it does is it says, okay, you can have a whole bunch of time over here, but I'm going to keep this smaller bit so that I can continue doing Windows functions, so that you can still press Control-Alt-Delete and get your end task button. So you can still move the mouse around and click on stuff and actually interact with the keyboard. It doesn't let something lock up the whole system because Windows itself is the host of each of these threads. So even on a single core processor with no virtual threading or anything like that, you can still create multiple threads, and each thread can do something. So what you're doing is you're saying, hey, this thread is going to handle displaying the screen for the game. It's going to handle moving around and selecting menu items and things like that. And then this thread over here is going to be loading resources whenever it's asked to. And so this thread might only need 5% of the CPU, and this thread needs 0% most of the time. Then sometimes this thread will need 95%, and this thread will still only need 5%. And so this thread goes, hey, 95%, gimme, gimme, gimme. This thread still executes. It doesn't wait for the other thread. So it's a matter of timing and concurrency more than it is necessarily like, well, why don't you just load the thing immediately? Because if you don't do anything with this thread, you'll get it done faster. Right. Yeah. It's like it's when you think in terms of how a program executes, say you go down and you say like, you know, say you go down and you say like, you know, do thing A, do thing B, do thing C, do thing D, right? If thing B takes 1 minute to finish and thing C takes 1 minute to finish, right? You can't run those simultaneously, right? But if they're going to take 1 minute to finish either way, you could say, hey, start doing thing B. You somewhere over there, start doing thing B, right? Cooking. Say you're going to boil 2 pots of water and you have a stove with 4 burners, right? You only have 1 gas line, but you turn on all 4 burners, you put a pot on each one. You're now going to have 2 pots of boiling water, and you can chop vegetables while you're waiting for the other 2 while you're waiting for the 2 pots of water to boil, because they're doing something that's unrelated to what you need to spend time on. Multi-threading is a pain in the ass, and no one ever wants to do it or touch it because it makes people angry. Did we do the last? No. We're going to do, hold on. We're going to do a computer gaming world. No, not at all. Not at all, Billy Rivers. Like I said, loading a single image from disk and decompressing it takes 80 milliseconds, which if you're looking at a web page, sure, fine, no problem. Web page loads and you're done. 80 milliseconds times however many images, not a problem. But if you're doing something that's constantly updating and refreshing and you take 80 milliseconds out of that, that's 4 frames, right? That's the other thing, though, right? Is that now I have to keep a whole bunch of bitmaps in memory, and I can't dynamically allocate stuff as the game is running. If I load a new level, I have to have already loaded all of the assets for that level at runtime, or I have to throw up a loading screen that says, please wait while we load the next level. But if you're able to stream assets in a multi-threaded environment, you don't have to do either of those things. You don't have to compromise on those 2 things. What you have to compromise is code complexity and how those operate, right? And again, that's per asset. So, like, say an enemy uses a spell that you haven't displayed before, you either had to have loaded that spell at launch time, right? Which means you load every single asset the game has into memory at runtime or at launch time, which means that you're piling all this stuff up, so you end up with a game and you're like, why the fuck does this retro game take like 40 minutes to load, you know, or like 4 minutes to load? It's just displaying this like stupid bullshit. It should be as fast as the Genesis, right? But it isn't, because you're doing a lot of stuff with assets that are more complex than direct bitmaps like you'd be using on a Genesis cartridge. That's also why those games are limited in ways that you don't want to impose those limits on yourself in a modern environment, because it makes it even more complicated. I could write the whole thing in assembly and use 32 color pre-programmed palettes and stuff, and then it wouldn't take that long to load. But also, why would I do that to myself and not use PNGs and transparencies and shit like that? Yeah, a gigabyte for Pac-Man, right? Computer Gaming World, we want issue 48. But again, threading is complicated, right? Doing stuff so that you can do dynamic asset loading is complicated. It's not an easy thing to do. And so that's why a lot of people don't do it, and that's why you get these things like
PNG's Partner-ness Graphics.
My job is
Basil.
to train you for the fight of your life.
Thank you for the 100 bits. It absolutely cannot. There's no way. There's literally no way to do what I want to do with one thread without making compromises elsewhere that I'm not willing to make. Right? You have to choose one area to compromise. One is initial load time and a static preload for everything in the game. Second is you have to deal with interruption of the game process during execution. And third is code complexity and the difficulty of implementing is the difficulty of implementing threaded loading, right? I want this one because I don't want to have the game stutter while it's loading stuff, and I don't want to preload everything because the system that I'm designing doesn't support that. It doesn't support sifting through all of the assets way ahead of time and saying, here's what everything in the game is, and validating it and making sure it works at that time. It's gonna do stuff as you get to it, rather than doing it all at once, all in the beginning, and putting a several minutes long load time on a retro game, right? Like, I don't want to reproduce the experience of waiting a few minutes for I don't want to reproduce the experience of waiting a few minutes for your game to load. Exactly, denial of self. Because I want people to be able to edit the game. I don't want to make everything statically packed ahead of time and produce one specific game in the end, right? So, yes, reading from RAM is fast, but you have to put it there first. Reading from disk is not fast. Decompressing an image to a bitmap is not fast. I've tested this, right? Like, for example, oh no, I know you're not, Hector. I agree. Loading stuff from RAM is fast. Did we see this one? We did see this one. This is Stealth Fighter. And the president is missing. We need issue 49. Oops. But that's why single-threaded execution doesn't work. Well, it's not just the SSD, right? You can provide the information from the SSD to your program very quickly. But it's not just... Think about it this way, right? Think of it this way. Have you ever been doing a job and you're working on something that takes a lot of maintenance, that takes a lot of focus and attention, right? Whatever the task is, you have one task and it's ongoing and it takes a lot of focus and attention. Maybe you're answering phones, right? Maybe you're cooking something. Maybe you're doing whatever, right? And then your manager comes over and says, stop everything you're doing. I have something that I need you to do right now. I need you to do this thing that's going to take you a few minutes. It's only a few minutes. It's only going to take you a few minutes, right? You have to stop everything else that you're doing. You have to tell the person, I have to put you on hold. You have to set aside whatever it is, the vegetables that you're chopping, and you have to do this thing that your manager told you must do immediately. Everything stops until you're done doing this one task. And it only takes you a couple of minutes, relatively, to your 8-hour shift, but it interrupts everything else that you're doing, right? Converting an image from a compressed image format to a memory bitmap doesn't take a lot of time in the grand scheme of things. It only takes about 80 milliseconds. But when you're talking about a frame coming out every 16 milliseconds, right, you've just taken up several frames. It's not a huge disruption, but every time you do it, right, every time you do it, you're interrupting everything else. You're interrupting everything else to get that one thing done. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, you might be fundamentally misunderstanding what I'm saying. Say I take a step forward, right? I've been in the dirt tunnels. I've never seen a stone wall before, right? I take a step forward. I see a stone wall for the very first time. The very first time I see a stone wall, I need to load it from disk, decompress it, and then display it on the screen. That interrupts everything else in the program for 80 milliseconds the first time I see that stone wall. Then, later, I need to decide when I'm going to dispose of the stone wall, right? And when I dispose of the stone wall, then the next time I see a stone wall after that, it'll take that 80 millisecond time. So I need to make a decision. There are 3 possible options. If some grandmaster programmer in the chat wants to offer other alternatives, please feel free. But I see that there are 3 options, right? The first option is deal with it. Let your program stutter, right? When a new texture loads, stutter. Who cares, right? That's the approach that some modern 3D games take, or that's what you'll see when you don't have enough memory for textures, right? Modern games do that all the time because they just can't wait, right? So that's one option, right? You ever turn around quickly in a video game and the game stutters and then it runs fine? It stutters for like half a second and then runs fine. That's an acceptable solution in modern 3D games because sometimes you just can't load all the stuff fast enough, right? So, second option, load everything ahead of time. Load things ahead of time and introduce loading screens. Wait to play the game. The game doesn't start immediately. The game starts when it's done loading every single asset from disk. Because you don't know when you're going to need it. And code-wise, you have to validate that all of the assets are there, and you have to, you have to handle that top-down. It's the waterfall approach, right? Top-down, everything has to be there, and you have to do everything ahead of time, right? Many games do this. Many games do this. It's a valid, viable option. And what you end up with this is you end up trading off a little bit of loading time for the game performing generally smoothly during play. Right? That's fine. That is a fine way to handle things. The third option is to have a threaded loading mechanism in which, on demand, when you need to load something, you let the game continue running normally, and then you display the asset when it's ready. If you pause the entire game for 80 milliseconds, it looks like shit. if you display an asset 80 milliseconds late, 0 people will notice. Like, QA will notice, and you'll be like, does it really matter? And they'll be like, it's fine. Right? That's a bug that QA will give up on. They're like, hey, when I walk into this room, it takes 80 milliseconds for the walls to show up. So, right, that's fine. Now, the key is that in the game that I'm building, I don't know anything about the levels that are going to be loaded. I don't know anything about any of the stuff that's going to happen in the game at launch time. And I don't want to write something that... I don't want to write a utility for my game that walks through the entire structure of the game and every possible thing to see if it's going to need to load assets at some point. I'd rather have it go, hey, try to load this up and you know, let me know if it works at runtime, during runtime. Because it's a data-driven design. There's no, like, the design is, if you've seen the previous streams where I've been working on the, like, data structures and stuff like that, the game is built from the ground up on top of this engine instead of being loaded ahead of time and completely statically defined, right? A lot of games use a packing system so that they can load everything ahead of time. For example, it's almost impossible to produce high-quality, procedurally generated content in Unreal 3 because lighting has to be baked into the level, right? It has to do a whole bunch of stuff way ahead of time, before runtime, even before publish time. You have to do a whole bunch of work to make sure that your assets are ready to be loaded quickly at runtime. And even then, Unreal 3 games take a really long time to load. I'm not dealing with that level of complexity, but I don't want to deal with those kinds of limitations for a game that really can run extraordinarily well if I do the effort to make a threaded loading mechanism, right? So is it necessary to use a multi-threaded approach? Absolutely not. I could tell people to fucking deal with the 80 millisecond hit when, you know, deal with the 80 millisecond hit every time an asset's loaded and just do it single threaded. I could say, hey, you know what? Screw having configurable content. I'm going to make everything load statically up front. But neither of these options work for me and for the goals that I have for the video game. So they're just not fit to purpose. Threaded loading is fit to purpose, and that's what I'd like to do, right? It's a complicated, difficult subject, but it is solvable, right? And yes, denial of self. Allegro mutex, which properly locks the bitmap assets and makes it so that Allegro itself doesn't crash when they're accessed, does not support tri-lock for some godforsaken reason. That's common. It's common for games to like. That's not common. That's uncommonly good. I loaded the wrong issue here. I want 49. I don't know yet. It could have an unlimited amount, right? Because I haven't created any of the assets yet. I haven't. Oh, good. Good. I haven't created the assets, and more importantly, other people haven't created assets they might want to create on this engine. That's pretty much what I've done, Denial of Self. I use a standard mutex. those are development assets. I had Helical gin up some assets a while back that I've been using for that I've been using for 2-3 years now. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that I don't know what people might want to build with this engine, and I want people to be able to do whatever they want with it. I'm not going to be able to produce a great game out of it, but yeah, it'll run on modern Windows PCs. It'll probably run on Windows XP even, but that's not important right now. But that's the whole thing, is that on a modern Windows PC with a 9790K or 9770K processor, it takes a long time to load an asset, right? A computationally long time. So it also takes it takes a relatively large amount of space to use an asset in memory. So for example, right, if I go to projects, source, repos, Maze Allegro, I've got this relatively packed Dingy 2. So I have this 50 kilobyte texture. No, absolutely not, Billy Rivers. You'd load from disk constantly. All the time. So this file is 50 kilobytes on disk. For one texture set, just for the walls. It takes up a full megabyte of memory. So that's the expansion size of an asset from disk to memory. 50 kilobytes to a full megabyte. Yes, during the game. Games load stuff constantly from disk. So that's an expansion size of 20 times. So the assets, whatever assets are used in the game, will be expanded 20 times over in memory. I don't think I want to have that kind of commit for memory at launch of the game in order to display something that might only be displayed once. Right? That's the whole point. Like, I see that you're fixated on, why don't you just load stuff at launch? It doesn't work. It's not fit to purpose for my, for my purposes. It does not work. It's not an option. Yeah, so like in a typical DOS environment, right? Like, you have to be really smart about when you time your loads. And a lot of things in DOS, you'll notice you can't just go in and edit some text files and throw a few images in and make a new game, and make a new level, right? If you want to make a level for Doom, you have to use specialized tools that were built specifically for that purpose. You have to then compile the level into a valid, preconceived thing that cannot change, right? So the only way, if you wanted to do a dynamic level for Doom, the only way you could do it would be to have something that builds the WAD ahead of time, compiles it, and then relaunches Doom every time. Because Doom can't load stuff like that. Doom can't do what I want to do. All right. Magazine time. EWHW, thank you for your patience. Here we have 100 games rated. Tom Clancy interview, computer A, D, and D. Computer Gaming World, July 1988, number 49. Part of the problem is that like part of the problem is that it is complicated, right? Exactly, Starskev. The more stuff that you preload and the more static, and when I say static, I mean like unchanging. The more predefined your pattern is, your design pattern is for bringing assets in, the less you can do with stuff while it's running. Can you make a video game? So, I think Wesley, I think the answer to that question is you're probably not as big a moron about coding specifically as you think you are. Can you make a video game? The answer is yes. The question is, will you be happy with the video game you're able to make? And are you interested in it enough to continue trying to make better and better video games over time? Absolutely. You can go out right now. You can download a copy of Game Dash Maker for MS-DOS, drop some assets in, and you've got a like top-down shooting game that's really bad. You could go get Click and Play. Can they still run that on modern Windows? You could, use drag and drop stuff to make a game that's very simple. But in terms of like, can you make the game that you want to make? Can you make the game that you want to make? Yeah, probably. But it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of effort, and it will require you to grow with the platform that you're working on, right? Exactly. Right? Like Axiom Verge is a fantastic game too. It's great because like if you're willing to put the work into it, right? You can make some amazing games. The question is your goal, is the game that you envision, is your vision something that you're willing to work toward in incremental steps? Is it that strong of an urge for you to move forward with it, right? And like in a lot of cases, the answer is no. Like, it's not worth it. I enjoy doing the work, which is why I'm working on this game, and I have been for almost 4 years now. I enjoy doing the work. I sit down and I go, you know what? Like, oh yeah, I can move this here and I can put that thing there, and then if I calculate that thing, I'm having like my brain is expanding while I'm doing that. I can feel my skull cracking apart as my brain escapes. And I like that feeling, right? It's like I do things that I find satisfying that other people might not enjoy, because to me, it's just satisfying. It's an enjoyable feeling. I love lifting heavy stuff, right? And becoming strong, not because I'm like, oh, I gotta be a big dude and punch things. It's like, no, I do it because it's like, man, you lift up something that's 400 pounds and you're like, yes! Oh, it's so good, right? It just feels like that in itself. The work is the accomplishment on its own. And that's just, it's fantastic, right? Like you don't have to. I just looked at the book. Fuck, I shouldn't have done that. But yeah, the big thing is that, like, in the same way that if you go to the gym and you load up 400 pounds on a, I can't bench it. I can deadlift. I used to be able to. Bench, deadlift 400. My bench has always been really bad. But You go to the gym, you load up 400 pounds on a bar, and you pull on it. You're not going to move that bar at all. It's going to stay on the floor. You're going to hurt yourself, and you're going to be like, man, lifting weights sucks. Right? In the same way, if you start out making a game with something complicated, and you're like, all right, I'm going to make this Koei game with a really smart AI, and then it's going to be like Street Fighter 6. When you get in a conflict, it's a Street Fighter game, but then there's also a shoot 'em up section in 3D. Like you're gonna be like, fuck this is impossible. I don't know how anyone could possibly do this. But if you start out with something simple like, okay, what if I make Space Invaders, right? Which is left and right cursor and space bar to shoot, right? You'll probably be able to do that, right? You'll probably be able to do that. Or even better, start out, don't make any of your own ideas. Just sit down and by rote follow a tutorial that tells you exactly how to do something in one specific tool or engine or whatever it is, right? A complete tutorial that'll give you a complete game at the end of it, right? And you'll come out of it and you'll be like, wow, I can't believe I made a game. It's not my game, but I made someone's game. I made a game. And then you go back and you can look at the process and go, well, what if I changed this? What if I made the shots go faster? What if you shot 3 bullets, right? Oh, if you can shoot 3 bullets, what if I put a thing so I know how the bullet hits the enemy and that changes something? What if I put a thing that you can touch to make it so you shoot 3 bullets instead of 1? Now you've got power-ups in your Space Invaders, right? And so you build on it constructively like that. That you do the mindless thing first, just to understand the domain you're working in, and then you start expanding that out to more and more complex things and more customized things until you can finally get to your goal of making the thing you really want to make. That's why I say, like, do you want to make your game enough that you're willing to make a bunch of other games first? That's where it is. Let's see here. July 88, number 49. Do it. Make a game. If everybody set out and tried to make some games, I think that gaming in general would benefit. Because everybody would have sat down and been like, either, holy shit, it's really hard to make a game. I respect the people who do way more. Or they'd sit down and be like, this is really fun. I love doing this. I'm going to make a game that I'm satisfied with. And then when they do, like, they're going to come out with a game that they're passionate about, and they're going to respect other developers more. They're going to have a lot more appreciation for the stuff that's in games. Everybody's going to have a better time for it if everyone had at least sat down and give an honest effort at making games. And you could be like, you know what? I really don't like this. It's too difficult. It doesn't... It's not that, right, Wesley? Not everybody's going to make a great game. But if you make a game that you're passionate about and you finish it, that is a pinnacle of accomplishment. Like, you're standing on the mountaintop when you finish a game. When you finish making a game, you're standing on the mountaintop head and shoulders above everybody else who hasn't. And I say that having made exactly one game on my own in my entire life, right? I've made attempts dozens of times. I've only ever completed one. But yeah, exactly. It's a lot of effort. It's a lot of effort to get up there. But doing so is satisfying. You have a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Yeah, I would say for ideas of scope, right? There's some really incredible Atari games out there, but there's also some really simple stuff. There's Paratrooper, Space Invaders, that kind of stuff, where you control, like, Missile Command is another one that might be an interesting thing. So the game that I finished, I made 1 year. I was very poor, relatively. A friend of mine's birthday was coming up, and so I was like, shit. I've got like a week before her birthday. I cannot afford to get her any kind of meaningful gift. So she had just got a new iPhone, and I had a pirated copy of the Adobe Suite that had an export function from Flash to an iPhone wrapper app or something like that. Or it could run in a web page. So I was like, I'm just going to make a cute little simple game. I made it in a week. I like drew all the assets myself in Flash, and it was just a simple match 3 Bejeweled type game. Very, very simple. As your score went up, you would advance through 3 different backgrounds, and that was it, right? Very simple thing. And, she thought it was great. I mean, she at least said she thought it was great. But that was it, right? It was a very simple thing. Very, very solved game design. And I was working in a tool that I had done a bunch of other stuff in. Flash and ActionScript is... I miss that Flash and ActionScript don't exist anymore because it was incredibly easy to make something really, really easily in it, right? You could just boot it up, and within a few hours, you could have a thing that you move around with the cursor keys or something that follows your mouse cursor. I miss the era of Flash games for that. Making a game in any way is way harder now than it was 10 years ago. Anyway, on to the magazine. Game design issue. Also in this issue, Fire Brigade Space Quest 2 Rampage. Decisive battles of the American Civil War. Hot, mean, radio, active. Hey, like I said, when you get there, even getting halfway up the mountain and looking out, you're going to be like, wow, the view from up here is pretty nice. Cyborg Sam. Valkyrie Christina, Doc Sava. Ace Christina Deuce. Yo, look at this stuff. I thought for a second, I don't know what's actually going on here. But it's like, there's the busty woman there, and then I was reading this guy's, whatever this is here, as, really just torpedoes coming out of the chest there. All right, what have we got? Road Wars, Arg, Rockford. Arg. Arg looks really good. This is different than Road War. Rockford, the arcade game. Is Rockford the game that's the first to use more than 32 colors or something? Four by four off-road racing. Death Sword. Wait. Death Sword? Thank you, Shady Zaki. Thank you. I'm very excited. Mike, Fractal Mind Mike, do you know about the new term for how to refer to your tenure as partner? Your state of being partner on Twitch? Yeah. Your partner-ness, or P-ness for short. This is the Wraith. Questron 2 Wraith. Looks like the Wraith in Phantasy Star 1, I think. Perhaps they are all It is. I'm celebrating the incredible length of my penis. 2 years. Vampire's Empire. That sounds cool. Street Sports, Primetime, Zoyan Patrol. Wait, what? Years? Fractal Mind Mike gifting 10 subs. Holy shit. Jive for the win. Schemo. Godspeed Gaming. Sotim Gooba Wash here. Athena Aegis. Gimme Flavor. Earn. The Almighty. Eggplant Wiz and Shady Zaku. Enjoy your subs. Type to 0 at the end. Imagine if you accidentally typed a 0 at the end of that. By the way, brace for neural nonsense.
Adventure game walkthrough. Enter forest, shoot monk, get slipper, blow hail,
Murder.
ranger.
Boat
And
murder.
Siege path leads to Karakula. Now they didn't find anything, even though it's also an easy walk just by following the trail. The original guidebook gives you a false sense of direction, saying trail at the center of the mountain, so I used a map for that area, not a chart. Still, there was no logical way to do it. Instead of walking to the forest, I kept going up and down the hills, in that curve-looking backwards road. Eventually I found the old abattoir chapel, and walked
It
in.
is.
I moved to the Light Souls section and met their
It is,
soulful
Mike.
leader.
A
in an
wonderful
abandoned
story.
house in the middle of nowhere. We talked about the game on the walk, and they made me look a little silly for being so excited about something that was very unlikely to turn out. Casting our spell. Meanwhile, in an entirely different, more obvious.
Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough. Enter forest,
I can hear
shoot
strange
monk,
music.
get slipper, blow horn, and
It's
save
really
life. This is the first real story sequence.
I feel
There are
as if
about
I'm in a
2/3 RDS of the way there, and then you'll pass through the first path. If you try to do a trek
Thank
from
you.
road without
Thank you,
stopping
Mike.
in green circles,
And I have the
you'll
best
find
wishes for your
yourself on
penis
this
as well.
path. You may consider doing the walk every 10 or 15 miles to travel more of the tree line, but I don't personally do the long hikes in a row, because if I do once,
Taito's
I don't have time
Mercenaries
for the
and
following trek.
Robots
I'll do some
Ball?
of them when I have an hour or so left before the next one comes around. But this was the run of the game and I had longer legs. I just stayed on these because they gave me the chance to reach high ground easily, and left me able to do later Path of Death to prevent it. The path to the next area isn't really as dangerous as it seems on paper. The trees
that-
here are not that.
Is that Trip Hawkins?
I can hear strange
Fantasy
music.
monsters. Vijira, Almirage, Askoids,
I
Adams,
feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Bacidrons, Burblangs, Boggarts, Bulbageless, Bulging Ones, Bulgarodons, Baru,
Bulging Ones!
Burlaps, Purams, Brutu,
I can hear strange
Bombardus,
music.
Purevules, Purevils,
Bulging Ones. 84!
I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Calvins, Calidors,
584, holy shit.
Calisters, Clorneries, Catagramins, Cuthichiles, Korags, Cetamorphs, Series, Sepals,
Grumpy Gramps, thank you for 19 months.
Sermons, Seizures, Crusaders, Comedians, Digrids, Niscarai, Dastros,
Wings of
Dasterises,
Fury.
Dinaldicus,
This game looks dope.
Dervilones, Nervellas, Trigolastos,
What's a Taito? Taito.
Fantasy RPG inventory items. Rope and hooks, brass lantern, 10 rations,
Nude
short sword,
Rastan.
leather armor, and so on. Rugged armor smithy. You can make a 1 HD set of light armor and a weapon that can fire 2 arrows at will. Prices are too
Jinxter.
high. This requires a magic item that costs about 700 GP. They will sell again at that magic item's value. You can see their detailed prices at http://southwesthomestore.com/ https://docs.google.com/spreadsheets/d/15m0znpgxt9wg Coost 1 12g6r eq6l6 pi /edit #get equals 102572251 and tab equals off. https://docs.google.com/spreadsheets/d/19963d_score g j2
Excuse me, what?
Fantasy monsters. The Akairai, Armirage, Askamoids,
I think I'm being
Atomies,
followed.
Axpeaks,
What could they want?
Auto Wombo 2, thank you for the follow.
bones, boxes, bunions, bully beaks, giant mice gator, giant themes, giant wares, glyphed out, hemokinesis, Higgs, horseshoes, Nalix, emitters, peepsters, parabugas, peloramids, peepsters, pong, plaids, porcupines,
More than
ponies,
5 years a bestseller.
salties,
Koei
tree,
games,
slime mites,
dry as a
stings,
desert.
tree thingies, trash monsters, trolls, Tromolosaurus, woolly trolls, doppelgangers, Argos, hobgoblins, goblins, gnolls, dwarf, oberins, night jars, octopi,
reflections.
penguins, rats, sheep, spiders, swarming insects, and trees such as grasshoppers and fly, are also included. A long list of places are provided along with suggestions as to what animal should be featured.
Oh man. Pool of Radiance.
Fantasy monsters. The Akirai, Ulmaraj, Askamoids, Atomies,
Hammerhead.
Bassaderons, Burbalangs.
They didn't set up any other party.
Buteriobs, Cuscas, Geetanopia, ghouls, Helm of Shadows, hornet ghouls, leeches, mollusks, Jakung, kobolds, slimeballs, lizardmen, mice, neos, minotaurs, megamen,
Red Storm
mimics,
Rising.
udifs, sabertail golems, Sibylline centipedes, skeletarchmon, slimy molds, soft spammers, spine swirls, sun smashers, terrestrials, Vylons, Yugs, Yugoloths, zombie fragons, Nelanubians and the Nanulix all made their debut in Monster Manual 2. But these new additions are just scratching the surface of what is possible. Also add a new horror subtype. Here's some examples of what you can expect. This pack includes 5 new races that fit.
Top 10
I
3D
do
games.
like Wizardry a lot.
1. Gex. 2. Balls. 3. Galaga. 4. Galaxian. 5.
Hard
Ikari
copy.
Warriors. 6. Giri. 7. Mega Man Zero. 8.
Sir Spamasum.
9. Pac-Man.
Gifting 17 subs.
31. Final Fantasy VI. To see the best games of all time ranked in order of release.
Sir Spamasum, thank you. A hype train is close, by the way.
Of all NES games from 15th of January.
And this one's
2016
loaded.
Covered the full range of all those
Justino,
retro titles is now available on the
Parabex,
official Nintendo
All-Star Armada, Raphael Office, Big D Ehor,
Frittily Cocktail
Architect,
75 milliliters
Kickabit,
Bailey's
Madman
Irish
Dog,
75
Alex
milliliters
Core,
Grand Marnier, 25 milliliters Black
Rig
Liquor,
with the sub,
25
kicking it
milliliters
off.
Simple Syrup, 25 milliliters Saint
gotta-
Germain. Put into
we
a
gotta-
glass with ice. Ladle into a large shot glass of lemon juice and water. A great drink for doing some practical stuff like eating dinner, listening to radio, or working. A full strength, very strong bitter. Mark McGinn. Get to know Brett's son, Brett Lyman.
That's a level. Where was I? Alex Core, 85. Hammock Sat. Jun Park. Ian. Sofa Sophia, Nomad 1G, The Dragon of Blackpool, KQP 235, and D101112.
4. Tides of Numenera and Tales of the Earthsea. 5. The Moon Sea
Enjoy your
Trilogy
gift
of Swordy
subs.
Adventures.
Rig.
6. A Clockwork Rose, Farmer's Almanac.
Giant
7.
Penis.
The Princess of Hellgate, Children's
2-year hype.
Festival. 8. Little,
Thank you for
Big and
17
Big,
months.
Legend of the
Rig.
Moon Sea
Holy
Chronicles.
shit. Basil, thank you for the 100 loaded
Setting for 10th
diaper.
edition D&D by Robert
Grumpy
J.
Grams, thank you for the
What was the
500
encounter
bits.
in Belmodar that changed the state of West Coast adventure gaming. This was a unique game player encounter, which I would have considered to be one of the best you will ever encounter if you were to encounter one in West Coast. play.
Wonderful. Oh,
Remember
good.
Our group also had a very similar encounter that involved pulling a 5-square turn long-barreled arrow after a very long.
Yeah, we got 600. I gotta change something here.
Top 10 3D games. 1. Gex 2. Balls 3.
Hold on, I gotta look up the chart.
Jammers 5. Rayman 3/6. Balls 2/4 7. Darkstalkers 8. Balls 3/4 9. Super Star Wars 10. Galaga. ABA Doom 64. This year's list also features
Eventually,
some astonishing titles
we'll
from
play
other companies
games.
that were not already on this list. Be sure to read the whole thing to see what games have made it through to the top 10. To
Where's
be
the
on this
list?
or any of the following lists, you have to share the following information with our poll. Name an IP address
Fucking
of the
how
website
many?
you run your page from.
Number.
What games are you posting, if any, on your website? If the
Emote
games you are
slots, there it
posting
is.
does not fit the description of our poll, which one is it? Is there another collection of video games with the same name on another server? If yes, the server must
Holy
Amazon Max デュレーシ
the
ョン
fuck?
イコール 60S トップ13ドゥゲームズ1ジェックス2ボールズ
Oh,
3
okay, okay.
レーマン
I see it
24
now.
ウ
I see
ィ
it
ンド
now.
ジャマ
Okay,
ー
it is
レーマン
700.
36ボールズに
700 is the next goal. I don't think we're gonna get there.
スーパースターウォーズ10ギャラが ABA ルーム64 This Year
700
S リストールソーフィーチャードサムアストニッシングタイトルズ From other companies that are not already on this list Be sure to read the whole thing to see what
Basil, thank you for gifting a sub to Hippolito Pichardo. Hesh Valentine, thank you for the 100 hot chicken soup per penis.
Following information with our poll Name and IP address of the website you view Page from What game SRU posting if any on your website If the game S you are posting those not fit the description of our poll Which one
You know,
is there another
Rig,
collection of video
I think you're doing the right thing. Icy Kitsune, thank you for the 100 bits. I think you're doing the right things. And if you just stay the course, your penis will grow. I'm sure of it.
Top 10 3-do games. 1. Gex 2. Balls 3. Cosmic Avenger 4. All 4 The Invisible Link 5. Asteroid 6. C64. But then never tried. 7. C++ Dash Computer Games 8. Space Invaders 9. Monopoly and Board Games 10. 3D Sports 7.0 Player Options. 116-bit Style 2. Multiplayer support via modem.
Lane
3. Stable
Mastodon.
Platform 4. Non-ruling gameplay.
Look at these dudes.
Loaded diaper. Dukidoshir sans Dukidoshir sans Dukidoshir sans Dukidoshir sans good evening Sir Duke. It's been too long since he last made a bit barrage. Big brain Zari Balzace sniff my balls when he
Oh man, Paladin.
Drink some wine good night Siri.
3-do.
Fantasy RPG.
Policy, thank you for the 100 bits.
Rope and hooks. Brass lantern, 10
By the way,
rations,
folks,
short sword,
if you do
leather
tend to
armor,
have all of the
weapon
emotes,
choice, standard,
but you don't
leather
have the
armor,
bonus
cape,
emotes from the
gloves,
insane hype
hood,
train yet,
and beard.
100 bits
If you
will
think
get
I
it
should
for
have
you.
picked any of these, you have
Right
no
now.
idea what I'm doing right. I've also received a few mail for concept art as well. Modding. Total time 4+ hours. I managed to finish it in 2.5 hours and logged an incredible 10 hours.
If anyone was wondering what's the Paladin, here it is.
/road came out of my Babylus script
Fractalmine Mike!
together.
5 more gift subs. Morik Dias, Rappy Land, The Gaming Galleon, Lumps McCumps, and K Nichin. Enjoy your gift subs.
And a few things had to be
Holy
changed
crap.
based on evidence.
This
I
game looks like it
also
might be
created
good,
a
though.
quick hack for when a soul's tone is dropped, but I didn't use it for this. I did make use
That
of
was
the
supposed to be
crafting
5
system and a
bits.
few things
Alright, the
remained.
hype train. The hype train has succeeded. 25 subs.
Top 10 books.
And
1.
1,100
Fantasy
bits.
Tales 2. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob 3. The Lyrical Dialogues 4. The Olden Time Encyclopedia of Mythology and Folklore 5.
Holy crap. And yeah, new emotes if you haven't got the bonus
Top 10
before.
discontinued fast food items.
Fractalmine Mike, thank you for the 100 hypes.
2. MCDLT. 3.
It's nice to see the choo-choos.
4. Family
It's been
Dollar.
so long
5.
since
High
they've had
Fries.
real
6.
hype train emotes.
McDonald's. 7.
It's
Pizza
nice to
Hut.
see those.
8. Pizza Hut. 9. Big Ben Clock. 10. Dave's. If the world's food courts are any indication, there's only one
There it
answer to
is.
why McDonald's didn't cease its fast food strategy earlier. It took to social
Yeah,
media
exactly.
to share how disgusting they found the process behind what looks like their burger.
There's
burger.
also this one.
You can see an audio post detailing the demise
pig
of these
sucking
types
on a
of
finger.
dangerous fast food processes below, as well as helpfully put together a photo gallery.
Hot chicken super pnes. Hot chicken super pnes. Hot chicken super pnes. Hot chicken super
Hot
pnes.
chicken.
Hot chicken super pnes. Hot chicken super pnes.
What did that even
Chicken
say?
super pnes. Hot chicken super pnes. Hot
Perpness.
chicken super pnes. Hot chicken super
Hot
pnes.
chicken.
Hot chicken super pnes. Hot chicken super pnes. Hot chicken super
Ah,
pnes.
Shimino.
Hot chicken super pnes. Hot chicken super pnes.
Sierra Adventure Game
Stomp it on
walkthrough.
Savoy.
Enter forest.
Castle
Shoot monk,
Ralph.
Get slipper. Blow horn. Then pick up and destroy the monk's cloak. Or roll the dice. Roll die. Kill. Fly.
Basil, you for the 100
Drop
bits.
down. Wait on trail. Escape. Get next to Sun Altar.
I feel as if I'm in a strange
Outrageous new text
to
adventure.
interview. It takes
Cheapware
time. I needed
games.
to work for a while to create everything you see above. Some of my characters I worked on hours on end. Here's a note on the clothing I used for
Boring
that.
war
What does this mean for
games.
the campaign I posted a few
Beyond
weeks ago?
Dark
Well,
Castle.
I've had a lot of success with it so far. It's safe to say, there are some new things that have changed the way I tackle gameplay /flow/creativity. Instead of spending any meaningful time on
Fire
this game,
Brigade.
I've been playing around more creatively in other directions. I've made a few maps of the village, and cut.
For fun.
This is pinball
Top 10
construction set.
discontinued fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer 2. MCDLT 3. Taco Bell 4. Burger King 5. Pizza Hut 6. KFC 7. Subway 8. Wendy's 9. Dairy Queen 10. Carl's Jr.
Basil, thank you for the 100 bits. Carl's Jr.? We're gonna be real far behind on this. Zork Quest. This guy's arm. I see. On television Super Pro system.
Friduli cocktail recipe. 4 ounces Irish whiskey. ½ ounce Fernet Branca. 1½ ounces water. 3 dashes Angostura bitters. Fine grained sea salt. Place ingredients in cocktail shaker and fill with ice cubes. Shake and strain into a chilled cocktail glass. Garnish with a cocktail straw and a handful of peppermint. Cocktail began urban in the late 1960s.
Who was
Martin
actually
started
doing
making a home
the
version of the urban cocktail? In May 1997, The Village Voice published a satirical
Who was
feature
doing
called
the
Curse of
actual-
Not Drinking and Pretending by reporter Scott Silverman from an interview
The
with
actual
one of the many anonymous
Fridulis.
bartenders who answered the phone at his shop. Silverman came up with a simple formula that became the formula that Bocado sold to bar owners in South Philadelphia. Despite
Basil,
the fact
thank
that
you for the
product is called a
100
cocktail because it contains almost nothing other than whiskey.
ounds.
There's
And from his bag XD.
Do what now?
Fantasy monsters. The Achairoi
Hexler, thank you for the
are
100
mirage
mayonnaise.
Ascomoids,
I missed that before.
Axleeks, Basidirons, Burbelangs, Borgats,
Thank you so much.
Belgers,
Anyone else that I
Bloodmites,
missed as well?
Blue Gorgons, Brackenberries,
We're like
Brucals,
way backed up.
Boulderbeaks,
What
Buckoons,
stuff?
Buffalo, Cedars,
Ghosts and
Caterpillars,
goblins.
Catapods, Cauldrons, Sheedrows, Cutworms, Dinjangs, Digrians,
Wizards and
Dwarfs,
warriors.
Cantramures, Kinky Eyes, Lobopods, Lupin, Lukey,
Side
Lots
pocket.
and Ellens, Big
Zaxxon
Feet,
3D.
Bone Getters, Bone Golems, including heads, Bone Krakens, Bone-faced Golems, Bone Golems, including horns, Bone Trees, Bone Warps, Bitebacks. Boulders, Bats, Barks, Bards, Beards,
Hyborian or Grandalliance.
Bicornine Sea Creatures, Burtons, Buffer Buddhas, Chunky White Unicorns,
Buffer
Chunky
Boogers.
Serpents.
So he followed the footsteps of a mysterious
Du
master.
quai de Coffee, du quai
This
d'eau,
is
du quai
very
de Serplan,
confusing.
Du quai de Louk, du quai d'eau dense, du quai de Curse.
With the heart of a gunman.
This is very confusing reading this in the future.
Fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer 2. MCDLT 3. Chicken Bowl 4. 3 Guys Super Bowl Chalupa 5. McDonald's Prime Rib Grilled Cheese 6. Dirty Pot Roast.
Ah,
Some players
dirty
in their
pot
mid-40s will
roast.
still be wearing their 70s fast food outfits. Week 4 playoff photo album. 1. Bluebell Ice Cream Bowl Band, now officially the best thing to buy in the near future. 2. Cinnabon To Go Pie. 3. Top 10 Red Cup items. 4. McDonald's
funnies.
Chicken McNuggets. 5. Top 10 Brisket Fries. 6. McDonald's Peanut Butter Cream Cheese Fries. 7.
Oh,
Best
no.
Mod Stacking to lettuce wrap.
Peanut butter
8.
cream cheese
Least Best
fries.
Burger Select. 9. Super Bowl chicken dip. Currently not allowed because of not being officially
Ha,
approved.
ha, ha,
10.
ha.
Underwear item of the year.
This is a joke about Popeye playing Koei games. That sure is a realistic war game. Comes complete with cost overruns. Here's the third bill for it. Mayonnaise. Oh yeah, here.
Mr. Radon's top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales.
The Waiko
2.
Booth Babe.
Grognadian Compendium of every type of hobnob. 3. Grognadian, the heroes of the Grognadian, from the Vrog Grouchy to Grog. 4. Grognadian Compendium of Parallels. 5. Grognadian Companion. 6. Grognadian Guide to Your Own Guild. This is what I always fantasized about on my Lux in a Tatham.
They just brought an
7.
APC in.
Grognadian Collection of Wizardry.
It's RoboCop.
8. Grognadian's World of Yugoth. Grognadian's Go Space Hunting. Who else wants to? 9. Grognadian Compendium of All Things Sexist. And finally, 10. Grognadian Dreamless Sleepers. This is the beginning of the major portion of the series. But you won't go very far in
why does Mr.
Grognadian
Radon
until you
have a
finish the
compendium of
series.
sexism?
So be prepared to move from Grognadian Book 3 and all its appendices to Grognadian Book.
Hopefully, he uses that to know what to avoid. Oh, Hichther.
Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough. Enter Forest. Shoot Monk. Get Slipper. Blow Horn.
Hichther.
Hit Other Guy. Do good deeds and he'd fight with you. Sierra
I had
Adventure Game Walkthrough.
a project that I wanted your advice
Sierra
on.
Adventure Game Walkthrough.
Or maybe your
Checkerboard and
assistance.
Unlock Dungeon Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough. Go to Forest Map Screen. Checkerboard unlocked Sierra
I want
Adventure
to
Game Walkthrough.
implement-
Go to town and talk to man.
I did a quick pass of it.
Walkthrough. Bookstore. Go pick up quest and get one adventure
Last
ticket
night.
for free. Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough. Talk to man.
Hit
in
other
tavern.
guy.
Get one adventure ticket for
Or
free.
whatever.
Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough. Head back to monastery and take pictures with treasure map. Get to the monastery
Stellar
and talk to
Crusade.
man.
Star
this is an
Command.
adventure challenge game style game.
2400. Want to be a hero? This looks like an interesting game.
Inventory items.
For those who like
Brass
Ultimas.
lantern, 10 rations, short sword,
Rig, you should play
leather
this.
armor, wool blanket and patches, leather shoes, flint and steel dagger, arrow holder and cord, wooden blade and string, leather armor, spellbook, table, arrows, cloth, buckler, poison needles.
Akabidi,
burning
thank you for the
candle,
100
hunting vial,
bits.
Campfire, food, fire pit, needle, bread and cheese, bandaged area, and my armor/weapons. The black dragon on one side and wooden male mask on the other. Also, your treasure can be found somewhere in the game.
You know,
Please make
Hash,
sure you check your game folder.
just like
Program
my... Never
files,
mind.
x86/steam/steam apps/common.
Yeah, after Warwind, of
It should
course.
be in the following folder: /Feria/Dwarven/.
I would
On
include
Windows,
this
you
in
can
your
simply go to
Ultima
Steam folder and open it like this.
your,
Open folder. Now search for your Steam folder. It's there. Look for a file called Steam Apps there. Your Asukat. Small.
It's like giving you instructions to fuck with your Steam installation.
Mr. Radon's top 10 books. 1.
I like
Manly
this
Sea
gun
Tales
that the
2,
guy has, though.
Grognardian Compendium of every type of hobnob 3. Guide to mounting monsters for Dungeon Masters 4. The Complete Guide to Grognard's World Building 5. D&D Heroes Guide to New Recruit 6. The Complete Guide to D20 World 7.
Thank you
Who
so
Roll the
much,
Dice.
EWHW.
Heroes Guide to the City State
With a little bit of
Adoration 8.
Digimag.
Achieving Positive Game Mechanics. An Introduction 9.
Overridden by
Pathfinder
chaos,
Adventure
but we
Path.
got through
Goblin
it.
Guide 10.
Interesting stuff in
Silver
that
Throne of
issue.
Myth, Tranler 11. How to
That
Make Your
Lord
Home
British
Monster
interview might
Primer
be
12.
of
The Complete
interest
Guide
to someone.
Exploring the Underdark
Hichther.
13.
So last
Secrets of
night,
White Plume
I
Mountain
implemented a
14.
very simple
D&D Player's Guide to Night One's 15. Dungeon
sensor
Master's
filter
Guide
to try to
16.
prevent
The Complete Guide to Necromunda
the neural
17.
network
A
from
Devil's
generating
Workplace. The Complete
things like
Guide to
slurs.
Drill 18. Dungeon Master's Guide.
But it's
Dwarven
very
Empires,
simple and naive.
1999 edition.
So I think you might have some better
D&D Player's
ideas of how
Guide
to
20.
implement it.
BSO.
Oggi con a Superni.
Fantasy monsters. The Akirai, Ulmaraj, Askamoids, Atomies, Axbeaks.
I think
Basset
robots
Rods,
are way more
Burble
fragile
Lines,
than we give them
Boggarts,
credit.
Bogats, Boggies, Boggines, Boomhorns, Bulbifloreth,
Boomhorns.
Burlois, Bergamerms, Burelagrams,
Berdamerms.
Cairngorms, Cars, Capes, Caples, Capped Crickets, Carolers, Candornators, couchlings, dorsal sauropods, double-goons, tribespontails,
Deadly
earthen
goons?
sasquatch, egret enemies, fey nymphs, egret nymphs, fins, flippers, fluff toy trouble, fossil guts, flea brew, fey nightkin, flyly birds, fly shamers, grolots,
Fly shamers.
glidelings, glide spaces, grumpy furoses, grumpy greenpoids, grumpy hycurins.
Sierra Adventure Game Walkthrough.
Couchlings, yeah.
Enter forest, shoot monk, get slipper, blow horn.
That's it.
Top 10 3-do
The whole
games.
thing.
1. Gex. 2. Balls. 3. Kick and Fly. 4.
Kick
The
and
Amazing
Fly.
Spider-Man.
Oh,
5.
okay.
Double Dribble. 6. Gran
Double
Turismo.
Dribble.
7. Mortal
I was
Kombat.
gonna play video
8.
games.
Rayman Incorporated. 9.
I gotta lift
Grand
some weight
Theft
first,
Auto.
though.
10. Time Crisis. 10 questions you've probably never asked. 1. What about on 3-do? 2. Have you been covering the 3-do game news? 3. What is the transition to PC like? 4. Do you have a favorite games of all time? 5. What games are you talking about when it comes to 3-do games? 6. What are your reasons for taking part in this
Top
website?
10 questions
About
you've
us.
never asked.
Hi.
What
this
about
is an
on
official
3-do?
3-do site. We are a group of various people who work together to bring you the best 3-do coverage in the web. You may want to find us on the boards on this site and use the Contact Us button. Feel free to email us if you
Encountering a wild man who attacked maniacally.
Ribs.
Mr. Radon's top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob. 3. Blood-Painted Magic. 4. High Mechanics. 5. Goblins and Other Multi-Purpose Monsters. 6. The Dwarven Museum of the Dead. 7. The Raven School Library. 8. The Dwarf. 3.1 Dark Ages, Death and Curse, DG+, by John Francis Mercer, 1992. The modern world is a ghostly place to many. There is no modern understanding of this universal reality, although our work as historians and historians of ancient civilizations has given us tools for translating archaic texts and becoming familiar with archaic interpretations. The Middle Ages have been, and will continue to be, an extraordinary opportunity for the imagination of the general human public. First and foremost, because it is an age where kings are kings, and peasants are peasants, and swords are steel. Not all these are written in blood, but they are often. The Roman Empire is often listed as the oldest European society. There was nothing like it, and it is very,
ハッピーにイヤーズ
Okay.
Mr. Radon's top 10 books.
Golden Axe.
1. Manly Sea Tales. 2. Grognardian Compendium of Every Type of Hobnob. 3. Shout at the Devil. 4. An ultra-violent exploitation of the O.J. Simpson murder trial of 1996. 5. The Bible and American Justice. 6. The Handbook of Gun Control. Big
Holy
Lies.
shit.
Gun-free zones. The Second Amendment. And 4. Another Man's Worship. 7. And How to Be Good Looking. 8. The Time I Learned How to Dodge and Burn. 10-9. The Ultimate Gun Book and How to Shoot with the Big One. 9-10. Littlest Stalker, Gang of Two, and The Real Story of John Benet Ramsey at 4. While a real-life gangster is undoubtedly in our backlog, other work like Dirty Dancing, The Lion King, Dazed, and Confused, Kung Fu Panda,
Dazed
Kung Fu Panda 2,
and
Pirates,
Confused.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, and 2 original films remain. 1. Hollywood's top films. 2. The best sports movies. Middle game.
That was Radon's books, yeah. Ow. Wait, that was... What voice was active at that point?
Fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer. 2. MCDLT. 3. The Buffalo Chick Who Kept a Smiley on What They Serve. 4. Slice of 'em. 5.
Slice
Taco
of 'em.
Bell Smokes Are Gross. 6. Poop Tray. 7.
I don't know.
Domino's Big Pizza. 8. KFC. 9. Sausage Fried Chicken. 10. Fast food that's weirded out your pal. 1. The Pizza Hut Super Slam. 726 pieces of pizza, 20 different sizes of sauce, 24 pieces of fajita meat, a tall tomato pepper. I got one of those, which is considered one of the crummiest and tastiest spams ever, and kept it as a tattoo on my back until I grew out of it a few years ago. I've also enjoyed a few weird fast food items at many restaurants, such as Bajare's Fajita. Oh, and I've played Double Dragon through games like Super Mario Bros. And they have some pretty awesome soundtracks, especially the
726 pieces of pizza.
Enter forest, shoot monk, get slipper, blow horn. The great outdoor adventure game, Sierra's famous. Don't get me wrong, it was complex and big. The Lost Garden is now online. Also check out this amazing piece of map art. This is a brilliant piece of Sierra art. You don't have to like golf to appreciate it. It is also a wonderful map that illustrates how the Lost Garden affects Sierra adventures. Seriously, one of the best versions ever. Click the full-size image. Hipster. In the game's heyday, hipster was a term for young men, or girls, who enjoyed listening to dance and music, and by most accounts played the guitar/vibraphone also while dancing. Even at Gamescom in 2005, there were those in the audience who wished there had been more ladies among the gamers of the day. Guitar nerds from Austria and elsewhere
Hipsters
delighted
play
in
the
tapping up
vibraphone
bands
while
and gadgets
dancing.
while drunk.
This is a conversation between Del the dark
Oh, yes.
demon male and a zombie. Del, gimme a dagger, zombie. Or shut up. Del, fuck off, zombie. You have destroyed my life, zombie. I'm not a zombie, zombie. Please stop, zombie. Damn it, zombie. My life, Del. Alright, I'm sorry, zombie. I can't help you, zombie. Del, I have how you tried all the way down to root, zombie. Shut up, Del, zombie. Shut up, you whole bitch, zombie. This fight, you find every possible way to wake me up, zombie. Grah, zombie. Get wrecked, Del, zombie. Yet again, Del, zombie. Drop the trapezer and grow a bean of another fate, zombie. Remember what, gimme a dag.
Get
Most used
wrecked!
spells in the spell book. Sticks to snakes, fireball, charm person, goodberry, chameleon, dwarf book, fire shield, pass wall,
The zombie
antagonize,
saying,
detect
"Get
magic,
wrecked."
fireball, confusion, transmute rock, winds of silence, old style, water breathing, old style, and confusion were replaced with many more powerful spells. For some familiar enchantments, we also make use of several new variants. The real spells, those that summon creatures and remove magical wards, are not part of this library, nor are the endless ones that no one really uses, and we haven't touched those, although some feel we've left them there
Did
in
I?
principle, and another variants
Might
are
have
used
messed
instead
something
in custom novels. Finally, some trivially universal
That's so
powers for
crazy.
items, such as protection from the undead, fly, and charm person, are considered optional, but we will still make sure to write them down before release, because we want as many players as possible to at least get this option to give.
Fantasy RPG.
Hesh, was it you that I was talking about?
Rope and hooks, brass lantern, 10
Golden axe
rations,
with-
short sword, leather armor, a belt pouches, gold torch, dice pouch, adventurer's guide to Whiterun. Lyle
Pizza Hut
Sanguinius,
Super Slam.
Fighter, 5,000 GP. The adventurer discovers a dagger under a bed. She plays with it for a while, then gives it to a friend for her tea. Hunter's honor. Silver dollar pouch, a long sword, a bow and arrow case, and dwarven dagger. Jail. Dwemer glass of water.
Jail?
pelts, gold ingot, glass bowl and jug, old cloth diapers, jewelry, weapons,
Old cloth
gold handkerchief
diapers.
and signet ring, silver bracelets, copper crown, silver eye mirror, gathering, glass bowl, clay bear skin, mithril arrows, brass
Mithril.
lance, ruby dagger, runes, silver necklace, silver bedroll, black monot bottle, vial of silvery dye, 2 bird cages, 6 handfuls of.
Yeah, I don't know if this...
Heinz, tomato, ketchup, yellow, master, Dijon, master, de grain, master, Danny, master, César, dressing, Dun Valley, ranch, blue cheese, dressing, Thousand Island, dressing, green, Godis, dressing.
So, like, see how this... She won't attack me from the left, and this one won't attack me from the right. You can just kind of bully the enemies into doing what you want. They'll just try to avoid you and get around you, unless they enter certain states. So if they get far enough away, she'll dash, and then the other one will switch slots and attack. Right? You can see as soon as one dashes, it switches. It allows them to switch slots. But in that way, you can, like, you can make it much safer to, like, deal with different enemies. And, like, you can park an enemy. Jump. If you have like a fucker. All right, Fractal Mind Mike, enjoy your food. We got that guy. Also, sometimes the enemies will ignore slots and just go straight to a fucking unavailable Bizarrian. Is there a strat for killing death equals bringer skeletons? Yes. It's still not easy. Yeah, the real Golden Axe 2 is a really good game. Can it be played on the Mister now? Or is it a system level that is not supported? Not Golden Axe 1, Golden Axe Revenge of Death Adder. That thief is dead. Okay, so here... I think it's a later system that isn't supported. It works pretty well in MAME. So what I'm doing here is I'm using the slot assignment to manipulate the person to the left so that I can knock them into the pit. By the way, you'll notice there, a mid-game asset load that causes the game to, like, lock up for a second. Because even in Golden Axe, even loading from cartridge, we still needed time to load assets. And, it's only a couple of frames there, but it only happens once. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. But yeah, so you can... Here's another tactic you can use to make things easier and a little faster. Is you can... You can hit those guys here. Ah, fuck. I did that wrong, but... You can get extra magic out of it, basically. I thought I could get all of them, but I was incorrect. The skeletons are definitely the hardest enemy to deal with. Tex, how's it going? Tex, I think you'll appreciate the new term. I don't know if you were there last night. The new term for the state of being partner on Twitch. Partner-ness, or P-ness for short. I'm just so humbled by the support that viewers and everyone has shown that allows me to that has allowed me to have such an incredible length of penis. 2 years now, in fact. Okay.
Rare not Justin.
My job is to train you for the fight of your life.
Hold on. Rare not Justin. Here you go.
Rare not Justin.
It's almost the same. The Apple II games. Come on. There you go. Alright. Yeah. Emma. So the problem with skeletons is they have that jump attack. They have the short jump attack, which causes you to knock them down if they're in the middle of it when you hit them. Yeah, I'll have a look at Emma later on, Basil. Emma could just be like... Could be like Ivy, though. PS2 Golden Axe has the best Henninger strut. Oops. So you'll notice one of the things that I'm doing, or rather not doing, is I'm never doing my full combo. Uh-oh. That's a lot of health. Because when you knock enemies down, I think Marlene is German. When you knock enemies down, it resets their positions and allows them to change slots. So it makes them a little less predictable. And like the later hits in the combo don't do significantly more damage. There is some ideal hit speed at which you can continue to hit enemies repeatedly, or like positioning or distance or something. Also, hey, Silveraku. Yeah, this is, they had the Genesis version of this. There's also an arcade version. There's many ports, but the Genesis and the arcade versions are the ones really worth playing, unless you like janky games. Yeah, this part sucks. Many good ports, yeah. Oops. Basil, thank you for the 100 chungs. So you'll notice, as soon as he falls down, the other guy goes to get in his spot. Thank you for the 100 bits, Basil. Oops. Okay, we get 2 4s to work with here. Okay. Fuck. Now we've got a 4 and a 3. Oops. Okay. Like, it's really consistent if you don't, like, if you don't knock them down, you can get 4 hits in and then let them recover and then get 4 more hits in and so on. So on the Genesis version specifically, I don't think this applies to the arcade version. Do this and so what we want to do, we want to get Death Adder, or Bringer, or technically Death Adder Jr., in one of the slots. And then we want to push him all the way up against the edge of the screen. He can no longer attack us, because he's trying to get to the right side of me, but he cannot leave the screen. He can't leave. He's bound by the same box that the player is. He can't go off screen. I can push him around however I like. Right. Completely safe. He can't hit me. Basil, thank you for the 100 Rs. Thank you, Basil. She goes through a lot of iterations. She goes through a lot of iterations of that. Come to think of it. Not a few times did he disappear into that door. It's not GG yet. Yes, my lord. We still got to do the last stage. So whoops. What we want to do here is, if you cross an enemy up and they're the only enemy, they will switch to the other slot, right? So we want to get this guy in our right-hand slot and then bully him off the ledge. Skeletons. Goodbye, skeleton. Goodbye, skeletons. Goodbye, Amazon. That one guy just runs off to his death no matter what, basically. Whoa! Uh-oh, uh-oh. Danger. I gotta be careful not to accidentally trigger dashes here. We want to draw this guy over here and then bring him over on this side and knock him in the pit. You could, like, try to get these guys to drop stuff in a way that you could pick it up from over here, but it's just generally not worth it. Look at these two dudes that you don't get to fight. The orc and the, like, machine gun dude from Double Dragon, but fantasy, medieval fantasy style. These guys are special, by the way. They might... Well, they're the only ones of these... Oh, fuck. Lost a life. Rip run. They're the only guys like this that you can find in a location who you can make walk over a pit, and they are not subject to gravity until they get knocked down. So, special tactics. We're going to talk about this for a second because I'm not going to get this right. I try every time, and I don't know how to guarantee that it'll happen. What you want to happen is you want the skeleton to charge you and do the shield bash, not the jumping down stab. When they do this, there is a short period of time after they launch on the other side of the screen where they land and turn around and face you. You can't see them turn around. But as soon as they start facing you, you want to use your magic to knock them down into an off-screen pit from the area you just left. So what I want to do is I want to trigger the low jumping attack that makes them launch further, and then 40 frames after they do that, I want to hit my magic. He did the big jump, so we don't want that. We don't want the big jump. We don't want him to hit us. Basil, thank you for the 100 bits.
Fried shrimp equals octopus, front-facing baby chick, times, face with monocle, playful face, full moon, person in steamy room, equals,
steamy room,
plus minus, mind blown, plus minus, face with monocle.
There we go.
Plus minus. Celebrate.
If we're lucky.
Hands in the air. Times. Fried shrimp. Equals. Octopus. Equals. Front facing baby chick.
No.
Times.
He got back
moon,
on screen
times,
too
banana,
much.
Bread. Equals. Front facing baby chick. Times. Full moon. Times. Person in steamy room. Equals. Amphora. Equals. Face with monocle. Celebratory hands in the air. Times. Fried shrimp.
Bad.
Equals. Octopus. Equals. Front facing baby chick. Equals. Amphora. Plus minus. Full moon. Person in steamy room. Equals. Syringe. Equals.
Syringe.
Chips, times. Fried shrimp. Equals. Octopus. Front facing baby chick. Times. Full moon. Times. Banana. Bread.
Why was I
equals,
facing the wrong way?
Amphora equals. Face
So
with
Spamison, thank you for the
monocle,
100
times,
zips.
Celebratory hands in the air. Equals. Face with monocle. Celebratory hands in the air. Times.
Celebratory.
Fried shrimp. Equals. Octopus. Equals. Front facing baby chick. Times. Full moon. Times. Banana. Bread. Equals. Amphora. Equals. Face with monocle. Celebratory hands in the
Monocle.
air. Times. Fried shrimp.
Huh.
Equals. Octopus. Equals. Front facing baby chick. Times.
Front
full moon,
facing
times,
baby
person
chick.
in steamy room. Equals. Amphora. Equals. Face with monocle. Celebratory hands in the air. Times. Fried shrimp. Equals. Octopus. Front facing baby chick. Times. Full moon. Person in steaming room. Equals. Amphora. Equals. Face with monocle. Celebratory hands in the air. Times. Fried shrimp. Octopus. Equals. Front facing baby chick. Times. Full moon. Times. Person in steaming room. Equals. Amphora. Equals. Face with monocle. Celebratory hands in the air. Times. Fried shrimp. Equals. Octopus. Equals. Front facing baby chick. Times. Full moon. Person in steamy room. Equals. Amphora. Equals. Face with monocle. Celebratory hands in the air. Times. Fried shrimp. Equals. Octopus. Zip sip 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 sip
Zip zip.
sip 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 sip.
Keep getting too close. Okay, that's what we want. Fuck. We're good, but that guy was being an asshole. Good. Good. Yeah, so their jump attack comes out instantly, but it doesn't hit right away. Okay, good. This is much easier now because we can better control the fuck. Well, not if I get fucking owned by him. We can control where Death Adder goes. It's KIE, which... Okay, we got him. So now, we've got this far. We've got this far without Deathbringer swinging at all. He has not done a single attack. That's why we haven't seen his... That's why we haven't seen his, like, his fire attack, his explosion attack, or his, like, dragon attack. We haven't seen his, like, hit the ground charge thing that shoots lightning at you. We haven't seen him swing. Because we've been putting him in a position where he's not allowed to attack the entire time. We just push him around however we want. You can even do shit like this, right? Like... bonk. He can't do anything. As long as he's up against the screen edge, or you're directly above or below him, he can't attack. So the trick is to manipulate the skeletons into the slots to your left or right, and to put Death Adder in the other slot. So you want one skeleton, one Deathbringer, right? Then you move so you're always keeping Deathbringer on the leash, so he's trying to walk to the side of you. He's trying to walk around you, but you're not letting him. You're just kind of backing up as he walks to your side. So you're always keeping him to the side of you, and you can't do anything. Then you only have to deal with fighting 2 skeletons with 255 health. And you can take your time messing with Deathbringer however you want. Goodbye. Thank you, gallant one. Now the people will be able to live, to build, to prosper in peace. May you be titled the Grand Master, Guardians of the Kingdom. Now prepare for a feast, grand feast, to praise your act of bravery and deeds of courage. Finally, you have defeated all of the evil clan. The land shall revive in peace, and the people will talk of your deeds as a legend in the years to come. Axe Battler and Tyrus Flare need to head back to their home planet, though. We'll see that soon enough. Love this music. Henninger Silver, Henninger Purple, Henninger Red. Henninger Gold, Henninger Dark, and Henninger Bronze. They sound like liquors, don't they? I still need to get a deathless completion of this game. Silver, Purple, and Red Longmoan. Captain Clever! Grant Feast! 10 gift subs. Captain Clever. Holy shit, thank you so much. Toll Dude, Silveraku, Lance Boyle, Ginger Ninja, Pizza Party Time, Ghost Rider, BS Repellent, Doctor Strange, Ranger 4, and this is an available username. Please enjoy your gift subs. Big subs. Thank you so much, Captain.
Inventory items. Rope and hooks.
And give me a shot of Henninger Gold. We're going to get a whole bunch of neural nonsense here. Let's go.
Arrow. Scales. Personal inventory stacked on top of each other.
Captain Clever, have you heard the new term for the state of being partner on Twitch?
Sword and shield, coins, oil,
Partner-ness, or P-ness for short.
Specified by a message, a scroll. Scroll on top of another scroll. Scroll on top of another scroll. Scroll on top of a magical item. In game, with or without enchantment. Magic items that interact with in-game are not used by the GM.
Scroll on top of a scroll on top of a magic item.
The following spells. However, you can use an item in game as an item tome, but at 1d12 tomes cost this loses its sick result, or as an item that requires material components to cast such as gold, gems and enchanted gems. It is up to you if you want to remain an active GM or GMK at this time. You cannot roll.
Love chicken
Frigidly
leg.
Cocktail recipe: 2 scoops gelatin, 1 cup bittersweet chocolate, 6 ounces brown sugar, 1.5 ounces aquavit. 1 dash vanilla extract. 1.5 ounces sweet orange. 10 drops vodka. 1.25 ounces almond extract.
Vodka.
1.5 ounces whole pistachio halves. 1.25 ounces cherry extract. Dissolve gelatin in hot water and give it a stir. Pour boiling water over 2 ounces at a time. I usually pour it into a spray canister and vacuum seal it, but that's difficult and would probably leak. Dissolve bittersweet chocolate in 2 to 4 ounces boiling water, which probably can be made with a kitchen scale or a freezer thermometer. Dissolve aquavit in 2
Death Adder
ounces
Jr.
water and set aside to chill. Vodka.
Death Adder regular.
1.25 ounces whiskey. I like the vermouth. 5 ounces distilled white wine. 3.
Death
This is a
Bringer.
conversation between Dal the dark human male and a zombie.
Oh, no.
Dal, give me a dagger, zombie. Oh, shut up. Dal, you tell me when to give me a dagger, bitch, zombie. We're at Ridgebite and I told you I could yell for a dagger if gimme, zombie. We have 3 questions. Dal, no, I do not give you any questions. Ye ditch, zombie. Don't press US. Dal, all I did was get rid of that bunch of shit and I didn't give you another question to give me, zombie. Fuck it. I'm going down to Reptile Manager, zombie. Don't
Here we
bother
go.
me to make a game on an
Goodbye,
internet like
Tyrus.
that, zombie.
Goodbye,
I
Longmoan.
pretend I come for harping and
Goodbye,
will be pretty
credits.
difficult before.
Axe Battler didn't leave this time.
Friduli cocktail recipe. Ingredients: 1.5 pounds mature red or white wine, 2 c sugar, 2 ounces rose petals,
2 cups of
2
sugar,
ounces vanilla,
2
1.5
ounces of
cinnamon,
rose petals.
dash pepper, dash cornstarch, dash ginger, dash lime juice. Instructions: 7 blanch lemon in large bowl of ice water for 15 minutes. Let fall, reserving for another use. Whisk sugar, rose petals, vanilla, and cinnamon into crushed roses and then pour into bowl. Drain and reserve 2.5 c of concentrate. Pour into blender and process. Pour over wine mixture, then return for a few seconds.
It takes
to
a minute for it to
blend. Strain over
update.
flowers and garnish with vanilla, if using, and lime slices. Raspberry sangria recipe. Ingredients: 1.5 pounds ripe red or white berries, 1/4 of a pound, 2 c sugar, 2.5 cups frozen raspberries, half c lime.
I'm in a strange world.
Top 10
There we
discontinued
go.
fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer. 2. MCDLT. 3.
Okay.
The Hamburger. 4. The
Oh, no.
Harpo's Chinese Chicken. 5. Fat Burger. 6. Geno's Subs. 7. Joe Beef. 8. Big Boy. 9. I'm
Joe
guessing
Beef.
KFC. 10. Arby's.
Man,
Top 10 3-do games. 1. Gex. 2. Walls. 3. Pac-Man.
So
4. Engage. 5. Starhawk. 6. Sportsman. 7. Space Invaders. 8. Centipede. 9. Spelunky. 10. Planet Earth. If only they had their own mobile handheld. We begin with their version of the famous arcade classic, Gex. The game plays very similarly to your 70s parents' Gex cartridge, except the games look and feel pretty much the same way. Some parts just look better than others. Where were those arcade coin bins? The primary difference comes from the user interface, which you use the controls to move your
70s,
robot
your
around the
parents'
screen. There are
70s
several
Gex
different
cart.
modes of the various games, ranging from the walk and run mode to more action-based puzzle games, but the basic gameplay is very similar, and looks and works extremely well on the VGA/GBA. The 4 players can also take on 3 opponents at once. I must have stopped playing almost every game.
349.
Friduli cocktail recipe. Ingredients: 2 teaspoons of smoked paprika, 1 tablespoon
Not a good start.
of smoked paprika, 1 teaspoon of fresh herbs of your choice, dill, mint, celery, etc. 4 ounces of wild turkey bourbon. Sauce: ½ cup orange juice, 1 teaspoon granulated
Paprika, herbs,
sugar.
and bourbon.
Method: 1. Let your spice stack dry until it has a hint of fat in it. Combine the ingredients until there is nothing that can stick to them.
Paprika,
2.
celery,
Add the
salt, and
chips to a
bourbon.
blender. Blend until it has blended well. 3. Pour the mix into a large mug with a square bottom. 4. Top the tops of the mugs with
Bourbon.
the sauce. Allow the sauce to fully set before serving.
Fantasy monsters. the Achirai, Armirage, Ascomoids, Atomies, Axpeaks, Basiderons, Burbalangs, Borbits, Boglings, Bogongers, Bunny Rabbits, black and white bunnies, cloud bunnies, coin babies, crab bunnies, crayfish sliders,
Crab bunnies.
fangs, crawler eggs, cupcakes, colicky crayfish, cocoons, cyber easts, gnome eggs, gnome grubs, grub brothers, grub sisters, grub roos, grub tykes, grub squids, corgan eggs, grub tongs, grub squeakers eggs, he dinosaur eggs, hedgehog eggs, hecaticas, hecates, dragon eggs, ghost dolls, ghost crabs, ghost elephants, ghost upskin, ghost crewmen, ghost turtles, ghost twisted, ghost turtles, gremlin eggs, grubby twins, gnome dolls, grey dragon chicks, grey dragons, grey octopus, green dragon.
Top 10 3-do games. 1. Gex.
Just one loop.
2.
Just one
balls. 3. Golden Axe. 4. Spider-Man. 5. Mortal Kombat. 6. Risky's Revenge. 7. Frogger. 8. Tetris. 9. The Force Unleashed. 10. System 2. The ultimate competition.
Yeah, I love the Big Bird.
3-do competition was all the way at the high table. Mr. 3-do won 3 awards. Best Action Game.
Oh man.
Sega Game Awards.
Mr. 3-do.
Most 3D. Sega Mega Drive. Japan only. And Best Game System. 0. This is a hidden table which holds a series of hidden challenges. Before meeting JW, a player can play part of the puzzle a total of 90 times. 1. Can you finish only one level's worth of maze, i.e. all challenges, and exit within the time limit? 2. Can you solve the majority of the maze? 3. Can you complete the ball-like enemies? 4. Can you unlock all the weapons and uses of the
Fantasy RPG inventory items. Rope and hooks, brass lantern, 10 rations, short sword, leather armor, smithing axe and pick, hammer, several leather quivers, horse saddle, crotch, 2 pairs of leather boots, tanned shortbow, musketeer's spurs.
Oh, you know what I want to hear? I want to hear the
small smelter,
the Battle Master
torches, various items of clothing,
music.
and a leather shield. The dragon will wear these in Throne of Baal. Gold, 1,000 gold, can be taken out of your pouch when fully emptied. The pendant contains 3 levels of bandit fame. Added XP to your character
Battle
and increases
Master.
your courage by 1 and prevents you from losing experience points. The bag of holding is a pouch with 5,000 gold that can hold about 2,500 items and gives 50 gold. Its name, Pouch of Holding. Carved arrows. Dragon is equipped with a carved arrow made out of copper and crystal. It is small, wielded at a distance by him, and is sharp enough to hurt anyone within 20 feet. The dragon
No
drops.
fire. Look at that parallax. Thank you so much, Captain Clever, for the 10 gift subs. There was something I wanted to look at. Yeah. 1 2/3 tablespoons of smoked paprika. A teaspoon of fresh herbs of your choice. Dill, mint, celery, etc. 4 ounces of wild turkey bourbon. Yeah, I remember that. Actually. I played through the... So a funny thing that I did back in the day, this was an early game I played. This was before I even moved. This would have been 2019 or earlier. I played through this on a Genesis emulator with overclocking. Orc Warrior. Etc. Welcome to Dullham. It's quiet, too quiet. You want to see how this game usually goes? Fight the guy. Got him. Game over. The game lets you know what it's about right out of the gate. So, this game has some really interesting mechanics, but it never, ever, ever explains them. Okay. So, we're a lone dude right now. As a single character, we take a penalty anytime we fight an enemy that's in formation. But it's not just one mechanic. There's multiple mechanics. We can't go in there yet. There's multiple mechanics that work in tandem to make this game either impossible or, like, not impossible. Like, we're doing pretty good right now, right? We've killed a bunch of dudes. Our morale is going up. That's the green meter. I think we can do this here. So green meter is our morale. Morale determines... we're going to eat some food. That'll give us a little red back. Yeah, not killing things. That's true for everybody, though. Marching without killing reduces your morale. So, red is like our health. You can eat food to get more health. Green is morale. I forget what blue is. Anyway, we go around here. We get this stuff. That's a cool axe stuffed on the wall there. So I played this on an emulator with overclocking. But yeah, we can also shoot. We have infinite shots that we can shoot. Yeah, club bow. So the key opens that door. We go in here, and there's more dudes. So you have a button. Hitting the button makes your dude go into an attack pose. That's important later. All you really need to know is that, like, when you've walked into an enemy and stopped moving, you hit your button and you do the thing. Okay, here we go. Use held items. So what do we have? We have old chainmail plus 0, and we have a blue steel broadsword plus 5. We have regular chainmail plus 0, or old chainmail. These items are functionally identical. Now, the reason for this is that they have the same icon. If your items have the same icon, they are the same item. The only thing that's different is whether they have more or less plus on them. Now this, the blue steel broadsword, if we can use that, our scimitar is plus 0 and our blue steel broadsword is plus 5. You might think that the blue steel broadsword is better, but it's not always the case. So we're going to discard this old chainmail. We don't need it. Now that we've killed everything in this area, we can travel. We're going to take a quick once around the map. Tobor, you should play this game. I think you would like it very much. I'm going to take a quick once around the map to make sure we didn't miss any food or other items. There's a little trick you can do when you get to a map, too, that I'll show. So now that we're done here, you have two ways that you can use the travel map. You can either pay for safe passage, or you can kill everything kill a certain percentage of the enemies on the map. What we want to do, though, is we want to search for extra stuff if we can find some. Looks like there isn't anything. So now we use the travel map, and we can choose different areas that we can go, right? Some of these are it's like a web, right? And you move from one point on the web to another point, and then you can go to another zone, right? So you can move one step from anywhere you are to anywhere that's adjacent to it. It's like, we'll go to Axe Head Hill because this will be the easiest way to show off another mechanic. So we've gone to Axe Head Hill. We haven't killed anything yet. We have a parlay option. So we can say, hey, we'd like to buy something. For 40 GP, we can get an extra troop. Now, we know that in this area, there's an orcish leather +5, an orcish wand +20, carrots, and corn. We can get safe passage for 20 GP. We're going to get 1 troop. Normally, if you're playing this game, you wouldn't want to go here right away because you only have enough money to buy 1 troop. But we'll buy that 1 troop. Now we have formations. So, the way formations work in this is unintuitive. It all seems quiet. Too quiet. There's some orcs, by the way. They won't immediately attack us, but we do have to kill them or give them money for safe passage. So, we've got 1 troop, and we're in column formation. No, this is on the real thing. There's a bunch of different formations. There's open, there's huddle, and there's line. And line does something really useful. Wait, not line. Single file. So single file is really good because the dudes line up behind you, so it's really easy. It's really easy to maneuver them. In column, they'll line up 3 by 3 behind you or something like that. But what it doesn't tell you is that your formation, the formation that you're in, is checked against the formation that your enemies are in, and it gives you a tremendous advantage or disadvantage in how well your combat goes. So, if you're in the correct formation and the enemy is in the wrong formation, and it's just lined up perfectly, then yes, super close talking. But if you're in the right formation, they're in the wrong formation, it's lined up just right, then you can let's eat. Yeah, okay, we ate something and now we're good. You do like 4 times the damage, I think. 2 faces or a weird boot. Right. Now we can't parlay anymore because we killed a man. There's another pit. So now we can try current location again, which is really nice. You don't get a password. You don't get a password until you complete 1 segment of stages and get a section of the amulet, so you get 4 passwords throughout the game. What's going on here? Why can't I? Oh. Hit the thing. We've got 1 troop. Who fucking knows where he is? The biggest problem with this game is the pathfinding AI. This guy can't fucking find where he's supposed to be. So I have to, like, go walk around him until he passes over the position that he's supposed to be in his formation. When I go through this door, he's gonna try to go to... Uh-oh. He's gonna try to go to the place that he's supposed to stand, which is behind and to my right. He's always gonna try to go there. So a lot of times I have to, like, finesse him into that position. And a lot of times your troops will get stuck, they'll wander off to their deaths. All kinds of stupid stuff will happen, so. Managing where your AI dudes. I didn't see a whole bunch. I was lurking, but I was only kind of peeking in. Yeah, there's an Amiga version, a DOS version, probably an ST version. So stuff like this where he will absolutely get stuck. And when he gets stuck, he'll start following the right wall or whatever. Your dudes will fall in pits. All kinds of fun stuff will happen. Notice how I'm just like wiping these orcs off the face of the earth? That's because, yeah, it seemed like it had a lot of really weird mechanics, like survival stuff or something. Yeah, see, he's just going. He's gone. Like, too stupid. We're fighting behind the mountain here. Oh, you know, I can almost see where they are. There's one. You got one. Got one. Good. Much safer now. But you see how my dude was just like going, like, he lost the ability to navigate now. Yeah, this music is really good. Secret. $90 GP. There's fantasy portals. Yeah, the more you win at combat, the more your green bar goes up. The more your green bar goes up. The better you are in combat, so the more you win. Usually you can ignore enemy arrows. There's only a few cases where they're like really meaningfully anything. Right, so we've cleared this area out. We got all the items that we saw from the parlay screen. We've still got our troop now. We can travel, and we can travel to the two places that are adjacent to this. It's like a little triangle in this corner of the map. We go to Doran's Dell. We go to Doran's Dell. We can't parlay because we're orcs. Famous retro god. Thank you for the follow 5 minutes ago. I somehow missed that. Appreciate it. Sorry for the delay in responding. So we can't parlay with dwarves because dwarves hate orcs. We can wipe them out though. You notice I didn't switch to the +5 weapon that I have? There's a reason for that. And that is that the scimitar is like 3 times more effective against like the scimitar graphic is like 3 times more effective against leather armor than the steel broadsword this like up left facing sword graphic is. Hey Kinsey, yeah. There's been subs flying around. Oh, we found it. We found the entrance. Found the dwarves' secret entrance. Also, time for death. What's good is they let you restart from any... Yeah, he's stuck. We don't want him to die, though, so we'll eat some carrots. We'll eat some corn. Good. But yeah, like, notice how we're killing the dwarves way faster now? Well, most of them. We're killing most of them faster. Oh, likely that was a solo and these are in a formation. So I don't know what kind of armor these dwarves have, but the up left facing sword is doing a lot more damage to them than the scimitar would be, I believe. Oh, there's my fellow. Right, I think this was all the stuff. They didn't have any... Oh, we weren't able to check Parlay. We weren't able to check Parlay to see what they might have had. But so... part of this is like... Oh, here we go. Mirror teleporter. A bunch of... We get some other stuff. Whoops. So we have this orcish leather +5. We have another chainmail armor that, again, is identical. We have chainmail and chainmail armor. They're identical. We get a battle axe +0. So each of these items has, like, a very specific use. Now we can go back to Dullham. We've already cleared Dullham, so we can go to Brightleaf if we want to. Humans will parlay with us, but we can't buy troops here. There's Lightfinger Elvish Ale and a bow. Beware the woods. My dude is just like getting lost already. So the way this works, like your formation, your weapon, and your armor versus the opponent's formation, weapon, and armor is the most important thing. Your morale helps, but like you can't guarantee that you're gonna have high morale anytime you get into a fight. Yeah, it looks simple, but there's this incredibly complex combat resolution thing. So they're in a wedge formation. Column does really good against wedge. So it's just easy to wipe them out. Uh-oh. Game over. But the game overs are fast from pits, but generally, at most, you'll redo one stage because you can just try current location again. So as long as you can set aside like a good 4 or 5 hour block to sit down and play one segment of the game, you're not going to lose a lot of progress to title music, leader music, parlay music, travel music. You're not going to lose a lot of progress if you die mid-level and you just make a mental note, okay, that's going to be there. The big problem this game has, on the Genesis at least, is that the AI cycle runs for every unit on the map at all times. If there's, like, these early levels run pretty well because we have relatively few units moving around and doing stuff. As soon as we start getting into a position where we have, like, 50 units, 100 units on the map, by the time you get to the third and fourth segments of the game, it runs extraordinarily slow. However, if you run it on, like, what is the one that lets you do it? If you run it on one of the, like, you can. Yes, you can. It is possible, I believe, to progress through the game and not get the amulet pieces. And if you don't have the amulet pieces, you can move through a one-way gate and you're screwed. But it is very clear that you should be searching each area for the amulets before moving on. So, actually, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. I never really tried. I always got the amulet before moving on. But the amulet is the only thing that you need. You only need the 4 amulet pieces. Crown pieces? What they're called? Yeah, crowns, the 4 crowns, and it makes one solid thing in the 4 segments there. You can't drop them. You can miss stuff that makes the game nearly impossible. Like, it's a game of attrition, right? Hesh Ballantyne was playing Tower of Souls, and the way Tower of Souls works is you play Tower of Souls, you map out, like, this is how I see it, right? You map out where you're going to go and what you're going to do, and then you start that level over, and you do it really efficiently with what you've mapped out. So you, like, okay, this room doesn't have anything useful in it, but it has a lot of monsters and dangerous traps, so I'm just going to spend as little time in here as possible. And, like, okay, in this room there's monsters, but I have to kill the monsters because they drop a key that opens a necessary door. Because in Tower of Souls, saving costs money or equivalent value in items, and there's a strictly limited amount of, like, healing items and spell items that you can get. Yeah, you gotta feed the trash goblin to save. Garbage goyle. Yes. The garbage goyle. So the that kind of cycle of, like, I don't know, let's go over to Doodad Time for a second, because I want to talk about this. This is a very interesting concept in game design to me. There's, like, in Phantasy Star 1, I use this example a lot because I really like the way Phantasy Star 1 is set up cadence-wise, how you start the game, where you continue to, and, like, how you advance. And to me, the ideal way you advance in Phantasy Star is you spend a very short amount of time at the beginning of the game learning how combat works, fighting some stuff very close to home, and just kind of hanging out and learning the ropes, right? That's the only grinding in the game that you're ever really going to do if you're playing the game honestly. And I don't mean that to disparage people who want to, like, use a map or, you know, whatever. Use a walkthrough. Totally fine. However you're going to enjoy a game, play it that way. But to use resources outside of the game, you reduce the amount of time you spend exploring and doing stuff and figuring out what's in the game. So your kind of loop in Phantasy Star is to talk to people in town. They tell you about something, and then you go try to find it. And in doing so, whenever you get hurt, whenever you feel like your resources are running low, whatever comfort level you have, then you head back to town and you heal up, save the game, and try again. And you get a little farther each time. And so you're not grinding, you're not doing a like purposeful in-place grind, right? You're not like, I must be a higher level to do the thing. You're like, I'm not really sure where to go. I keep killing stuff. Oh, I ran into some really tough enemies up here and barely got away, so maybe I don't go up there now. Maybe I'll try down here. And you look around, right? You listen to what people say, and you try to do your best to find the way. But in doing so, number one, you consume time. And number two, you gain resources. You're gaining money. You're gaining experience. Your character is becoming more powerful. So by the time you find where to go, and figure out what to do, you have to start exploring a dungeon. So you find a dungeon, you look around in the dungeon, and again, you go in the dungeon, you work until your resources are slightly depleted, and then you say, okay, well, I didn't find what I was looking for. I'm going to leave, come back, and try again. And you do that, you find a thing, and then it tells you, okay, now you can go somewhere else, or we need to do a certain thing. And so you continue, right? So in Phantasy Star 1, the only like in-place grinding points are right at the very beginning, so that you can power up a little bit to go into the dungeon, and immediately after that, where you must have a certain amount of money. You must buy something in order to progress. And from that point on, you really don't need to grind unless you want extra stuff, right? Your natural exploration loop will get you that. And that's kind of how, like, Wizardry does kind of the same thing. You go in the dungeon, you explore until your resources are depleted, or nearly depleted, until you feel you can come back, and then you come back, and you leave, and you repair, and you recover, and then you come back and you do it again. And each time you get a little bit deeper. The other type of cycle is when there are static resources, and the quality of your execution determines how well you manage those resources. There's kind of an attrition at play that, like Tower of Souls, like Battlemaster, there's only so many items in the game, there's only so many monsters in the game. If you just wait around and let your morale drop every time in Battlemaster, it'll be more difficult than if you, like, take a kind of gung-ho approach and go in and go, like, okay, we'll check Parlay, what items do they have, kill all the stuff, we got all the items, get the hell out. So you don't waste a lot of time with your morale draining down and have a harder time with the next fight, because if you lose a troop, that troop is gone forever and you have to buy a new one. If you take damage, there's only a limited amount of food in the game. Sometimes there's more food than you need. Sometimes there's a huge desert where there's no food, right? And so you have to get through 2 or 3 levels, and you're like, man, I wish I didn't eat all that food before when I didn't need to. So you might have to go back a step or back 2 steps. Right, and it's not necessarily, given a good system like that will give you a way to do some kind of checkpoint, so you can say, okay, from here to here, I need to learn how to do this segment and do it well, and then when I feel like I've done this well, I'll have another checkpoint here that I can continue from, and then start the process over on the next segment. I think that's really cool when that's balanced right, and you have something like that. Like, I think Tower of Souls, at first I was like, you have to pay to save? That's a pretty hostile game. But in looking at it and approaching it from that point of view, that, like, you can consume resources. You can consume finite resources to set a new checkpoint. And the idea of kind of testing out the waters in the middle, and then when you're like, okay, I'm certain that I've done several rooms very well, and I can set a new checkpoint here, and I'll be in really good shape. Yeah, the increase, I think they realized that the Amiga version was a little too hostile, and I think they improved it for the DOS. They improved a lot of stuff for the DOS version. That's a very, very interesting game. The only thing I wish they had done is, like, make it fucking playable without that stupid virtual joystick thing. It's so bad. Like, you're only making suggestions of what your character is doing. Character, I suggest you go towards that door. No. Yeah. Managing combat is a big deal in that, right? You don't want to fight everything because chicken soup. Lifeline, yeah. Yeah, Lifeline. I was gonna... The stream's been a little bit chaotic. I was gonna look at some stuff that's a little harder to run today, but we probably won't get to it, but it's on my mind. I wanted to talk about some of the stuff that I had streamed, like, early on. Between when I became affiliate and when I became partner. So between the anus and the penis, I wanted to cover some of what that area was like, because, like, I had a really weird experience. With Twitch, I think, different from a lot of people. Because, like, very early on, I streamed, like, Skyrim or something to one person who was watching, who was a friend of mine. And I was just sticking around in it. But then, years later, I was, like, hanging out watching Macaw, and left Chaos Dunk. It's pretty good. I was, like, hanging out watching Macaw, and I was, like, researching a game that he was playing that I found kind of interesting. I found some interesting tech in it, and then he was playing it, and I, like, woke up late, and I was like, ah, shit, and he's like, dude, this game's impossible, like, you can't do this thing. And I was like, dude, send you the thing, and he's like, I don't get it. And I'm like, fucking, he's like, nobody could beat this game. And I'm like, dude, I'll beat that game right now. I will play and finish that game right now. I'll stream it. It was The Broken Land. The Broken Land, yeah. Which, like, so I booted up and I'm like, all right. I streamed for like 7 or 8 hours, and Macaw hosted me. It was before raids were like a thing, I think. And Macaw hosted me, and then I, like, played through the game. It took like 7 or 8 hours or something, and I finished it. And, you know, there's a certain amount of, like, retention you have when you get a very big raid, and I think it was like about half the people stuck around. At that time, it was something like 100 something people. And so I finished it, and, like, I was like, that was a lot of fun. That was really... Yeah. Yeah. So I was like, that was really fun. I really enjoyed doing that. I spent hours doing this thing and just enjoyed all of it. And so I was like, well, I'll try this again. Then I did like Spelljammer and Twilight 2000 and Spellcraft. That's why we have the Robert emote still. It's where Magnum comes from, Twilight 2000. But within I think it was like a week or 2 weeks, whatever the period is, I qualified for affiliate. So it was like really, really quick to get to affiliate. And I started out like getting 20 or 30 people every stream, which is like getting from 0 to 10 is really fucking tough. Like that's the part that's like the most demoralizing, difficult part of streaming on Twitch is getting from 0 viewers to 10. Once you get to 10, you'll if you stream often, you'll keep growing, right? Once you qualify for affiliate, as you go from like 10 viewers or whatever, if you keep streaming regularly and you're doing it all well, you're a likable person, you're nice to people, you interact with your chat, and you play games that are interesting, your affiliateness will grow all the way up to partner. Like consistency, not like you don't have to stream on the same days, just always stream within a few days of the last time you streamed, and you'll get there, right? It helps to be social, to go out and to talk to people and all that stuff.
If you keep streaming regularly, your anus will swell to the penis.
That's true, right? Thank you, Basil, for the 100 bits. But I was lucky that I got past that first hump, and then it was just doing it regularly and continuing to play stuff that I was interested in, that I enjoyed. And that was a huge journey, and I learned a lot about appreciating games, I think, from streaming on Twitch, especially during that time. It was like, you know what? These are games that frustrated me in the past. I still think some of them are really bad games. Spelljammer is a terrible... Wait, is Rig here? Is Rig here? Retro Island Gaming, are you in the chat? Are we clear? Are we clear? Okay, cool. Spelljammer is a terrible game that is no good, right? It's messed up on a technical level. It's boring on a writing level. It's just a mess. But it's a mess that I'm glad that I played through, right? So it's interesting. And I think that's the key thing, is that like I now enjoy to play games that I don't like, if that makes sense, right? I'm happy to play a game and be like, you know what, I didn't like playing that. Because now I'm not like I wasted my time or like, it was any kind of problem, but just that it's like, you know what, now I've experienced that game. I have my own thoughts and opinions on what the game does right, what it does good, what I would have wanted out of the game, and what I think it does poorly, that kind of stuff. And it's like, I love playing video games. It's really nice to play video games. It's fun. Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing, is that like I grew up about video games back before I joined the games industry, and I was playing games and I was like, I know why this game's a piece of shit. Right? Like I would be upset at playing a bad game because I could have played so many of the other games. And now I think I've mellowed out a lot about that. I wasn't like, as a kid I was excited before I grew up, right? I was excited to play anything because video games, holy shit, right? But now I'm back to that same excitement that, like, I'm excited to play video games. Any of them. All of them. You know, like, Mr. Radon's doing the 100% challenge for the Nintendo 64. I respect that. Tremendous amount of focus and stuff. The secret that I have is that, like, I tend to do a lot of variety streams and jump around and play, like, whatever random bullshit because I'm trying to manage the fact that I want to play and complete every video game. Like, if I could, I would just play every game and finish all of them. I want to play more Fort Zombie, right? I definitely want to play more Fort Zombie. Because it's interesting to me, and it's like... Here's the other funny thing. I think you would hate the way that I want to play Fort Zombie, but I do want to see that game through but I'm not going to be like... I'm never going to take it like a serious game because jumping over a fence and falling flat on my face is the funniest thing in the world to me. And when that happens, I'm like, yes, I win. I've won the game. So it's like, I don't care about progressing most of the time. I just want to see stupid shit in it. So I'm like, I don't have the focus to, unless I force myself into it, I don't have the focus most of the time to actually go about winning the game, right? Completing it. You know, I did confirm, though. I found a game that I think Dino is in general agreement is bad. I found the game that Dino will call bad. It's Creep Clash. Creep Clash is bad. I've played like a teensy bit of Gain Ground. I'm no good at Gain Ground. It is dire. It is. Whew. It's in a class all its own. No. There's one other game in that class, and that's Sento. You see, Dana, the thing is that, like, they're just an NPCs. That's really good. You see, Dana, my secret is that I have a million different ideas, and I want to do them all. And instead of worrying that I'm doing poorly at finishing any of the ideas, instead of worrying that I'm, like, not finishing stuff, I'll just do whatever. I can jump around. I can do a different game every day of the week if I need to. Here we are on Friday. I played Fable this week. I'm still going to come back to Daughter of Cyclasia on the DS once Fable's finished. I want to finish Fable first, though, because I think we're getting past the halfway point. So that'll be more stuff. I'm starting a new game tomorrow. Speaking of Dino. Dino's curating the poll tomorrow. And, you know, I'm playing Dune 2. Dana, I think you will find if you actually stream, people will come to your stream. Like, when you were playing that cool platform game, there were plenty of people in there being like, oh, this is cool. What is this? Like, yeah, if you stream, they will come. Captain Clever, I hope one day you will become partner. I think it would be very funny if you went straight to partner. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying is that, like, it takes an immense amount of focus for me to actually work on finishing a game. Like, when I played Fable before... Wait, really? You should apply. Do it. Yeah, just do it, dude. As long as you plan on continuing to stream regularly, do it. What have you got to lose? Yeah, get your penis. Yeah, Dana. People are coming by because they like your opinion on things. They like you as a person. They want to see your stream. And there's going to be a different amount of people for different stuff, right? When I stream weekend games with the intent of finishing them, I get more people around than when I stream like Apple II stuff. It varies, right? So yeah, no, I know. Not worth losing your sanity over, I suppose, if that's what you've got to lose. But I would look forward to it. I think that would be a great cause for celebration. Yeah, feel free to copy everything that I've got. I'll send you the utilities if you want. Totally welcome to do so. That's the funny thing too, right? Like, maybe it's a weird confidence thing for me, but it's like if somebody was like I've heard this before, right? That people will be like, oh, I don't want to play that game because somebody else is playing it, right? Or I don't want to do that gimmick because somebody else has a similar gimmick, right? Or feeling shy might be the right word about it. Feeling shy about doing something because it's similar to something somebody else has done. And it's like, people have approached me about doing so. They're like, hey, I want to play voice clips on my stream. Is it okay if I do that? And I'm like, dude, fuck yes, do that. That's awesome. I'm super proud to have inspired someone to do something similar to what I'm doing or their own spin on an idea, right? I think that's really cool. You know? It's not about doing it first. It's like if somebody else gets inspired by me and somebody's like, hey, somebody says to them like, hey, this is a cool thing. It's like, like this is a cool thing. And they're like, oh yeah, I was watching Duke Donuts and I liked how he did this thing. And you know, like I had my own ideas about it. And it's like, you know, and that's the thing, right? Not everything is for everybody. Not everybody wants chaos. It's some people want a chill stream. Some people want to just focus on the game, right? Like, for example, right? I have a huge amount of respect for Lord BBH.
Welcome. If you help someone get partner, are you helping to erect their penis?
I mean, anything you do to build up another streamer helps to erect their partner-ness, right? So being a viewer, being a regular viewer, helping somebody do that and contributing to the state of their partner-ness, you know, helps to erect their penis. It builds their community, so to speak. But yeah, like, I have a ton of respect for Lord BBH. He's super good at games. He has a really focused channel and he does stuff that he likes and he sets up his space the way he wants it. And it's like, I'm not going to go to BBH's channel and be like, dude, why don't you have TTS? I want to spam TTS. That's not his deal, right? I go to his channel when I want to watch somebody do really fucking good in an arcade game. And it's good to have that variety of like, I wouldn't go to Riggs' channel to relax, right? I wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, there's a certain balance of it, and having low-key streams is good, right? Having more chaotic streams is good, and it's like, that's why I won't criticize how somebody wants to set their stuff up unless they're like, hey, can you give me feedback on what I could do to make my stream more interesting or how I could set things up? And it's like the first thing I'm going to say is, well, how do you want what vibe do you want? What are you looking for? How do you want it to go? And if they're like, I want absolute chaos, I'll be like, voice clips for free, no cooldown. like, there you go. You've got chaos. People will have fun because they'll be spamming stupid shit. And don't get upset when somebody's like, I don't like this vibe, I'm going elsewhere. It's like, that's cool. There's other places to go. And that's why it's important to have that variety. So, you know, like some people want to...
The foul demon.
Some people want like a simple let's play kind of thing, right?
She told him she'd heard enough prattle and assaulted him.
Tails.
Some people want something more laid back and
a test of combat ensued. He attacked. He went berserk and attacked.
It's good to have both, right? Because then I can say, like, if somebody's like, hey, I don't like all this chaos, I can be like, well, check out Dana's stream. Dana's stream's a lot more low-key and chill and fun to relax to. Yeah, it's like there's tons of options out there, and there's tons of different ways to experience content. And
curtains.
I do what I do, and people can come check it out or not. Whichever.
And so he fought.
It's all cool. So it's like, I mean, it's like you don't have to like put up a wall and be like, you're wrong because my channel is good and you're stupid for complaining. It's like, it's not even that. It's like, well, you know, it's too bad you don't like this. This is what we do here. And, you know, if you want this, if you decide that this is something you'd like to try out at some point in the future, please feel free to come back. Right? You can enjoy it or not. But this is what it is. So it would be funny though. It would be funny to go into some channel and be like, why don't you have TTS? I want to spam TTS. Turn on TTS. like the, you know, some people, I can understand. The chaos gets a little too much sometimes when it's like two TTS voices reading different things and like, you know, voices going off and the music from the game, and I forgot to turn off the music from outside the game. Oh, I'm sure people do. I'm sure. But I have trouble thinking about the mindset that would get you saying that, right? I love TTS spam, but I don't want to force somebody else to endure it. Yeah. So it's like it's one of those things where it's like it's one of those things where it's like it takes all kinds. It takes all kinds of different people being part of a community to make a comprehensive community that's really robust like that. So I think 8.5 hours is good for me. I'm getting quite hungry. I love this music. I gotta fix that thing. I gotta probably get a new breakout cable. But yeah, this has been really fun. Fettuccine Alfredo. But yeah, you gauge the mood of a channel and like, you know, figure out what works. I remember it had to have been a little bit after I had made Partner. Oh, you know what else I was gonna bring up? I'll tell this story first. A little bit after I made Partner, I was playing something late at night, and
I won't lie. I was asleep for the past 2 hours with the volume on and you controlled the flow of my dreams. But why the hell were you detailing Dragon Age Origins and making my brain live in the halcyon days of 2010? Happy penis 2-year dato.
Dato. Thank you, John Matrix, for the 100 bits. I hope you had pleasant Dragon Age dreams. Yeah, big subs. We got a new slot. There's There's no way we're going to hit 700 before stuff starts falling off, though. I'm pretty sure it's going to start falling off tomorrow, literally. Because I think 1 month ago... Basil, thank you for the 100 bits. Encore? But I believe it was 1 month ago. Guangu is it's an expensive arcade board these days. Yeah. So I was streaming some game. Maybe it was a variety stream of some kind. And I was like, all right, we're gonna wrap up. Let's find somebody to host or raid or whatever. And it was late. And it was late at night when I was on the West Coast. So it was a couple hours later than this even. And I was like, hold on a second. In the recommended here, there's some guy with 20 viewers playing Spellcraft Aspects of Valor in a wizard hat. I know where we're going. And so it was like, yeah. So I'm like, I want to find that. It's got to be in one of the VODs that I very good. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Star Scout. Yeah, Lance. The cross raid with Mortis. I think that happened with Dot Level once too. There's another hype train. Don't worry though. John Matrix, thank you for the 100 Mangia. Geoman.
Top 10 discontinued fast food items.
Basil, thank you for the 100 jolts.
MCDLT3.
I gotta add Amy to the safe voices.
McDonald's Big Mac 5. Tim Hortons Breakfast 6. Beaumont 7. Big O Barbecue 8. Chipotle 9. Taco Bell 10. Iron City 12. 1 to 2 popcorn in Little Goats Burritos.
Mortis gets very stressed about streaming. He gets very
cocktail recipe. This is a very simple cocktail that tastes surprisingly
very nervous. So it's easy for him to kind of he tries to keep his zone narrow, which turns a lot of people off, I understand. Basil, thank you for the 100 jolts. 1 to 2 popcorn and Little Goats Burritos. The hype train is still active. So I go to raid rig and we show up and it's just it was yeah, exactly, right? It was really funny because I was I later find out the guide that I used when I played Spellcraft, right, was Rig wrote that guide. I guess. So I was like, yeah, spellcraft. And he's like, holy shit, what's Robert? It was like, it was incredible. John Matrix, thank you for the 100 raid on Mr. Rig. And I think that worked really well because, you know, Rig's a really chill dude. He's like very entertaining, and so it was a really that was a really good experience. I felt really good about that. Refraction, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't think we're going to get to new emote territory on this one. I don't think we're going to get to new emote territory. It would be too much to ask. In order to get the bonus emotes, you have to set it to insane difficulty, which means like 20 subs for level 1 and then more for level 2. It's nuts. It's not. Hey, John Matrix, give you the 100 bits. A sub point is 1 sub equals 1 point. A tier 2 sub is 2 points, and a tier 3 sub is 5 points. So. Yeah, you know, it takes a lot. Like, I am very lucky in my current situation to be able to stream full-time. Well, stream and support the stream full-time. And it's because... All right, the hype train has ended 1 sub and 800 bits. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for all of the tremendous support. This has been an absolute runaway success of a stream. I can't thank you enough for all the wonderful support. Like I said, it's really the community that erects the penis. Yeah, Doc's killing it. There are so many good streamers out there right now. It's a wonderful time to be on Retro Twitch. There's all kind of it is extremely rare to open up my following list and not have anybody that I want to watch on. There's Noodle, there's Chade, there's Doc, there's Macaw, there's Rig, there's just tons of people on at all times. And just because I don't mention somebody, I don't want to leave them out. There's just too many to remember. I can only hold 4 things in my brain at any given time. So it's fantastic. What a wonderful time to be part of this community, you know? Let's find somebody to raid. Speaking stuff. Macaw's playing Death Tower. But, you know, it's funny when you raid Macaw and it's like it goes from like your current viewer numbers and it's like 25% of that will raid because it's like everybody else is already watching. 70 penis. Oh boy. Well, thank you, iBeat. I think that everybody influences everybody else a little bit, you know? We're all... Speaking of people to watch, Captain Clever has just started up his stream. We're going to raid Captain Clever. Why not? Why not? Because I can't highlight this text.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Ty Castro, thank you for the follow. I love making people smile and laugh and like just have a good time, you know? If I can make somebody's night a little bit better, I feel good about myself. That's something that's what brings me happiness, is when I see somebody more happy because of my presence or because of my actions. Right? Like I don't want to make people upset. I don't want to piss people off. I just want people to have a good time. And the more I can contribute to that, the better the more satisfied I feel about it, right? Let's raid Captain Clever. Captain Clever is an excellent streamer. Captain Clever, funny enough, he never legitimized his A-ness. He might just go straight for the penis. So I think that'll be interesting. I would love for him to do that, but I understand he's apprehensive about it because he would like for it to be like perfect and well planned when he does that kind of stuff. And I think that I respect that, right? I understand why he hasn't, but I think it would be a great coup for him to do so, to go straight for it without ever touching the anus. But yeah, let's head over there. Give him a follow. Follow Captain Clever. He's guaranteed to give you some kind of entertainment. Very good. Good dude. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up. I'll be back tomorrow. We've got Lord Dino's sanctified poll. Tomorrow. There's some excellent games on the poll, so thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for the tremendous support. Everyone who's been here, thank you for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And I'll see you all again very soon.